You know, I really should sort out my OBS. But hello everyone. The time has come and so have I. Oh jeez. Alright. The Bombinata. But there is a collection now. Aww. Oh, that's very cute, Bambinata. Okay, hi. Funny coincidence. It just rotated into Bambinata, so... Okay, so we have... Let's start with the news. So we have the coatings, don't care. We have this coating that we kinda care. Lee Hyperreal. Yes, we're gonna do the pulls for Lee Hyperreal. Alright. Okay, S-Rank, Fire Attacker. Yes, Key of Tempius. It's very important for him, sadly. Punches, no physical. Yeah. Core layer. Okay, let's see. Spiral of Colors. Following the incident of Copperfield, a heteromer shard has been retrieved by burying a solid body who intends to decipher the information inside the heteromer shard in an attempt to reveal the truth of punishing. While the ENG discourse to the approach to understanding the punishing language under the implication of heteromer shard makes this tower later known as Hetero Tower. Why Hetero Tower? Why isn't it Babel Tower? It's formed on the surface. The high concentration of punishing virus radiates as soon starts gripping its mind, weakening the people on the pavilion. Faced with unprecedented crisis, Lee has no choice but to activate Hyperreal, the only available specialized frame capable of complete immunity against punishing virus. Inside the tower where all casualty intertwines through time and space, would Lee be able to traverse through countless failures and immense pain and finally seize the very chance to change the destiny of all humans? Huh, interesting. This is just the boss rush, or the boss challenge, it's fine. Next one is the bonus story game mode, revealing the story behind that quoting. Ah! I already did that. I don't know if it counts now though. However probable, however is a new trial stage. Okay. Similar to the Solution, actual looter mode featuring hundreds and unknowns, giving you refreshing and interesting. Candidate Manifold has 5 sessions, that's just an event shop. Arcade is a new parent one designed to bring onto stories of various characters and provide special training for each featured character consists of 2 parts. In Fragmented Memories, you may learn the personal struggle and sublimation of each character, while in Heartlock Trial, you need to challenge multiple hard challenges with help of special bonuses, followed by completing the on-track goals of Origins Culture. Okay, interesting, some more story. Visual story expanded favors to obtain special collectibles. Complete 3-star series goes to as many as possible to obtain cost. As well as construct related special rewards, including portraits, display poses, and there is Alpha! Oh boy! Okay. Magic Square Tiles not has to original political game mode, Magic 5 Fanfare. So you need to team up with 2 for governments to defeat enemies. Ah, yes, I remember that. Okay, spectroscopic binaries. Okay, the spectroscopic binary story is not something I expected to come by. Cat grab. That's from Nanami. Okay, let's see. Should main system now activation. Yes. Authorized skill stream now present for level up but equipped to the skills. Thank God. And then new event towards requesting game was the level up part of it. Okay. And then new elusive echo, aliasing echo to Curse's game mode. Okay. Increase the hyper respawn rate in the recruit nodes of current base game mode. Increase less. No scared on this to suck. Increase Lee hyper respawn rate in recruit nodes. Under the purchase limit to construct inverse shards and shards to begin purchase up to 300% reconstruct. But why? Why did you add a purchase limit? It was unlimited before, I'm pretty sure. Obtain section description partial memories including anything and anywhere in the change was notice elements, only no skill effects have been altered. What did you change on them? This is all elemental. Aestania is elemental, Guinevere is elemental, Samantha, Iken, Glor, all of them are elemental. Interesting, I will read that. The new display process whatever Astral, they recommended the kickers should be across Timothy and Bombinata Vitrons, blah blah blah. So quoting Dreamcatcher's basic attack, okay, so this is... Yeah, this is fine. Also, added boss monitor, thank fuck, just what I needed. To Dark Group Alpha and boss Hamlet, Hamlet, cool. To Pain Cage Game Mode. Move Musashi and Gabriel to unconscious outliers. That's fine. Like, I mean, Musashi, Gabriel, and Alpha was already like way too easy. After has parry experience and hit taking which has against boss Madorea. Who is Madorea? I guess I will find out. This issue where the boss of the main attack characters performing QT skills of the first issue where you cannot get or characters of the control boss Madorea under circumstances. Wasn't Madorea the boss from Bambinata, actually? Anyways, added facility, fortune machine to a new command roller. You may check on your daily log by interacting with the machine. The feature to change the scene to a new command roller. On your command blah blah blah. This is a face of command barrow. Yep. Another option to change current portrait. Yeah. The source mission member is the command roller. Currency cooperation made to the reward of weekly commission and simulate the siege. Ooh. Okay. Alright. So yeah, arcade, yeah, candlelit manifold, okay, so we know all of these, cool. Damn, so if I do the alpha one, I will get a new alpha pose? I'm looking forward to that. I guess that's tomorrow's me's job. Okay, let's see, what's this thing? Easy motion machine turn, okay. Am I lucky? Oracle experiment, advisable, battle meeting, study hard laces, inadvisable, draw sword. Okay. Okay, thanks, I guess. Oh, now we have a claim all button as well, thank fuck. Holy shit, took them long enough. Oh, and now you can get thingies here as well. Okay, sit. Sit. Is there another one? I don't see. Okay. Right. Why does it wait? Why is it still said left on set here? Huh? It says left on set. Okay. Okay. It works on Andre properly, very cool. Alright. Left unsaid. Character trial. Should we do the character trial first? Hard. This is the boss stage. I guarantee it. Commandant, who are you, son? Hello, Ishmael! Oh, sorry, we don't know who that is. My bad. Traitor? Who is the traitor? Interesting. So, endless summer... Actually, I do wanna check it. I did it already! I already did this. Why do I have to redo this? Weird. Okay, yeah, I don't care about that. And I will do those. Yada yada yada. And this is the material stage. Okay. Alright, character tutorial stage. Yeah, we will see, we will see. Give me a second, I had so much issue downloading this update.
シミュレーション完了。指揮官、我々が勝者です。
Okay, hello. Okay. Here's a Mikalaina show, tweaking other show, backstab show, sliding action calendar.
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。
Interesting. This is insane effect. Oh, okay. Make 3 to a firearm and then other should best be there.
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。
Aha. So if he hits me.
もう
Aha!
逃げ場はありませんよ。
Interesting. What about
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。
that also
僕の
dodges?
視界から
Interesting.
時の果てで滅びよ。
Seize your existence! The end of time!
気を抜くのはまだ早すぎます、指揮官。
Now, if I could just decide that I only want Lee to have an English voice, I would automatically use the English voice to Lee. Or for Lee. Not even joking. That's what I like in Archetypes, you can pick and choose between each characters. Okay, up to 3 sets of fingers outside the Hyper Matrix, they can be obtained within Hyper Matrix.
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。
I
僕の
guess
視
I
界から
hold
は
auto
逃れら
attack?
れませんよ。
Okay. When in cooldown of Hyper Matrix and having engage full press and hold basic attack to it. Damn, that's crazy.
あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。
There's an enhance. Enhance the things is so multiple to extension get one side point.
僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。
Any free remaining hybrid is regenerate one side point up to 4. Okay. In hybrid, press and hold visit to close to one side to the area federation and access the ratio of hyper matrix. Ah, interesting. So
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率は0です。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。時の果てで滅びよ。 あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率は0です。
You want to point out what I love about having this clip of this?
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。僕の視
Alright,
界か
I
らは
think
逃
I
れら
think
れ
I
ません
get
よ。
it. I think I get how he works so far.
気を抜くのはまだ早すぎます、指揮官。
指揮官. Okay, core skill. Now the question is it worth staying inside Hyper Matrix or I should get out as fast as possible? Now that is the question. First enter Hyper Matrix, press and hold basic attack after a free or to trigger it.
あなたたちの時間は僕が。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。
Interesting.
あなたの生存確率は0です。
So stepping search will request
時の果てで滅びよ。
So that means that you can discover parts of that you never seen before. So
も
get
う逃げ場はありま
this.
せんよ。
Get this.
僕の視界からは逃れられません。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。僕の視界からは逃れ。あなたの
Yeah,
生
okay.
存確率は
I think I
0で
get
す。
it. I will still watch a guide tomorrow, but I think I get the basics at least.
気を抜くのはまだ早すぎます、指揮官。
Okay, not bad, not bad. Alright. Wait, there's more? Combat practice? Oh, sure. Shikikum. Heteromer core?
僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたたちの視界は僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。もう逃げ場はあなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。僕の視界
You
か
know
ら
what?
逃
Lee
れられ
doesn't
ません。
feel that strong.
も
I'm
う
gonna
逃げ
skip
場はあ
him.
りませんよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたの生
Oh,
存
I
確率はゼロ
see.
です。
You can. Oh, okay, okay. I get the bullet thingy now. I get it. I get it.
もう
I
逃
get
げ
it.
場はありませんよ。
So if I go in now,
あなたたちの時間はもう逃げ場はありませんよ。
2, 3.
僕の視界からはあなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の
Ah.
果てで
Okay, I see. I see. But why do we have to use 2 free pings before that? Can you actually not use 2 free pings
もう
before
逃
that?
げ場はありませんよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。
You can.
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。時の果てで
Let's
滅びよ。
give you back the free pings. Ah. Ah. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. Okay, now I actually get it.
指揮官。
Okay, the tutorial didn't make that very clear, but to be fair, it also like flashed the tutorial in front of me, so I couldn't read it. Okay, I get it. Okay, thanks for the info. Alright, I guess I should get him then, don't I, huh? What do you think, guys? So basically use the bullets once you run out of orbs, long story short. Should you use Fate? No, we're not gonna use Fate. Alright. Make your bets. It's gonna be 60, but make your bets. Okay. So 4. Easy temple. Okay, I will call your bluff. Those are just A ranks. Or B ranks even. Okay, okay. Okay, 14, 15. Oh, Lee Hyperreal Shard? Okay then. That saves me a few bulls. Or few schools, rather. Oh, don't even talk to me. 17. 18. 19. Okay. 20. 1. 2. 3. 4. And this is gonna be an A rank? Or after this? I think it's gonna be after this. Yep. It's gonna be this one that's an A rank. Okay, who is the A rank this time? Why is it Astra? I'm pretty sure he's already triple S rank. Okay. At 30 I will do a tenor just to not torture you guys too much. Okay, 29. It's foreshadowing. 30. Okay. Okay, make your bets, guys. Are we gonna get it in this tenor? If you pull an S rank and it's a duplicate, it's a 30 shards. Huh? Are we getting him in this pull? That's why if you pull an S rank twice, you can instantly double S rank them. Yeah, you say in this one, okay. Nope. You lied to me. Yeah, Sophia. I'm not mad about this. Just get lucky, dude. I'm working on it, man, trust me. Oh, number 21 as well. Okay. So back to one by one. Okay, 41. 42. 43. That's surprising. Why is it Watanabe? Is the game mocking me for calling people out that want to get Watanabe, the new one, instead of Lee? I swear. I swear the game is... Anyways. You two can play that game, fuck it. Wow. Really? We are going to 60 again? Are you joking? When I said I don't want the Watanabe, I didn't mean I don't want just Ostral. I don't want the other Watanabe either. Oh, hey, leave. Okay. Oh boy, I love pulling for 60. It's fine, I saved up for Alpha, it's fine. Felix Skipper for his Gen 3 replacement 2 years. Thank you, Smithy. Okay, 56. 57. 0.5%. I mean, we can roll it. Who is it? I swear to God if it's Watanabe. Okay. Thank you, Bianca. Thank you. Thank you, Bianca. I didn't even check it. 59. Hey guys! Oh no, what's gonna be the next pull? I cannot guess! I hope it's Lee! Oh my god, it's Lee! I can't believe it! Shut up! Can't easy. One pull on the weapon banner. You say I should do one pull on this banner and I will get his weapon. Really? Okay. I will amuse you. Imagine. Nope. What about this one? Maybe we'll get it from this here. Nope. Okay. I even want the punchy boy. I don't think I want the punchy boy. Alright, so 5-star weapon. I would have accepted that as well. Chrome is gonna be double S rank in the end. Oh. I hate that you exist. Yeah, I told you he's double, triple S rank already. Okay. I don't mind Karina. Bianca. It's fine as well. What do we get? What? He's gonna be triple S rank. Are you joking me? I thought I came here to pull for Lee, not for Watanabe. I swear. But hey, now he is fully leaped. Ha ha ha. No comments. Just no. Alright, so I need to get his weapon, which is from the shop. I do like Karina, what do you mean? Who is telling you lies? Recycle, that's weapon. All composite ornaments, I'm pretty sure that's the one. Yeah. Nuclear meltdown. Sigma, I think was the sign. God, it's been a while since I had to check those. Eclipse has a maid outfit, yes. And it's a really good outfit. And it's free, you can get it for 100 construct blueprints. It's not even hard to get. Alright. Damn, that's crazy. Level up. I wish there would be like a level up button. I love clicking buttons. Hey, current is good with the passion. Which currents? Because that's a very controversial opinion. Dark. Dark Ren is fine. The issue with Dark Arena is like you need to have her at triple or SS3 rank. Preferably the weapon as well. It's like her kit is good, but like you need to invest so much before it becomes usable. And that's the big problem. Okay, so for SS rank, what do you need? You need 28. Okay. And no pinkage. But I do need to do Norman. Did I do Norman yesterday? No, I didn't. Fuck. Oh well, it's fine. Okay. Where are you? There you are. 28. Alright. So that's 10. 18. Yes. I keep clicking all of the wrong places. Eh! Okay, evolve. And now activate his double S strength skill. His alternative self from another world. Oh god, it's gonna be one of those stories, huh? Okay, so this is gonna be the modified. So what's the difference? It didn't look much different. Let's see. He has more gadgets. Okay. I mean, it's not that big of a difference outfit-wise. Alright. I'm still mad it says on left unsaid. Okay, what can we buy? Obviously Turing, his memory. Isabel? Huh. Position to me, don't care about that. Okay, so just the usual. Cool. Right. So if you don't like reading nights, now is your chance to leave. Because I am gonna read the story. So, yeah. It's just a warning ahead, and I need to prepare my voice. Okay, Spiral of Kronos. His life behind the scenes. Most of the time, the work of a commandant is no different from others. Okay, Babylona, 8 AM. Commandant office. The pure white blackout curtain rises automatically with the sound of the door opening, allowing the cold daylight to dip in through the window panes. The artificial sky outside is now a clear, early morning blue. Sensing a sound coming from the doorway, a little robot seated at the center of the table blinks its round electronic eyes, but it trains them at the source of the sound. All vital signs confirm to be normal. Entering the room, the young man stops at the table as usual. Placing his half-finished coffee with sugar on the table, he starts checking his terminal for new missions. The Operation Logistics Center doesn't assign special battle missions, and when there is no mission for him, the young man as a commandant can either be found working on the battle reports or reviewing all sorts of test requests. Damn, I'm busy. For reading to start. More often, however, the young man carries on with his role as a military technician. Specifically, he allocates intel and resources accordingly. Like his fellow strategists, he works with Babylona's enormous intel network, but unlike others, he enjoys access to more parts of the network. With his gentle touch, the electronic screens come to life one after another, each bringing with tasks to be done. The robot stands up and spins around once before moving aside so the young man can work. Ever so gently, he pats the robot on the head. If he sits in his hand, watching the young man smile at him. Alright, one thing at a time. Now, first things first. What are you doing, Murray? 2 hours have passed by the time he finished the final test report on the new remote connection device. The robot moves to the edge of the table, tapping his arm with moderate force, something it's been doing for the past 5 minutes. Oops, 5 minutes too late, huh? Rubbing his sore wrist, the blood man swallows 2 white pills with his cooled coffee. Heavy footsteps can be heard from the doorway, and in the mirror reflection of the wall ornament, Murray catches the sight of a scarlet figure. Scarlet figure? Vera? Closing the screen before him and looking up at the doorway, he waits as the breezy figure makes a beeline through the reception room and straight into his office. Damn! Who could have guessed? All the while without so much as a knock on the door. With a thud, she drops a somewhat old folder and a memory drive in a zipper bag on the table. All the process was a real pain in the butt, but I'm giving it back to you now. Vera speaks with her usual mocking smile, her mind impossible to read. It's good, the mission log and the thing you need. It's got, sorry. With a glance at the folder, Murray looks knowingly back at Vera. Thank you. Murray sounds sincere enough, except Vera bursts into laughter. We have you to thank, Murray. You're doing a good job as Nicholas' agent. And I need to say I'm impressed by how well you have removed yourself from the radar. Kuro needed an excuse to do what they do above the table, and the Parliament needed this chance to justify what they got. That's why I was sure they would help. I'm sure it wasn't easy on your part, but you got what you wanted all the same, right? I only did what little I could as the Cerberus commandant. Ha 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 ha. So he is the Cerberus commandant. Huh. Okay. Ha. The man before Vera looks harmless enough, but Vera knows he is anything but. A Cerberus official commandant, Murray does not plan his strategy around orders from the HQ, setting him apart from other commandants. He has a way of bringing out the best in Cerberus and never holds them back from what they do. In fact, he would even help his team get off the hook on occasions when they get in trouble. Or propose cooperation as if they were his equals. No one cares about some weakling commandant who can't go to the surface, said Murray when they first met. The typical thing to do when taming a group of wild beasts is to collar and muzzle them, except it never seemed like something Murray was interested in doing. And that was when it dawned on Vera that this man, despite his gentle smile, is someone the old-timers in the Parliament would deem dangerous, whose insanity is different from Cerberus's. Vera, however, is no fan of restrictions herself, nor is she one to fear hidden fangs. You're all for your team members, while I am all for my own benefits. Murray looks down gently at the little robot that spins around his hand. It's times like this that Vera finds Murray weirdly friendly. You can do whatever you want to do starting now, and I will support you however I can as I always have. I guess I'll do just that, then, if Nicola has given me the green light. Anyhow, I'll be on my way now. With it, Vera waves at Murray as she turns around to leave. It was nice working with you. Seeing Vera off, Murray picks up the folder from the table, takes out the content inside and puts it on a common folder with the World Government's logo on it. Babylon, 11:30 AM. Parliament Square. With the folder in his hand, Murray heads toward the square right outside the Parliament building. The artificial sunlight is warm and gentle, and it's nearing midday in Eden time. The square, however, misses its usual hustle and bustle and is now cordoned off with light strips and autonomous machines that stand in the way to the entrance. Apologies, sir, but passage through is temporarily prohibited. What's going on? We identified a technical issue on the breach of 13C module. With emergency maintenance underway now, all residents are prohibited from pressing through. Oh, but I actually need to head down to Parliament Hall. The temporary elevator on the left can take you up. You can head down to the hall from there. Right, of course, thank you. The retrospective staffers trying to go to the Parliament. While waiting for them to arrive, Murray overhears the conversation. What's up with all the mentioned maintenance these days? Last time something like this happened, I literally had to walk around Babylon to get where I wanted to go. It's just a cover-up. Worker lowers his voice. Some reasons caused a scene and triggered Babylon's autonomous alarm system in the process. They sent some orderlies over to take care of it. The guy said the punching virus is a conspiracy that the world government came up with to control Iran. What? He went to say that Earth was long gone and Babylon was well on its way to another planetary system. That's absurd. We just saved a whole bunch of refugees from down there a while ago. Ain't nothing we can do about that. It's a closed chamber up here and people only listen to what they believe in. There are even people who do not know about the recent earthquake and the damage is done, but think we are winning the war. Boy, the data is brutal to say the least. What happened to the guy though? Heard the guy is a retired commandant. He came down with symptoms of mind damage and refused to believe in any visual recordings they showed him. He took a weapon from one of the orderlies, rushed down to the hangar and tried to fly an aircraft back to Earth. I saw him a few days back at Star of Light. He wasn't doing well then, but I never thought he would lose himself altogether. Speaking of which, many retired soldiers seem to be having mental issues lately. Something seems a little off here. Boy, I've been feeling pain in my head for quite some time now. It's probably got to do with the lack of sleep, but I guess you don't know how it feels since you don't ever need to sleep. Wrong, my friend. We still need sleep and we should. Interesting. So something is affecting the old commandants. After getting off the elevator, Murray heads straight down the meeting room, which is located at the very end of the corridor. Who are you? The undergraduate stands someone Murray has never met. Hearing Murray's footsteps, the person turns around this way. For a moment she seems caught off guard before the very look on her face quickly turns into a radiant smile. She doesn't seem exactly adept at masking her feelings. Hi! Moments later Murray recalls a name that matches the face. Sika, the student who recently graduated as chief of her class at FOS. While Murray has never interacted with her, he hears about her every now and then from a task force constructs. Unlike the previous chiefs, however, Sika is under fire because of some controversy. Commander Sika. Murray gates Sika with a polite smile. Sika quickly greets Murray back, apparently having been caught by surprise. Oh, sir! I didn't expect you to still remember my name. Or just call me Sika if you don't mind. The honorific actually makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Scratching her head, Sika tries to put herself at ease. But you deserve all the respect as a chief. And it just hit me that I didn't graduate from FOS myself. Looking slightly uneasy, Murray changes the topic. I see you came to pay Commander Nicola a visit. What's the matter? Right, I actually came to submit my application for a surface mission. It's been approved without hiccups, fortunately, and I was just on my way to the hangar. Murray can tell the process must have been anything but easy from the look on her face. Smiling cheerfully, Murray gives Sika the thumbs up. Good luck with the mission. Thank you, I'll do my best. This is your last chance, Sika, says Sika quietly to herself as she turns around to leave. Parting ways with Sika, Murray paces down the corridor until he reaches the room at the end. Through the crack of the door, he can see a solemn figure standing by the window. Taking a light breath, Murray knocks on the door. Come on in. There is still an hour to spare until the adaptation test of the day starts, but Lee already finds himself in the science council's classified laboratory. Asimov, on the other hand, sits in the middle of the countless projector screens as usual, firing at the ever-changing data before him. Behind him is a chamber partitioned by bulletproof gas wall, with several pods storing constructs in parallel. The pods are empty except for one that holds a frame. The pod is corroded off with red light strips, telltale of how important and dangerous the frame inside the pod is. You're early. We are still in the middle of fine-tuning the equipment and initializing the frame here, which is going to take a while. I know I actually came for something else. With it, Lee puts a memory drive on the table in front of Asimov. I come across some data, and I have a new hypothesis about the heteromer shards. Meeting no objection from Asimov, Lee inserts the memory drive into the system and opens the several encrypted files. Polishing. Language. Seeing these words, Masino jumps to his feet. These are data left out of Kurono's trial record, and I am also seeing the part missing from Shom's research data that's been retrieved. How do you get your hands on this? Jeeves, I wonder, it's almost like he has a little brother who is very adept of getting data. Do you still remember how there was a data anomaly from the 20th adaptation test that happened because a wrong parameter was used for enemy simulation? I do, and that's because whoever was in charge back then screwed up by adding the data of a heteromercial. Wait, is it because of that garbled message? It only pulls out a code on the screen. This is no garbled message, but an encrypted message that you can only decrypt with a special key, which I did a week ago. And the key is... I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is just yet until I have all my points of course sorted out. Right. Well, tell me what you saw in there first then. Fair enough, 1 PM. Walking out of Parliament, Murray lets out a sigh of relief. Nicholas stopped questioning him about his source of information after that, which in turn made it easier for his work to progress. With the issue of his back, Murray now feels more cheerful than ever. I'm going to look into your source of information, as I said. But I do still want you to keep in mind that everything you have done will mean absolutely nothing if you ever get busted. Thank you so much, Connor. I'm just doing my job. With a mixture of emotion in his expression, Nicola keeps gazing on a smiling Murray and the back folder sitting squarely on the table. With your complete trust, I now see it is my duty to do the best I can. I have the original now. You are to categorize the rest of it as a mission recycled file through the special channel like you always do. They know what to do with it, of course. The rest of it should help me Lee's frame more compatible. For all he cares, anything could go wrong, but this... After all, he wants more than anything to be of help to Lee. He vividly remembers the time when he could do nothing but watch as Lee soldiered on, carrying the weighty burden of life, and that time felt like an eternity. Lee would always tell that things would get better in no time, except what he said was mostly just lies. Murray looks up at Eden's midday sunny sky. Thanks to the artificial sun, Eden is perpetually sunny with blue skies, and Murray recalls his times with Lee, however, their memories together would always begin with one certain night from many years ago. It was right after Lee started working on that high-paying job as an engineer that Murray found that his brother became very busy, to the point that he stopped coming home on time. There were times when Lee would come home early and amaze Murray with all sorts of obscure but interesting engineering knowledge. Very often though, Lee would leave home with some weird boxes late at night when Murray was fast asleep, and then come back home again by dawn before Murray woke up. It wasn't something Murray was aware of to begin with, until one day a celebration was held for the first time in years downtown where they lived. The day wasn't exactly ideal for holding a celebration because it seemed on the verge of rain, except it never rained and the celebration took place as planned. The celebration lasted late into the night. For the entire time, Murray was waiting for Lee to come home to go to the celebration together, but he never did because of work. Murray took his medicine before going to bed. When he opened his eyes, he heard the bangs of fireworks and the hubbubs of people out there. Lee? From the gap beneath the door that opened into Lee's room, Murray was seeing light. As far as Murray could remember though, Lee never closed his door. So Murray got off his bed, tiptoed to the doorway and pushed the door ajar ever so slightly. Through the crack, Murray could see Lee sitting by his workbench. Lee was calmly wrapping a roll of gears around his arm. The table was strewn with used pieces of gauze and all sorts of homeostatic medications, each of which was as red as blood itself, horrifying young Murray to no end. It hurt, it got to hurt, and Murray knew that it's going to hurt more than when he himself came down sick, yet Lee didn't even let out so much as an ouch, as though he was perfectly used to it. Against the ear-splitting bangs of firework out there, Lee didn't notice that his door was ajar. The next morning, Lee woke Murray up as usual and showed Murray a gift as he apologized for not being able to make it to the celebration with him. Looking at Lee, Murray wasn't able to ask any of the questions he wanted to ask. It hit him that, as he was then, he wasn't able to help Lee at all. Rather, he was one of the things caused Lee to worry. It wasn't until Murray saw a long sealed away construct dossier in the public database that Murray finally learned about what Lee had to go through. The weight of every single word bone deep. The dossier was a testament to Lee's suffering Murray has never been able to let go of ever since. Would things have turned out any differently if he had walked into Lee's room that night? Would what he had to say to Lee had stood a chance of changing his mind if he had found what Lee had been doing just a little sooner? All the what-ifs, however, mean absolutely nothing. Lee has never stopped moving, and to really be any help to Lee, Murray has to catch up to Lee. Which is why he has jumped at every possible chance to get his hands on any resources there were, no matter how slim the chance. There is no going back now, and he has to make sure everything goes as planned. Murray couldn't be there for Lee when Lee was going through all the suffering, so he promised himself to always be there for Lee going forward, no matter what might stand in the way. Tightening his grip around the dossier, Murray turns around and heads toward the science console. The key deep within, able to solve all the puzzles when we get our hands on the key. Marina, 12:30 PM. Required data. Flashback, Jesus. Data record in progress. 89% complete. Data to be played back when with severely damaged portion omitted. And audio recording is played. I've never let anyone in on the theory I'm about to share in a few months, not even my sponsor. Only Ascendants can find this document. If you are watching this now, then I'm most likely dead. A dead man has no secrets. The theory is absolutely meaningless to my research. The theory points toward the origin of knowledge itself, and one thing I can say with certainty about it is that the kind of future it brings is not one that the Ascendants would be happy to see. Not to mention that the theory is not something we can make happen anyway, as we are. The language of the perishing virus, or to put it differently, the codes of it. The key to the truth of it is hidden somewhere in a higher dimension, and the idea of us getting hold of it is simply beyond our wildest dreams, given that we haven't even yet conquered time itself. I don't even know if the perishing virus is a tool that some higher civilization uses to filter out the fittest among us, or if it's just a randomly sowed seed that just so happens to have taken root on Earth. People are probably going to figure out millennia from now, but for now, what I just said is nothing more than an empty hypothesis. I am, however, storing everything I know in this terminal. Whether it's something with practical values or not, I believe this research deserves a place in this world. The recording is turned blank for several tens of minutes, after which it comes to a sudden stop with a monologue of seemingly disturbed speaker. Now, if you can answer this one last question for me. The merciful one. The recording ends. There's a rough theoretical model in the attached file, and it's something Shom came up with using the data he got through unconventional means. With the data, we are able to decrypt at least 25.5% of the message from the heteromer shard. There are still a lot of things we don't understand about the new frame, but my hunch is that the message will be the key of helping us move forward. You seem to have a lot of these hunches these days, huh? Saying no more, Asia turns around to face the screen and starts reading away with a heavy face. Moments later, he nods his head. Right, it's exactly as you said. Plugging this model in is going to help us decrypt the heteromer shard a lot faster. By the way, the Parliament can't know about any of this for now. And I gather that's because you can't disclose the source. Exactly. And I'm sure you know that would be against the protocol. I just want the adaptation test for the specialized frame to go well. You know pretty well that I wouldn't have come to seek your help if I wanted to follow the protocol. I'm not interested in any of that little drama, but that doesn't mean I'm just going to sit around and let you drag me down. I'm not the only one in charge of the project, which means the Science Council will make all of this public to its researchers sooner or later. And that means you will have to come up with a reasonable source. Of course, these data aren't the abnormal data I got from the adaptation tests. It was actually a set of coordinates. Earth, a week ago. It was a regular surface mission, but Lee didn't head down to the specified mission location with the rest of the Garion. Instead, he has to be assigned a different location so he could drop by a certain place after the mission. For the longest time, the team of researchers at the Science Council was at their wits' end dealing with the abnormal data, until they decided that the data were nothing more than programming errors and carried on with their research into the inward device and frames. Lee, however, cracked the garbled message one day after an adaptation test. He was driven mostly by instinct, which may explain why Lee found the data so familiar. The key to decrypting the message wasn't a piece of knowledge that pertained to some classified information possessed by a certain force or team, but rather it came from a childhood game. A game that he used to play with Murray, that is. Able to solve all the puzzles when we get our hands on the key. The key and the passcode. Yes, and the most impressive thing about this kind of passcode is that you don't even need to hide the code that it protects. But without the key to decrypt the passcode, the message would just be a bunch of garbled text in its encrypted form. Mind-boggling, right? All it does is change some numbers and switch the order of the letters and then encrypt them. And bam, you end up with something that seems utterly beyond human understanding. The principle it works on, though, is really no-brainer. That's mind-boggling indeed. I only read about this a few days ago myself. The public library has a lot of books on that. I can go and get you a few tomorrow if you're interested. Sure, not exactly understanding every single word on the page, Murray was reading one of the books Morian had brought from the library. Its pages heavy with notes and abounding with words Morian had written. I want to go outside with you, Morian. You can do that when you get better. Fine. Speaking of passcode, should we try to come up with a kind of passcode that only the two of us understand? Is that even doable? Of course, it'd be something that no one else but the two of us can understand. Pretty cool, right? Let's see. Right, let's try this. This time back at the device, we pointed to the location and started flipping. Shaking his head, he looked down at the electronic map in his hand. The map showed the fastest route to the destination, a deserted building 500 meters away with nothing seemingly out of the ordinary. No signs of a corrupted. According to the combat log, the task force squad once engaged with a fight here with a group of corrupted and energized the zone in a large part. Reconstruction efforts for the zone, however, were put on hold when an earthquake hit and damaged an energy center nearby, putting the zone on the list of many zones waiting to be reclaimed. A 200-meter radius is as accurate as it gets with the coordinates. Looks like I'm going to have to go through them one by one. Did Murray come up with a message for him? Why didn't Murray just reach out to him like he usually did? Lee did bring these questions up to Murray, except Murray only responded to him with a slightly perplexed look. This seems almost too easy for a trap. Less than 40 minutes to go until the end of the mission. Guess I'll try looking around. Something caught Lee's attention during the process. It was a robot, one with barely any dust on it, making it stand out from the rest of the dusty machines here. It appeared to have stopped working just a while ago. Sitting quietly in the corner, the robot seemed to be staring in Lee's direction as though expecting someone's arrival. Lee walked up and straightened the robot. A family robot from the Golden Age. Wait, it is a modified one based on that. No sign of infection. This model, it's been so long since I saw one of them. A garbled message no one else was able to crack than an overly familiar robot. These were too good to be coincidental. Power component is only 23% damaged. Guess I'm lucky. Wait, a self-destruction program? Why would a familiar robot need it though? The program, however, didn't work as it was supposed to. All of its control systems were apparently deactivated before the program was executed. After removing the self-destruction program, Lee connected to the robot's memory shell, hoping to access its data. All wiped out? Huh. This, however, was not stopping Lee. Lee's knowledge about programming and the structure of machines wasn't something he got out after becoming a construct. His interest in numbers and puzzles started when he was a kid, which later turned into his burning passion for machine and numerical programming, which then later became what he did for a living until... Cyborgs? Yep, and that's something I've been researching. I know, and I also know that you're working on neural networking algorithms and probabilistic programming. I read about them in a lot of your books. If you put an AI program and a bionic machine together and you end up with something more powerful than a human being. You don't know how to make that, Morian? When can we see it? Well, that's probably going to take some time. I want to focus on you getting it operated first. Damn! Is Ishmael that? Hey, that's what you said last time too. I'll be waiting, Morian, so you don't worry yourself. By the way, there are a million things I don't understand about the programming problems you showed me before. With a frown, Morian looked at all the notes in the book and all the codes that occupied the computer screen. When he first showed Murray a few things about programming, he only meant for them to keep him entertained at home. Murray, however, had been picking up the knowledge and technology, all of which were beyond his current grasp, and the speed of a child who was much too busy running after an express train to consider whether the feat was out of his league. I told you to rest, Murray. How much time did you spend on all these? Well, I didn't spend that much time. Just don't do it again, alright? You don't want to ruin your eyes. Fine. Murray lowered his head in disappointment as the computer screen blackeyed, I'm pretty sure that's blackened, out from idling. Moria knew how Murray was, and that Murray's condition weren't hindering his intellectual development. Mentally, Murray was a lot tougher than most kids in his age, which was why Morian could never bring himself to be overly harsh whenever he looked in Murray's in his eager eyes. I mean, there is no rush since we still got lots of time. After patting Murray on the head, Morian picked up the book from the table and turned the computer screen back on. Alright, let's work through them together. Now, the quote here. The more Lee looked into the robot, the more he found himself watching the weird sense of familiarity. The robot was used as a messenger, with that little was left on his memory showing records of multiple entries. Lee tried to probe further, hoping to find the author of the entries, but was denied access, which he saw coming. Impressive and well thought out, indeed. The underlying codes that drove the machine were complicated and uncommon, except Lee was no stranger to them, because they looked exactly like the kind of codes he would write. Pretty neat, but I would have done a much better job. Could it be you, Murray? Lee was indeed the one who taught Murray all this, which was something they continued even after Murray went to Bobea and was allowed access to public lectures. Every now and then Murray would call Lee with questions he had from the lectures. Kurono monitored every single message Construct sent out and received, an effort was set by Lee and Murray, who would mask what they really meant to say with their secret codes and hide behind them everywhere in their message to each other. With their respective lives to live, Lee and Murray rarely ever saw each other. There wasn't really anything secret about their messages. They were simply exchanging of daily greetings, and interpreting the messages with their own secret passcodes was how they showed they cared for each other. Then Lamia impersonated Murray and lured Grayrian into Ascendance Base. Oh, yeah, that did happen, right. Grayrian into Ascendance Base. Her behavior wasn't the only thing that gave her away to Lee, but also the fact he didn't get the usual Murray-like replies after sending Murray his usual encrypted messages. And this is complete. There was only so much data he could fix. From the mostly damaged global attacks, Lee figured out for what he was looking for. Don't think I can do what I need to do next here is in this pile of ruins. Wait, don't think I can do what I need to do next here in this pile of ruins. Oh, I see, okay. Putting in his pocket the memory drive with all the data he needed, Lee stood up. Right on time for the meetup. Just then he heard the nearest splitting bang from afar. With incessant bangs that seemed to come from the depths below, the ground grew violently, shaking as debris and cement rained down, shattering into pieces and stirring up waves of dust. Lee dashed out of the building and into an empty square outside, right before the door to the building behind him gave way in an ear-deafening bang, burying away the pile of machines. Was it an explosion? If it was, Lee could only imagine how severely damaged the location of the explosion must be. This is an emergency report to all teams in the area. There was, however, no signs of corrupted in Lee's surrounding, and the concentration pushing had been within the safe range since he arrived. With the ground still trembling, Lee felt as through the entire world was shaking violently. The air reverberated with the sound of walls crackling as tiny cracks made their way from the walls, and the ground toward the focal point like the most venomous snakes. Wait, what in the world? Is it the tower? Yeah, it's an earthquake! Hurry up and run! In an abandoned shopping center 500 meters away from Lee's mission location, a group of scavengers were at the mercy of chaos. They had been here for a week now, and they wasted no time sealing the door at the entrance as soon as they arrived for fear that corrupted will enter the place to it, leaving the fire escape on the right their only passage option. Ironically, the very measure they had been taken now hindered their escape from the place. They had no choice but to leave behind their personal belongings and run for dear life in the trembling building. Worn out to nothing more than a dilapidated shell by years of sun and rain, the building finally gave way to the violent shakes, seeing their fate as the pieces of what used to be the dome of war rained down and landed on the floor. Right before the exit was blocked off, however, the scavenger at the end of the line lifted his kid up with all his might, and with it he collapsed to the ground as chunks of fallen rocks landed on the slanted cement wall and crushed his foot. Ah! The shake seemed to have stopped momentarily as the word in his eyes slowly lost its color and the light faded away. He might have escaped the corrupted and the red tide, but the crimson virus was never the only source of threat. With the word in his apocalyptic strait, however, there was nothing he could do now except for sitting trapped underground as he watched himself literally bleed his life away. Right before he was about to fall unconscious, the scavenger heard someone's voice. "There's a survivor here. Out of my way, I'm taking over." Right when Leaf lifted the third chunk of the sand, he heard the tattoo in his arm snap, sending a pain signal and the limb damage warning to his mind at the same time. Shutting off the pain signal, Lee lifted the concrete block with all his might and shouted into the depths of the darkness. "Is anyone down there? Let me know if you can hear me." "I'm a consul for Bobina's task force. Hang in there, I'll get you out of there in no time." Damn, there's a lot of cutscenes. Brothers, they are equally stubborn, reticent, and are good at hiding what they don't want people to know. There's a cutscene even after this. And that's that. I had to stop when the earthquake hit and I only managed to come back with those data. And this deserted robot you found there just so happened to have the data we needed. Now that seems anything but a coincidence to me. It's almost as though someone baited you there just to show you all that, and then destroyed it right away. Natural disasters are not within anyone's control though. How do you know earthquake was natural though? We don't have evidence to say one way or the other though. Let's try to focus on solving the issues we have here with the frame. Speaking of natural disasters though, there is something that caught my attention. Leaf saw the version of the future that Asnet predicted when she was in Empire and her infection reached critical value. True, she saw two possible futures. Neither of them was pretty. During recovery, she wrote a report of what she had seen. I have the report and in it she wrote about Earth's Everwinter. And that's what Bianca saw too when she saw the future in the red tide at the Copperfield Aquarium. It seems that both Asset and the perishing virus point to the same thing, that humanity is going to be wiped out at the end of the winter, lasting for decades. Are you saying that the recent earthquake had to do with that prediction? Asimov nods. A lot of things can bring about an ice age, such as changes in solar activity or if Bobina ever falls, and also strong geological activities. Ah. Oh, so that's why Nanami's one possible futures was Babylon falling. Ah, okay, I see. Everwinter, huh. Ishmael? I saw you. The strange interference messing with my mind is here again. It's gone again before I could see it. But as we are now, the Pershing virus is still a bigger threat. I hope I just worried for nothing, and I sent the Parliament an application a few days ago asking to put together a team of budget analysts for the situation. God only knows if it's going to pass though. Nasima knocks on the table as he casts a glance at the progress of initialization on the screen. Almost there. Give me a few more seconds. I just need to do some prepping for the adaptation test. You risk your life to bring the data back, and it's now my job to put them to good use. Seeing Nasima at work, Lee touches his side pocket. There is a video recording from the robot's data that Lee hasn't shown him. Lee is feeling uneasy precisely because of what he has saw in the video recording. What was in it? So, what's the conclusion? In case you weren't aware, we always need to go out of our way to smuggle the things you want into Babylon's transportation crafts. I can tell you everything I know, except you're probably disappointed. I'll tell you if I am after I hear it. I mean, I still have confidence in what you're capable of. I'll be damned, you managed to get all the extra information from the mermaid without letting her go. Heh. You are either very careful or you simply just locked out. But anyhow, Kurono isn't the only one who's aware of that. Let's sit back and see where it's going to take us. Someone taps a glass with a finger. Haha, I see you're unsurprised about the information leakage. Now you want to be careful around, Nicola. Because the old man would probably waste no time getting rid of you once you are of no use to him anymore. You seem to know Commander Nicola very well. Care to share with me some of your most memorable moments with him? The person on the other side of the phone chuckles. We are doing a business of trust here, so let's just keep our distances as is, yeah? Now, going back to the agents, they are a mysterious bunch. We tried to look into them with all of our human resources but came back with nothing. If you're trying to look into that one particular agent, then I'm afraid you'll be most disappointed. The agent you're looking into, the one that claims to be an author, knows how to manipulate people with the truth he wants them to see. I'm guessing it's Vonnegut. No, we aren't trying to learn about him. It's just that we keep coming across a particular name in the latter half of Shom's research documents that Bobby didn't recycle. The Merciful One. Exactly, and that's the creme de la creme. Now, how to get our hands on this is the question. That's something even Bobby's Department of Information will find challenging, which is why I came to seek your help in the first place. It's possible to identify the speakers with the acoustic fingerprints as both their voices have been processed. Lee, however, has no trouble identifying one of them from the way he speaks. It's Murray. Yep. What else is he still hiding from me? Lee has always known that Murray was up to something behind his back, except he never brought it up. In the battles never stopping and everyone trudging ahead, their conversations have become repetitive. Lee can't even remember the last time he enjoyed a casual talk with Murray. He could no longer guess what was going through Murray's mind, and Murray was no longer the adorable younger brother he once was. Still, nothing made Lee prouder than seeing Murray go through life as a healthy boy. Murray, on the other hand, grew occupied with his own life, until one day it hit Morian that Murray was no longer the little brother who would look at him in admiration. They might not have the same blood running through their veins anymore, but nothing will ever erase their brotherhood. They share similar things, hold their ground on similar issues, and fall quiet at similar times. And even when it comes to hiding to what they don't want people to know, they are similar too. I'm doing a great job finishing work early, which is why I'm home early to spend more time with you, Murray. You know, working as a mechanic is a piece of cake for me. Don't worry, it's all good now, and I'm sure you'll be out and about in no time too, Murray. I want to work at the Burger and Morian, but I'd be happy working as a tactical liaison officer. I mean, I can't rely on you forever, right? Oh, I've been doing fine these days, haven't really felt a thing in a while. Oh, and they're probably going to promote me. I just need to do a little test. Oh, come on, I'll be fine. I'm going to show you how well you taught me. Lee rarely ever gets upset, but here he is now in the science class's meeting room, looking all anxious and flustered. If my memory serves me correctly, the World Command decided to put a stop to the remote connection technology because they found out the user would suffer detrimental effects. Right. A mind connection would synchronize the consciousness of the commandant and the construct. At the cost of commandant's mental stability, that is. The effects were so detrimental that there were a few dozen commandants who had to retire early with side effects from using remote connection during the initial phases of the Reconista age. Nico looks at Alarming Tesla, who looks at calmly at Nicola as though trying to say, I'm just saying it like this. It is. Why is it then that I'm seeing Murray's name in this name list for a remote connection test? Lee caught his own tone. He knows that as a construct he isn't supposed to raise his voice when speaking to a higher up. Murray has a great potential. We need people like him, and not to mention he's recommended himself for the role on several occasions. Speaking softly, Hasten didn't become upset with Lee with the way Lee had spoken to him. I'm guessing part of what that is him. I can't speak. Jesus. And I'm only at the start. I'm guessing part of that is him wanting you to see him as the grown-up that he is now. And none of us can really ever live on our own terms, so long as we are still under threat. But I do have the right to know what's happening to Murray as his only legal guardian. I mean, if anything happens to him. Lee, let's take a moment to remember that you wouldn't have been here if you decided to come down on you for going through classified information without permission. I'm sure you don't need anyone to remind you that you as a construct no longer belong to Corono, because Vergament now owns the document you signed back then. Now, are you still going to press further at the cost of your team's sanity, that is? I am not going to stop Murray from doing what he wants to do. I'm simply asking to be looped in about the situation. I have all his documents with me, and I'll make sure all his missions fall under my jurisdiction. Lee, we understand that you're only trying to protect Murray. We'll keep close tabs on Murray's head because he is the only person we can count on besides the Grave and Conan when it comes to experimenting with the new remote connection. Every person who helps us inch a step closer to victory is important to us. Enough said, we all need to do what we are supposed to. Return to your team. All done. Lee comes to his senses with the sound of machines kicking into gear. Coming up to the pod, Asimo looks down at the brand new frame. All set, we are good to proceed to today's adaptation test. Ah, do we get to... No, we don't get to play yet. Give me a second, give me a second. Okay. Okay, correct. Is this peacefulness a sign of hope or just a temporary calm before the storm? And I saw the next one is a better one. Earth, 2:30 PM. But we are in space. Aboard a transportation craft that is making its way through the stratosphere. The ground gradually sharpens into a view as the aircraft descends through the clouds, leaving a trail in its wake. Seen from above through the clouds, the deserted city looking like a mirage from the Golden Age seems to be buzzing with hustle and bustle. Also sharpening into view as the aircraft sneaks the ground are countless faults left in the wake of earthquake that struck this place, tearing through the ground amongst the grey forest of buildings. To this planet, the faults are but the proof of a plate in motion. To humans, however, they are proof of a disaster. Around the faults are what remains of buildings that once stood there, some of which have given way from years of disuse and the earthquake, while others are marred with burn marks and bullet holes of all sizes. Oh, hello, Lucia. Comment, our original location of landing is far more damaged than previously imagined. We will be touching down ahead of schedule. Okay. Roger that. Ready to descend. Switch to maneuver control. The aircraft starts descending amidst the roar of engine. No stranger to the turbulence that comes with the descent. You lower your head to review the particulars of the mission. An hour ago. According to the reports that came in, violent earthquakes have been observed across all regions over the last 2 months. We are, however, unable to conduct an overall evaluation of the damage caused by the earthquakes due to the limited availability of sensors at Babylonia. To complicate the issue, many of the earthquakes occurred at locations in proximity to conservation areas. In close proximity to conservation areas, conservation, not conversation. We don't usually see earthquakes so violent around conservation areas though. Right, and according to current reports, the distribution of the last several earthquakes is abnormal to say the least. Geologically speaking, the plates these affected areas aren't exactly active. None of them is situated in or around the seismic zone. Theoretically, these These areas are supposed to be at much lower risk of geological disasters, which is why we choose to establish conservation areas in these areas in the first place. Seika superimposes the affected areas from the holographic map on the geological map. Something seems a little off here. What's the pushing virus like in these areas? Raising her head to look at you, Seiko gives you a knowing nod. Post-earthquake, there was an average 2.3% increase in the virus concentration across all affected areas. That is an interesting number. We can draw an effective conclusion based on these data. What we do know is that the recent earthquakes have severely hindered the construction efforts in the conservation areas, as a greater number of buildings and energy facilities suffered damage. Many from engineering force have been sent down to assist with recovery efforts, but we need part of them to stay behind on the moon to help with the reconstruction of the base. To that end, we are assigning a great chunk of missions to task force squads. We are short-handed here, for certain reasons. With hesitation, Seika lowers her head as she opens up the aircraft file she holds in her head. Since we are still working on establishing communication with the ground, we need a task force squad to go down to look into the situation, and that grey ribbon is your mission this time. You are to rendezvous with the squad that's stationed there, and you are to help them investigate the damage inflicted by the earthquakes, repair damaged equipment, and determine what caused the concentration of pushing to rise post-earthquake. The squad will fill you all in on the particulars when you get there. Roger. As Seika traps away on her terminal, details of the mission start showing up on yours. Going through the list of personnel, you notice that Lee is still missing. Any questions about the mission? Seika looks up to you from everything that's waiting for her to deal with. She appears somewhat tired, but still makes an effort to handle the situation as patiently as carefully as she can. No, I think I'm fine. You don't think you'd end up anywhere different than you did before bringing up Lee again now. We'll quickly get ourselves ready and be on our way in no time. Safe trip and best of luck. Good luck, Salika. Conrad, we are here. Coming to our senses as Lee speaks to you, you realize that the aircraft is now parked squarely on the ground. Checking the map and seeing that the number of corrupted and attacked creatures around you is within a safe limit, you give Lucia the green light to open the aircraft door. Setting foot on the ground, you feel lightheaded for a split second as a non-existent tiny crack stems out of the asphalt you stepping on and shakes you to the core with a tremble from the depths of the earth itself. It felt like a heartbeat, one that came and went so fast that it almost seemed like an illusion. Commandant, seeing you stop in your tracks, Lee walks up to you and casts you a worried glance. You let her know that you're fine as you shake your head and straighten yourself up. There was neurological stimulation just now, and you guess it was probably a side effect from the aircraft speeding up with reverse thrust. You didn't see it coming when it hit you just now, but you aren't going to let it happen again. Let's get started. We can travel by transportation craft going forward. I reached out to a nearby team and they'll be here in 15 minutes with a smaller vehicle. Need to walk to Render's point first though. Roger that. Okay. All this. Did the earthquakes cause this? Lucy hasn't let her guard down for a single second along the way, while Liv has been analyzing the fissures and concentration levels and pushing on the way, with a recorder and marking them all down on the holographic map. Since the Battle of the Copperfield Aquarium came to an end, the perceived threat from the hetero creatures had been waning, with the red tide ebbing. Be it hetero creatures or polishing polymers, they stopped showing up in the truckload like they used to, and the crimson splotches on the satellite map displayed as though they never existed in the first place. The Parliament was relieved knowing that the full-fledged clashing using all its Omega weapons was temporarily avoided. At the same time, the lunar base's reconstruction has been faster than ever, and the research of specialized trains has been making headways thanks to the new information. And with everything looking so positive for the time being, humans have even been spared a moment to breathe. Every single victory has made its way to the people in no time, rekindling their hope. Is it this peacefulness of a sign of hope, or just a temporary calm before the storm? It's the second, because there needs to be a story. You, however, have never been able to shake off the uneasy feeling in your mind. You are no stranger to what's been happening, and the earthquakes have done nothing but unsettle you even more. Flustered, you promise yourself that you will let go of nothing you come across here, and that you will prepare yourself for anything that might happen, so your team won't have to face it alone again. Commandant, are you feeling okay? Slowing down, Lucia casts you a worried look. It hits you now that your face is heavy with a frown. I'm fine. Take it easy, this is just a recon mission, you tell yourself, as it occurs to you that this is the second time your team is checking on you since the mission began. I see you're almost fully recovered, Conan, but it never hurts to be careful. And you too, Liv, just take it easy. But honestly... I'm not gonna pick the second one, but I'm gonna pick the first one. I'm actually tougher than I might seem. No doubt about that, Conan, but I just want you to know that I'll keep an eye on you. Kai out for you anyway. Thanks. Ha, yeah, right. Says Lucia with a frown on her face, which is something you know she normally wouldn't do. Close enough? That didn't sound like something he would say. Liv nods in agreement, but her expression soon breaks into a complex smile. That's Lee for you. He might come across as sounding like a bitter person who doesn't care, but all we know for a fact that he is the exact opposite of that. And he always put everything on his own shoulders. I know, right? Lee doesn't really talk about what he likes and doesn't like, not even now. Liv and Lucia have read you like an open book. Never outspoken, Lee has been supporting Greyburn in his own way. He is absent from a lot of missions the team has been set on these days because of all the adaptation tests he needs to go to, but he never missed a beat when it comes to routine work. Before the team heads out for a battle, you can always count on Lee to send you a detailed analysis of the location and the enemy to be fought. Also, Lee never fails to fine-tune the exoskeletons and the weapons at the base with material scars so they are battle ready. You know that you can basically count on him to get everything done. God only knows when he will be out on a mission together again. True, I mean they spill no beans about their research on the new specialized frame, and I'm sure Covenant doesn't know much more than we do. Well, actually, you stop cold when your terminal starts ringing with a connection request. It's from a squad of engineering force stationed around the conservation areas. Yep. Try switching to a different channel. There we go. Hey, can you hear me? A few buzzing noises later, you hear a cheerful voice coming from your terminal. This is great, Raven. You're at the rendezvous point already. Oh wow, Super Force here. We just confirmed your location and we'll be there in no time. Roger that, we'll be waiting here. 10 minutes later, a small vehicle with the Vergomans logo sharp as it will be being widely around all the collapsed buildings and falls with astounding dexterity. You seem to recognize the wideness with which the vehicle is being operated. The vehicle speeds down this way as you guess the identity of the driver. Yo! Jesus. Swerving the vehicle to a stop with the same astounding dexterity and parking it squarely by the roadside, the driver pops her head out of the window. Yeah, it is Bridget, yeah. Been a while, Commandant, yeah, been a while. When was the last time we met? Fake Ascension, I believe. Totally saw you coming, Bridget, yeah. Open already, we go through the particles as we go. Contrary of how she drove coming down, Bridget now drives the vehicle steadily toward the conservation areas. Also sitting in the vehicle is a conscript from the engineering force. As Bridget drives, the conscript goes over the particles of the mission with her. Commandant, yep. Lucia and Livy have all the three of you confirmed. We collected this data on our way here. Received with thanks. Sitting next to you, Liv and Lucia sends the construct their data. These are going to come in handy, thank you so much. Thanks, we knew we could always count on you, Greyraven. How's everything looking? Not so good. We didn't end up with any casualties from the earthquakes because we got everyone evacuated in time, but a big part of the conservation area's basic infrastructure came down because of the earthquakes. We are now trying to bring power back with the backup power system. Some of the communication towers got ruined too. Engineering force is working at top speed trying to bring them back up, as we should see the connection in this zone up and running tomorrow. We don't know if there will be aftershocks, so the only thing we can say about the earthquakes at this point is that they hit at random times. Interesting. You guys are godsend, Greyran, because we are short-handed as of now. That's what Seika said too. Isn't there another task force squad around? A commandant came down this morning with some concern. I'm guessing they put the squad together ad hoc. They are on a mission now around the conservation areas. Think there are way worse, and they even picked up traces of corrupted. We'd have expected to send more hands down, but things aren't looking exactly peaceful with the task force these days either, no? What? Defectors. Having been quiet this whole time, the construct of the engineering force suddenly breaks her silence and chimes in. As you glance at the rear view mirror, you can feel her vigilant gaze fixed upon you. Bridget takes off her sunglasses and lets out a sigh. The Parliament has been trying to keep everyone in the dark, but the whole thing is an open secret now. We are suddenly seeing a bunch of defecting constructs these days, and a lot of the squads with defecting constructs got put on hold for missions and put under investigation at Babiona. Interesting. Seika's heavy face from back then makes sense now. And Teasel too, I see. Look over at Liv, whose face is just as heavy now. They aren't allowed to come down to Earth for missions until the higher-ups get the bottom of the situation. A lot of the squads that get sent down these days are scraped together and people are finding it difficult to work with one another. Of all dimes too, huh? The task force has all its intel shared among its members and possesses the most lethal of weapons, making it vulnerable to even the least bit of mistrust and suspicion among its members. Rumor has it that a defecting construct showed up at the base on Earth with an ascendant and killed everyone there. My friend is still in the lockup because of that one certain construct. Vijay pats on the construct on the shoulder. There is nothing wrong with getting yourself ready for what's coming your way, but there are things that aren't simply above our pay grade. So I'm only seeing 3 of you here. What happened to this other guy called Lee? He's on a different mission. I see. Been a while since I last saw him. You last fought alongside Lee at the beach in the battle where everyone's life was at stake. After the battle, you never really had a chance to talk to Lee, except one. What was that one? Ah, I see. Coming back to Babylonia from a surface mission one day, you saw Lee in the lounge. He was sitting in front of a desk. His always worn jacket was placed neatly aside, revealing the parts of his frame without bioskin. Lee was fixing his right arm, whose mechanical structure was exposed. With a tool in his hand, he was making meticulous adjustments to the mechanical parts in his arm. All the while, however, Lee was doing so with a face so straight that one wouldn't have blamed him for thinking that he was just picking apart some machine. Are you just going to keep standing there? Lee snapped at you all the while carrying on with what he had been doing. You decide to continue the conversation. Is it because your mind to deviate? I'm just fixing my frame. Well, this would be the human equivalent of treating an open wound. I do it on a regular basis and never experienced a mind deviation. But you can't just ask them to do it for you at the maintenance department. I'm just more comfortable here. And I don't want people do for me what I can just do for myself. You don't remember seeing Lee pays many visits to the maintenance department at the start of life, but it doesn't mean he never gets hurt. He has always been seen alone, and people who don't know him might find him aloof. But people who do know him know that he is just used to putting the burden on his own shoulders. Lee carried on with his work without looking up, filling the room with clinks and clanks of metal parts. Am I bothering you? Not really. This is your lounge. Lee seemed lost for words with a frown. Just ask whatever questions you have. How is everything coming along with the adaptation test? I believe I sent you a report every time there was a test. After the Battle of Copperfield Aquarium and with your insistence, Hasten agreed to the idea of sending you a progress report along with updates on the frame every time there was an adaptation test. Hasten, however, had refused to provide you updates on anything else, saying, "This frame does not require mind connection with your commandant at the moment." I said the reports didn't clear your doubts. I've seen them. But I'm curious about what didn't go into the reports. What exactly does sudden mind overload mean? Oh. Oh. Interesting. And something just feels a little off about you these days. As if he was hiding something. One question at a time. I really got one mouth to do all the talking. Now about the sudden mind overload. I don't know what's causing it, but it hasn't affected the frame or its battle performance. Everything about the new frame is within the normal standards. Yeah, do we wanna remember what happened with a certain Empiria frame or a certain Abystigma frame almost? And there is nothing to off about me. Well, if you don't ever bring it up to Lee, he just put all the load on himself and solve it all before people even know there were problems. And if you ask me what we've done for him, well, I can hardly think of anything. He always have everything planned out. I might be grey Musketon, but I often find myself relying on his judgment. I seem to always think that he's just going to finish everything I ask him to do, which he actually does, except it just never hits me that Lee might need help himself. He just never brings it up. And that is Lee for you. He always meets the problem head on. He's always quiet, yet you all know you can count on him. But I'm not so sure if I feel the same anymore. I'm never there when my team members suggest a new frame. I just don't want to. Oh, okay. So it's you pick both of these. I'm never there when my team members adjust themselves to the new frames, and I just don't want anything going with any of you anymore. I have every responsibility to keep all of you safe as your commandant. Totally saw that coming, but don't sweat it. I'll be fine. I can't just tell something is weighing you down on the inside. I'm worried about you, Lee, both as a friend and as your commandant. You remember having said this to Lee. I have no doubt you can handle everything, but it's never healthy when you always try to take the burden on your own. We'll never know what you need if you never say a thing. And there are things that can go unnoticed if you always choose to be quiet about them. Lee, however, looked away from you in what seemed like a temporary bewilderment. You waved your hand at him to get his attention. Lee? Right, of course. If there is anything I need your help with. Lee stopped in his tracks and looked up at you with a straight face. I'll let you know. Sadly, except you didn't know if he was just saying it to make you feel better. With that, everyone falls silent as the vehicle carries you through the locked facilities. Before long, you arrive at the conservation area. The damaged buildings have been temporarily reinforced. The members of engineering force are bustling about. When some of them pass by, they nod in greeting to Bridget as she reciprocates with nods. Our temporary base is right over here. Let me take you there first. Captain, right now the construction and engineering force rush is over. There you are. Here, you need to have a look at these data. Take it easy. What is it? Bridget takes a monitoring device from the construct and starts going through the data. The geometric storm peaked again just now, and it's the highest we've ever seen over the past few days. When was the last time we saw a peak? When the second aftershock hit. Right when the coaster finishes his sentence, a deafening rumble fills the air. And with it, the ground starts trembling. Ah. Okay. Damn. 24. How much is that? 8? Jesus. 8 battle stages, and we only started at 21.5. Huh. Okay. The fall was endless. Aside from the soul-crushing pain, this is what Lee remembers most vividly from being turned into a construct. To this day, Lee still remembers the day he was turned into a construct. He is now at Kurono's lab, which is unlike the trial area at the science castle. It was a dark, cold lab in the basement. People at the lab told him that he would be mankind's long-awaited theory if the experiment turned out successful. Lee however knew better than to take what they said seriously. The construct had developed behind the scenes at the cost of countless lives. Their plans and mankind's hope. Lee cared about none of these. All he ever really wanted was for people he cared about to live a safe life going on forward. Lee wasn't the first one to have participated in the project. From where he was, he could even see the poor souls before him immersed in the pods around his their bodies pale and motionless. Those bodies hooked up to innumerable wires were anything but human. They had been disassembled and reassembled only at the end to either be used or discarded, erasing every last bit of humanity dignity they might have had. A few lost causes strained to the floor with their vital fluid, trying to crawl their way out of the lab in their broken body. Lee was glad that he wasn't yet in the state when Murray last saw him as a human. Yep, that was in the interlude. He thought he was going to carry on fighting forever as a tool until someone came along and told him that he saw a construct as indispensable partners. Yep. Lee thought it was just another lie, but the person made a promise and lived up to the promise. Yep. Which is why Lee never wants his corner to see him when he goes through the test or be burdened with concerns about potential risks. While the rest of the Grey Raven is fighting on the ground, so too is Lee fighting a battle of his own. He's going to solve everything, and all that the rest of Grey Raven has to do is wait for him to go back and change man, so they can all go on missions again like they have so many times before. Seeing Murray grow up healthy had always been Lee's only hope, but he now has another, having joined Grey Raven. Lying down in the experiment pod, Lee picks up a cable and inserts it into the port in his neck like he has so many times. Let's skip virtual bridging this time and dive straight into the battle simulation with the new frame. Ascent points to the new frame which lies in the pod. Instead of the standard compatibility data, we'll be using your own data today. To see if what happened before is going to happen again. Sure, let's get started then. Starting mind transfer. Please enter iteration parameter for temporary utility for same stage. Commencing battle mode in frame. Initiation complete. Constructing battle environment. Construction of battle environment completed. Oh, hello! Ishmael.
シミュレーション完了。指揮官、我々が勝者です。
Okay. That's an interesting situation. Susan, how do you feel? Anything strange? Not at all, everything is good. The adaptation is better than I expected. Good, since the mind and frame are going well together. Let's start the first test then. Use the basic abilities of frame to defeat enemy. Okay. Ah. There we go. Okay. The might of this frame has been significantly improved based on your habits and requirements. It also contains excellent firepower. However, that will also increase your burden in combat. Facing a large number of enemies, you need to make use of all available weapons to finish them off. I give you a better signal was in the second test. Use your composite armors to deal in the western world. Yes.
僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。もう逃げ場、時の果てで滅びよ。
ナイス。
大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。
Oh, I cannot go into core yet. Okay.
僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。
Okay. Okay, I think I pretty much said this frame. The basic abilities are enough for you to handle regular gun, but on top of that, we still plan to add a special power to this frame. Plan to? Right, for now this feature is in theory. It is incredible instant computing power when this frame is running at maximum, but it can even transcend beyond time and dimensions. Let's just call it Hypermatrix for now. You can try using this feature in a simulation, but first, I'm ready. Yes, I know how it works.
あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。
Is this hypermetric explanation? Just like the Matrix, it will forecast all possible enemy actions. They must be near stationary in your eyes. But Hypermatrix is more than that. The attack data from the certain skills you use are will be stored in the core of your weapon. In this space, you can access and reuse this information by attacking enemies. Given its extremely high caloric consumption, the duration of Hypermatrix will likely be very limited. It can access using by attacking enemies. Okay. Great, now you can consume the skill data to generate new side points and unleash the all to the matrix ends. When Hypermatrix is closed, all the side points across all dimensions will be unleashed onto the enemy. Now try using the signature move to leave the Hypermatrix. Okay. And I'm going to load data of some formidable enemies. The system will no longer help you maintain Hypermatrix, you need to control it yourself. I see. Okay.
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。僕の視界からは逃れ、時の果てで滅びよ。
Ah. There's all drain. Let's call it a day before you put yourself in danger. Alright, I think we just need a few more tweaks before officially deploying the frame in combat. Why is this mission combat system still on? Yeah, exactly. I was like, where's the exit? Ishmael? Asimov, what's going on? Ishmael? System execute logout command. No response. Ishmael. Ah, Lee, no logout error. Danger. Okay. Overload Lee. Hey! Huh? It is Ishmael. I guess. What the hell? The few seconds it took for Lee to exit battle simulation mode seems like an eternity. Oh, red tide, okay. Or pushing wise. A blinding flash of light engulfs his vision. Within the depths of his eye, the twisting spiral tower emerges and closes repeatedly, while the surroundings blur and shift at a rapid pace through the passage of time. A blinding flash of light engulfs his vision. Within the depths of his sight, the twisting spiral tower emerges and closes repeatedly. Ah. The surrounding blur and shift at a rapid... Interesting. What in the world was... Swallowing in is meaningless for constructs, but Lee clenches his fist anyway as he tries to calm the nausea he's feeling from the mind overload. Where is he? The Sounds Council on Babylon, the deserted factory full of corrupted, or the Chrono Lab in the basement with all the broken constructs? A crimson fog clouds over his eyes as the views from the Lee's deep mind cross over into reality, blurring his perception of time. That's not good. What was that he saw in his mind? If that was an abnormal projection because of data anomaly, it seemed almost too realistic. Try as he may, Lee can seem to see through the crimson fog that coated his memory. Unable to describe what he saw, Lee is now feeling nothing but heart-wrenching sadness and bone-deep despair, which quickly fade away as his mind recovers. Lee, his hunch is that this is happening because his memory locked, except he's checked his memory data multiple times and never came across any signs of memory being tampered with, nor any sign of memory loss. He missed something he should have never had no trouble seeing, and it's not the first time this happened. Everything Lee just went through took place within a few seconds, and to everyone except Lee has already recovered. Coming back to his senses, Lee lies down on the pod and changes back to entropy. So the hypermatrix causes something. How long did my mind overload last just now? It lasted for 3 seconds, but my mind record reads 35 minutes. It seems like this only happens when you use the particular frame. With a solemn face, Asuna presses a finger on the corner of his forehead. We just got the issue with the invert device taken care of, and now we are looking at this whole other bunch of new issues here. Let's have a look at this. Let's have a look first at the parameters that went into the test this time. The science console remains limited and everyone carries on with what they have to do quietly. The inverse device specialized frames and the Omega weapons with this research project demanding everything and the brain— Jesus, I can't read that because of the whiteness. The invert device specialized frames and the Omega weapons. With this research project demanding everything and the brain juice of every last issue the science council has, mankind sees the brain children of its wisdom all put into use for one single cause. Every single booty won, despite at the cost of countless life, has been handed over to the researchers, rekindling hope in mankind. You have the results from the analysis now. How does everything look? The invert device worked just fine and the frame is 98% compatible, except there was obviously something wrong with his mind just right now. Right, it's the same as what happened before. We always end up with an overload when we try to collect beta data with him in that particular frame. And it only happens when he is in that frame. We compared what we have here with the test result from a virtual connection, and confirmed that this is what happens when the Omega weapon in the frame reaches maximum power when working. Huh. Interesting. The invert device on the other hand works just fine, and we see the percentage of infection go down at a critical point. Which is why the data of this frame seem completely normal, and I even go as far as calling the data impressive. And this frame is the only one out of all the specialized frames that's completely immune to the pushing virus, which is exactly what we hope to see. We found a way to balance Omega weapons to help us absorb and purify finishing. The data extracted from the heterominor shards can help Omega weapons better purify finishing. If we work on improving the inverse device, this frame's purification speed will be able to catch up to its absorption speed just fine. If we can normalize the technology of this frame, then I'm sure it's going to be a major game changer. Asimov's voice sounds on the verge of cracking when he says game changer. We don't know why my mind overloads, but it only does when I change into that new frame. I'm sure it has to do with the fact that this specialized frame and it has something that simulated data don't. Something like this happened before, but never to the extent we saw this time. Right, it was 0.5 seconds to begin with, and now we're seeing 3 seconds. Your mind fluctuated so much during this period of time that we couldn't even pick up the correct range within the machines. If we run tests to a different construct, their mind would have been destroyed and it would have been infected right away. We usually only see an overload when someone's mind is imprinted with an excessive amount of data in an extremely short period of time. But you're able to recover within 3 seconds with all your numbers back to normal, as if nothing has happened to you, and we haven't observed damage on your mind so far. Asimo is right, this only happens when you're using this new frame. But I don't remember anything that's imprinted on my mind, and I'm not seeing any extra data in there either. All that he remembers is a single message, one only he and Murray understand, and pieces of subconsciousness that would pop into his mind every now and then. Every so often Lee sees location coordinates key to his missions, or hears calls coming from the seashore that disappear before he knows it. Before he gets to the bottom of the message, Lee decides to stay quiet to keep Murray out of the trouble. There's got to be something I'm missing. A voice in Lee's subconsciousness, however, seemed to want him to stop probing. Huh? Trust me. Huh? We're going to apply this technology to all the new specialized frames somewhere down the road, and to that end we have to simulate as many possible scenarios as we can. Asim, have you seen traces of my memory data being modified or hidden? No, none so far at least. And my deep mind? Theoretically, your commandant is the only person who can access your mind, which can only mean two things. Either the infiltrator is going an impressive job covering tracks, or your mind just hasn't been tampered with at all. And if someone did access your mind, I can send a Graveyard commandant an access key for a deep mind connection with you. Although we have to change back into the new frame first so you can your mind can overload again. You need to keep in mind though that we don't know how your commandant's mind beacon is going to affect the overload, or if the overload is going to affect your commandant's mind beacon. But if your commandant gets access to your mind, we just might be able to dig up something from there. No, we can't do that. Calm up to this point, Lee voices his reaction against the idea. The overload might just last a few seconds, but there is no way the human brain can handle it. I'm not even completely familiar with the frame myself, and I can't expose my commandant to any risk before I have a better grasp of it. I just don't want to put anyone in harm's way ever again. What is this picture snapping? Asim lets out a sigh. Boy, here we go again. Commandant came to me a few times trying to find out how you've been doing. Are you just going to keep being quiet about it? I just don't see a point. I'm sure Commandant is going to barge into right in the science custody the moment the Commandant finds out everything I've been through. I know that for a fact because I know my own Commandant inside out. Keeping someone in the dark rarely ever a good thing to do though. Apologies for coming in without knocking on the door. I came right in because I didn't see it long out there. Right then, a gentle blond man appears by the door as he closes it ever so softly. It's Murray. Murray, Lee, good to see you here. Murray doesn't have a good view of Lee from where he is standing, but Lee clearly sees him hiding the documents in his hand behind his back upon noticing his presence, which however doesn't escape Lee's eyes. Let me guess, did Nicholas send you here with a message for me? Commander Nicholas sent me here with this document. He would like you to know that it is usable now because it's gone through all the process. Murray passes a dossier to Asimov. It's a clear It's a clear folder with the world government's logo, through which the logo of the Niter of Nona Ouroboros can be seen. Huh. That's good news, I'll take that. With a genuine exclamation, Asimov takes the dossier from Murray and starts going through it. So what's up with you recently? Not much, haven't really been on any better mission these days, so I've been doing what I'm supposed to as a liaison officer. That's great, just don't worry yourself, hey? And let me know if you ever need help. Of course, take good care of yourself too, Lee. The room is quiet save for the sound of Asimov turning the pages of the document. 5 minutes later, closing the document, Asimov looks at both Lee and Murray, both of whom are standing perfectly upright. Say, I've never been siblings talk to each other the same way as you do. Or is it how people usually talk to their families these days? Everything is okay with the document. I'll pass it too long when he's back. And we're finished with today's adaptation test. You are free to go. I'm just going to go and wrap everything up. As Asher starts to leave, he casts a meaningful look at Lee. Let's cut to the chase then, since you already know what's going on. You were the top candidate when it came to the Omega Specialized frame. But the pick leave, and it wasn't just because she submitted an application. Someone was holding you back from being picked. And that would be Murray, huh? He doesn't even need to accept you to know that it must have been Murray. I would never let Liv do that had I known better. They would have picked her sooner or later anyway, since it really makes no difference to us. And I guess Murray did what he did because he cares about you, no? I just never thought he would go this far. You don't seem to talk a lot about yourself to him, do you? Makes sense that he's been going around asking about you. Well, there isn't anything to talk about. I just want him to be safe. Playing the role of a mediator at the parliament, influencing people's decisions without their knowledge, and finishing his tasks without so much as a failure. None of this comes without a challenge. Having spent quite some time down at Corona's lab, Lee knows better than to mess with what he shouldn't, and if anyone ever does, they'll be gone in one foul swoop. Lee doesn't want to stop Murray from doing what he wants to, but neither does he want Murray to ever get hurt. I'll try to have a talk with him. I'll be on my way then. Wait, Murray, care if I join you for a walk? Sure. This is a long chapter, holy shit. Good thing I don't have anything planned for tonight. Silence. The concealed facts and emotions weave together, separating them and hiding it from the true meanings and thoughts lying under their words. There is a cutscene after this again. Leaving the Science Council, Lee and Murray walk side by side down the hall leading out of the building. This is when Lee would usually ask Murray about his work at HUN, except Lee doesn't say a thing after seeing what he did just now, giving Murray no choice but to tag along. Well, Murray tries to take a Lee's stop, but to no avail. Keeping his eye trained straight ahead, Lee carries on walking. Seeing Lee so quiet reminds Murray of what happened when he was still a kid, when he went out of town trying to buy medicine for some doctor. Milk dry and unable to go home, Murray was left crying alone in the rain until Lee found him. Muddy all over and soaked in rainwater, Lee with an umbrella in hand was out of breath when he found Murray. Lee, however, didn't blame him at all. Lee held Murray's hand tightly and the entire time on their way home. Lee walked on quietly, all the while keeping his eyes trained straight ahead. Seeing Lee all tense from below the chin, Murray knew he was angry. Walking next to Lee, however, it hits Murray that he is slightly taller now. Lee finally stops when they reach a quiet corner. Been a while since we last talked. Murray looks around and is surprised when he notices that this place is one of the few in the bridge area without monitors. Murray quickly goes through in his head everything he has done recently to see if there are any loose ends he forgot to tie up that gave him away. As he does so, he keeps his eye on Lee. Murray casts Lee an excited yet confused look. I know, right? It sure has been a while since we last talked. I mean, you've been busy with all the adaptation tests. Right, but I do have something I want to ask you about. Lee opens his hand to reveal a tiny chip. Wait, what is... You aren't going to tell me you don't know what this is, are you? That's exactly what Murray was about to do, except when he missed Lee in the eye, he knows there is no getting away with it. Well, it's just something I used to help me with... It's just something I used to help me survey mission bases. I mean, because I can't exactly fight on the surface like you and the other commandants. Where did you come across it, though? All messenger robots self-destruct post-mission, there is no exception, as long as Lee doesn't see what's inside the chip. Doesn't really matter where I found it, I recorded it and had a look at what's inside. Gotta say, the encryption was a real piece of artwork that could have deceived anyone, but me. Because, you know, I'm your brother. In the deafening silence that ensures Lee's heart sinks. As someone who knows Murray through and through, Lee knows that Murray is trying to hide something from him. Murray's silent admission, however, is proof that he cannot possibly have been on the one that sent him the weird sets of coordinates. Lee doesn't know who sent it to him and for what purpose, except these aren't what he's trying to find out at the moment. So, when do you start getting yourself involved in all these? Looking at Murray, Lee feels as though he doesn't know him anymore. With the same gentle smile on his face, Murray looks flustered as he looks down to avoid eye contact with Lee. Moments later, he raises his head again. Lee recognizes the look in those eyes, because he too once told Murray the same white lies. It was him himself that he saw in those same eyes back then. I got these from working with the machines, don't sweat it though, engineers get these all the time. He said to me, I might have to leave you for a short time, but don't worry, everything's gonna be okay. Yep, I'm fine, you know me inside out, right? That's just part of the mission, and we gave Commander Nicola all the data we gotten from the mission afterward. We did everything with his authorization, and you know what he is like. Does that include coming into contact with an Ascendant? I don't know what you're talking about, Lee. Says Murray ever so softly, his smile no longer gentle. Back at City 075, Lamia might have been able to copy the way you look, but there was no way she could have gotten her hands on your communication identification number when there was no connection. She could have chosen to be anyone, but I guess she decided to use your code to earn our trust here. And there can only mean one thing, you've been in contact with her up until that point. As expected, I still can surpass you after all these years, Lee. Murray's heart sinks as he thinks to himself, only you can manage to deduce the course this way, Lee. But I really don't know what you're talking about. Murray knows there is no point of lying anymore, but he refuses to give in. It's been a long time since Lee saw Murray so sad and so full of secrets. Murray would always look at Lee with expectation and comfort and admiration. Lee recalls last seeing Murray in tears when Lee himself was inside one of the glass pods down in Kurono's life, and both Lee and Murray believed they would never see each other again. Ever since coming to Babylon, Murray stopped being the adorable young brother he was. He stopped asking Lee all the far-fetched questions he used to ask him, and stopped inviting him to art exhibitions. I'm fine, don't worry. These are the kind of messages that Lee, whose plate has been full with endless battles, would send Murray in response to his messages. The concealed facts and the emotions weave together, separating them and hiding them from the true meanings and thoughts lying under their words. I trust you, Murray, and I will take your side no matter what. I just want you to be honest with me. We'll never know what you need if you never say a thing. And there are things that go unnoticed if you always choose to be quiet about them. Why are you keeping me and your commandant in the dark about your friend's culpability then? This question catches Lee off guard. Well, that's because you never thought we'd be able of any help to you, right? You know full well I never saw you that way. Why do you always choose to go it alone then? And I thought we were family. If you told me a little more about yourself, I would never have... Murray stops in his tracks halfway through the sentence with a gasp. Murray! Rushing up to hold Murray so he doesn't fall, Lee sees how pale his face has become. What's going on? Why is it happening again all of a sudden? Without saying anything, Murray shakes his head with a frown as he presses a hand against his temple, apparently going through an excruciating headache. Wait, is your mind beacon contaminated? Lee, I'm okay. Come on, Murray, you're anything but okay. Murray smiles comfortingly at Lee. Having recovered from the episode, he takes a few deep breaths before standing up against the wall. Phew, that came and went fast. I'm feeling okay now. Come on, I'm a full-fledged commandant that has passed the remote connection test. Oh, but I suppose your commandant is probably more full-fledged than I am. Murray has the same gentle smile on his face again, as though nothing had happened just now. Lee was about to say something, then realizes that nothing he has to say is going to change anything. We need all construction standby to assemble at once at prep zone. We need all construction standby to assemble at once prep zone. We detected unknown interference and abnormal radiation. We are asking all citizens to follow vacation instructions. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. As through trying to shatter the signs between Lee and Murray, the terminal started beeping as always, though the apocalypse were coming. High concentration punishing detected on the surface. Prepare to engage at once. Unknown radiation is suspected to be a new method of attack. Wait, does it have to do with the mind beacon contamination just now? And they want all construction to head to the landing pad to get ready for engagement on the ground. That's a weird instruction. Cerberus got an engagement notice too. I need to go and get ready for remote connection. Just be careful. Hard pressed to part ways with Murray now, Lee squeezes out these words. I know, I won't be going on the surface because I will be using remote connection. I'll be okay. Each with their own orders to obey, Lee and Murray have no choice but to stomach their feelings of the moment as they part ways. I'll come and find you when this is over. Sure. I'll be waiting. Birmingham Parliament Hall 20 minutes ago. With the executive meeting coming to a close, the air in the hall is somber with flustered concernment. Going back to what we were talking about just now, Babylon is on the verge of reaching full capacity with all the refugees it has taken in since the Battle of Puglia Forest Park. And just so we are clear, they are not mere numbers on the reports, they are human beings and they need to consume resources to stay alive. We are burning through our resources faster than ever and we do not know how much longer it is going to take for our production lines to be filled. For God's sake, we haven't even replenished the resources we spent on the previous battles. If this goes on, we have no choice but to cut back on the amount of resources we assign to the residential area. But this standard of the production you're asking us to meet is mission impossible. Another thing to keep in mind is that the resources on the colony ship won't last forever, although the possibility of additional personnel was indeed taken into account when the resources were prepared. And that's what we are looking at on top of all the conversation areas. Yeah, this time it says conversation instead conservation. So at this time I didn't misread. So far I only found two, translation errors. All the conservation areas on Earth that can fend for themselves and need our resources. We need to pick up the pace with rebuilding the conservation. Yeah, there you go, this is correct this time. Areas on Earth and slowly help them get their production level back to what it was. Speaking of conservation areas, the reports show that there have been quite a few earthquakes these days. Why is there no warning? And we haven't seen a single report so far detailing the damage from earthquakes. Babylon has lost contact with the majority of the surveying stations on the surface since the Great Evacuation. No one is manning those places now, and most of the areas that got hit by the earthquake are yet to be reclaimed. The only data we managed to get our hands are on the spatial electromagnetic anomaly that a few satellites picked up, and we just can't tell the exact location and that of every epicenter with that. Most of the conservation areas that got hit wouldn't have been able to react in time anyways, even if we had been able to send out warnings, because most of the earthquakes happened that night there. We managed to get in touch with most conservation areas now, and recovery efforts are already underway with the engineering force in charge. Command Central has sent the majority task force and support force down there for recon. We should be receiving a report in no time. Now, the next subject on the list is the new construct restriction bill submitted in conjunction by a number of councilmen. The bill seems to implement stricter monitoring on construct through such means as making mine accessible for scrutiny and monitoring the conversations for instance. We did the live blue projector screen in the center of the hall shows a new document that lists out the restriction to be imposed on constructs. Any thought we'd like to share regarding this bill? Are we trying to limit their contact with the enemies when they're the ones out there fighting the war? I find that contradicting. We need to bear in mind that we've seen a large number of defecting constructs over the last 2 months alone, most of whom are still missing. The whole business with the Ascendant recruitment is an open secret now among our construct soldiers. We came forth with the bill based on sufficient evidence that points at the possibility of there being secret agents among our soldiers sent by Ascendants. We very well might have been able to minimize the damage we suffered had we started looking into the situation earlier. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, Commander. People have grown weary from years of war, and we've been through only too many disheartening battles recently. It's only natural that our soldiers are going through a period of low morale now, and that's something that can happen whenever there is war. Still, most of our soldiers are fighting the war with hope and determination. Are we really going to hit them with a bill that shows our lack of trust in them when what we should be doing is supporting them? President Hasten, I know you have always been an advocate of human rights for construct, but I'm not sure if it would be a good idea to stand by the defecting constructs. Are you going to wait for them to attack Babylon and take all the classified information we have here to back to ascendants? Ugh. In the heat of the moment, this particular constable stands up from his seat as he slams the table. Distorted by the slap, his microphone sends out an amplified buzzing noise that threatens to split the ear in the spacious hall. What are you doing? This is the Virgo Man's power. Sit back down already. The constable who tries to stop him however falls to the ground with a punch. Are you out of your mind? The traitor. Amidst the chaos that unfolds in the hall, the quiet mumble goes unnoticed. Silence! Right when Nick was about to call the security in and a disconcert... Bleh! Jesus! Right when Nicola was about to call the security in, a disconcerting emergency call forces its way through the channel into the parliament. Apologies, this is an emergency announcement. Please kindly terminate the meeting at once. Find a place to hide. What's going on? Just tell us what's going on already. Commander Tango, you're still out. Seconds to be running as she tries to speak. She tries to remain calm, yet she is trembling. Her tone betrays her. From her side, screams and the sounds of buildings crumbling down can be heard. Seika, what's going on? About ago, we detected a strong reaction of the punishing virus on the ground. Volume has been hit with a strong wave of electromagnetic radiation. It's caused a lot of to go mad. Now, we don't know what's causing all of these. It's extremely chaotic now. Please stay away from the mess. People that have lost their mind are highly aggressive. Please stay away from carrying weapons. Seika's warning calls grind to a halt with overwhelming buzzing noises. Wait, are these people? Traitor. They gone mad. Wait, where is the security guard? You bunch of traitors. Uh-oh. From the corner in which he was just mumbling, the security guard roars as he aims his gun assembly of the officers. Trained squarely at Hasten's chest, jet black gun spits out a bullet before anyone can react, leaving the entire hall in shock. Huh. Spiral Tower. Unlike the other tower, it does not even bother to put up a camouflage, only blatantly revealing its danger and hostility to all humans on the surface in its place. Nice! The alarm begins blaring at the same time as the ground roars in rage, plunging the entire conservation area into chaos and screams. In the distance, a dilapidated building trotters on the brink of collapse, its steel framework squeaking as it sways violently. As far as anyone can see, everything is shaking. Unable to stand firmly on their wits' end, people hold on to whatever objects they can find and keep their bodies low to wait the quakes out. No textbook or video can ever come close to describing the horror they are going through at this very moment. They see with their very eyes how powerless they are, and every shake chips away at their will. Everything they once thought was indestructible crumbles into pieces with jaw-dropping ease. They try to escape out of instinct, only to find themselves completely at the mercy of Mother Nature. In the face of Mother Nature, mankind is no better than a bunch of inconsequential small fry. And yet, stop what you're doing at once and educate like you've been drilled to, and don't push! Take over and where you are if you are take over where you are if you are in the medical zone. Pay attention to the injured. We reinforce the shelters there, and you all can count on it to sustain even the most violent shakes. Everything going to be okay, and we aren't going to let another person get hurt. There isn't a single idle soldier in sight, and each and every single one of them is doing what they should to have, which means that Graven can't let anything stand in its way either. After a moment of hesitation, Graven jumps into action. Helping Bridget drive her longsword deep into the ground to steady her, Lucia nods and her eyes calm and reassuring as always. And you, I'm pretty sure at you. Liv on the other hand fires at a concrete pillar teetering on the verge of crumbling with a Livy gun, blowing it into pieces that pound the ground where no one stands. Activate exoskeleton. After pulling some residents away from the trial ground and out of harm's way, you turn around at the top of your lungs, shout out your question at the construct that was holding the monitoring just now. Do you have the numbers on the earthquake? Nothing except the epicenter is 10 to 15 kilometers away from here. We will have to go to command center to find out the rest. Leaf, how's the collection looking? All channels are temporarily down. I wonder what things are like around our epicenter now. We need to get in touch with the people there and Bobby as soon as we can. We are counting on your support, Bridget. On it. Where's the emergency command center? It's right there, 3 o'clock from the signal tower. After pointing to a certain direction in the conversation areas, Bridget tosses a set of keycards over this way. There are people on duty around the clock, but in case you don't see anyone there, an underground garage is right outside the command center safety tunnel. The wind and the chaos that now dominates the conservation area flood your ears the entire time you sprint toward the command center. With the most violent of trembles behind the conservation area is now deep in screams and cries, as well as people assisting those calling for help. Right then, out of the corner of your eye, you see a pair of trembling hands with a thumbs up that dangles off a stretcher being carried away by a few constructs. Aren't you a tough one, huh? Yes, come what may, because together we are strong. Oh, this is Haikma. As soon as you open the door to the command center, you are met with an unbelievable mess. Sitting right in the center of the giant central system with a straight face are two constructs, their hands flying over the control panel so fast that your eyes can't even catch up. One of the constructs are seen to be obviously crushed out of shape, except she seems completely unaware of it. The space-time distribution and characteristic and the arithmetic parameters. What in the world is going on? None of this is making any sense. Emergency communication is at 98% activated, 99%, there we go. Damn it, we aren't having anything back from conversation area 27. Thanks for agreeing this here to help. Oh, thank god. The liaison officer almost just out of first seat. Are we looking at the episode? Yes, it's right around the conversation area 27, which is 20 kilometers away from the here. The seismic depth is highly unusual though. Is it really just a normal earthquake? What do you mean? The epicenter is 200 or 2000 meters underground, if our device got the measurement right. Which makes no sense at all, because if that's where the epicenter is, then we should be seeing catastrophic damage here just 17 kilometers away from the epicenter. And conservation area 27 can only be having it worse, because they have a bigger population than we do with their high power CPFs. Come down and send us a copy of data first. It's likely that they lost all means of communication there. We're going to head down there now. Wait, use the car down in the underground garage. The car comes with a mobile emergency command device that contains all our data. You'll be able to connect the nodes with it. We have a dozen nodes set up already. We keep trying and see if we can get in touch with the other zones. Good luck. Exchanging a look with Lucy and Lee, you scurry toward the safety exit. The constructs on the other hand stay where they are. Please fasten your seatbelt, Commandant. The road is about to get bumpy. The entire time the military vehicle speeds down the quake-stricken highway. Lee busies herself with touches in the radio in the car. Half an hour later, you finally hear a voice emerge from the white noise that's been filling the air. This is the Bzz Commandant speaking. This is an SOS message to all squads from Babylonia. I repeat, this is the Bzz Commandant speaking. This is an SOS message to all Bzz from Babylonia. A group of hetero creatures attacked, and unknown electromagnetic radiation abnormal. Come on, that was an SOS message just now. Can you locate them? Just confirm the sender to be Opodide under task force. Their last mission report was made 3 hours and 25 minutes ago, stating that they were on a joint mission with an engineering force around conservation area 27. That's probably the squad Bridget was talking about. Let them know that we got their message. Only SOS message is received, Grey Run. We are on our way. The closer the car approaches the location shown, the stronger the reaction of the Pershing you pick up. You can't be sure if there will be aftershocks, but you decide to go with the most safe looking route that goes around the city in case you ever need to engage any enemies and when an aftershock hits. The weather seems worse than it was just now. The heavy clouds descending upon the horizon quickly robs you of your visibility and turn the grey buildings in the distance into a twisted mountain range. That's not good. Over the never-changing line of grey, however, a red flash quickly shows its best. When you turn your head around for a better look for what it was, however, you see nothing. We are in the close vicinity? Jesus. English. Where the SOS message was sent out, Commandant. Look for their signal. Found them. We're picking up reactions of them and hetero creatures 923 meters away at 2 o'clock. Get ready for engagement. Okay. Coming from the left. Oh, I thought I'm gonna fight. Target has been directed to the selected location, Commandant. Get out of there. Laser barrier set up on the right. Leave now. On it. Firing from across you, the mounted laser cannon accurately blows off a corner of the building you just marked. That, the coup de grace, the already teetering walls crumble to the ground with an ear-splitting bang, whose falling concrete blocks block the hetero creature's way out. Then, like a meal fillet that rots in the timeless, the floor of the buildings go down in a chain reaction, instantly burying away the hetero creatures that try to make their way up and crushing them into a crimson pool of syrup in the remaining of the buildings. In the rolling smoke, a few hetero creatures make their way out of the debris, and among them is a deranged hetero sapien that dashes straight at you. With broken arm, you can see sandwiched between broken concrete blocks. Commandant, shoot. Right when you pull the trigger, you hear a loud bang from behind you, and before you know it, something swishes past you with searing heat and heads straight forward for the hetero creatures. Oh, hello, Lee. Right away, you roll over and brace yourself for what's going next. A wave of ice-searing heat and blinding light later, what were still hetero creatures and the remains of the building until moments ago now a pile of overcooked backstones. The world is quiet again as your terminal base to inform you that all enemies have been neutralized. Grunt, are you alright? Okay, but wait. Oh no, it's her! Oh. Turning around, you see a girl in her commandant uniform close to the ground, the rocket launcher over her shoulder still spitting out smoke. Blood oozes through her fingers that wrap tightly around her arm. You need a doctor here. Right, I'm on it. Some simple patching should do. Please stay still and let me inject this serum for you. Thank you. Wait, I mean, oh my god, I'm terribly sorry. Her arm still getting patched up by leaves, sick apologies at the top of her lungs as she looks out of the corner of her eye at the pile of burning metal a few meters away. That was the vehicle you were still riding 10 minutes ago. Okay, fine. I'm pretty sure Bridget is going to strangle me alive. The chute that took down the building took a turn and landed squarely on the car, which you never saw coming, but you are just glad that no one got hurt. Forget about it, how are you feeling? I'm feeling okay, see, I can still move. Was it you that sent out the SOS messages? Yes. Straightening to herself and looking your way, Sika looks frustrated. It seems like she hasn't recovered from everything that happened just now. We're safe now. And I know we should have introduced ourselves there, but we are the Grey Raven and I'm Commandant. Yes, I know you are. I mean, everyone from my classmate. No, everyone who's been to FS knows who you are. Says Sika, looking more flustered now. Oh, silly me, I'm Sika LeBron. I came fresh out of FS and I currently serve as the OPDDA Commandant. It's truly a pleasure to meet you. With the introduction, Sika pays you a proper ceremonial salute, which you replicate with a salute. Fresh out of FS and already serving now, that's rare. LeBron, I must have heard this somewhere before. Seeing Sika's glittering eyes bring you back to all the moments you looked into, the shining bright eyes down in the audience when you deliver the graduation speeches. It's a little bit, but congratulations on graduating. Thank you. I thought you'd be the one getting my SOS message, Commandant. Clenching her fist, Sika sounds upset. We are both Commandants here, so feel free to just call by my name. Right, of course, Commandant. It doesn't seem like she heard you. How she addresses you, however, is hardly what you want to discuss now. Where is the rest of your squad? It's just me. The rest of my squad is on a different mission and I lost contact with them. She quickly goes over what's happened. She was sent here on mission to help engineering forces install new communication devices, but stumbled across a group of corrupted and hetero creatures on her way. In the best interest of the engineers and the communication devices they came to install, she decided to stay behind to fight the enemies while the rest of her team escorted the engineers to safety in the nearby conservation area 27. And everything went as planned until the earthquake suddenly hit and severed all means of communication. The last message she got from her team before the earthquake, they wrote that they had detected an aromatic radiation of an unknown origin. I sent out SOS message multiple times while moving toward conservation area 37, but never heard from anyone. And I only have myself to blame for failing to come up with a more well-thought-out plan. No one starts out experienced. We can go over what you should have done better after the mission. But now we need to think about what to do when X5 we are still here. Right, of course. Going through OPDDA's last message in your head again, you can't help but think that the electromagnetic radiation is a new form of attack that the corrupted and hetero creatures came up with, and if that's true, then you need to get to where they are as soon as possible. Abruptly, an incoming call joins the communication terminal to life. It's a liaison officer whom you met not long ago, her face looking grim. We have an emergency. A message just received from soldiers near Conservation Area 27. Is the communication issue resolved? It's being addressed. The squad with communication expertise and their commandant headed to the site shortly after the support requested was sent. From the on-site report we just received, the situation is far more dire than we could have ever imagined. Have a look at yourselves. The attachment sent by the officer only contains a video of a string of coordinates. What is this? Is it the tower? Yes. Have you not known that the video was captured on site, you'd been overrun by display upon seeing the projected image. It illuminates a spiral tower stretching toward to the heavens. With its crimson exterior and the ominous number displayed on the screen, the severity of the pushing wise concentration becomes apparent. Not even the most extensive protection would grant a human survival inside for more than a single minute. However, its appearance is even more dread-inducing. No word can convey its unearthly presence that surpasses any structure rooted in the ground. Its sturdy foundation pierces through the storm while the sharp summit thrusts into the clouds. At the sight of it, one cannot help but wonder if the Tower of Babel, a testament to human ambition seeking to ascend into the realm of gods, were to materialize, would it bear an uncanny resemblance to this otherworldly creation? Yes. Yet its very existence evokes not awe and admiration, but a sense of impending menace within humans. It's said that the ancestral primates took millions of years to evolve into distinct lineage of humans and modern apes. In stark contrast, the development of the punishing virus from chaos to emergence of heterosapiens transferred almost a blink of an eye by comparison. Subsequently, the humanoid creatures birthed by the hetero-hive mother unleashed havoc upon humanity a mere 2 hours after their genesis, leaving a wound that remains unhealed to this day. You are inevitably reminded of the central purification predator standing in a Puglia forest park, followed by the entangled mass of hetero plants. Unlike that one, this spiral tower before your eyes does not even bother to put up a camouflage, only blatantly revealing its danger and hostility to all humans upon the surface and in space. Emerging from Eden and the Tree of Life, they have meticulously observed and emulated every facet that defines humanity. Which path will they embark upon next? What evolution awaits ahead? No one dares to venture a prediction, yet the answer unfolds before the eyes of all. Their pursuit now gravitates toward the stage of civilization. Interesting. A profound silence engulfs everyone, leaving all utterly speechless, yet you see the same conclusion etched upon each face. Are you still with me? How's the situation in the conservation area? The area hasn't witnessed any hetero creature attacks so far. However, constantly the event in the Puglia Forest Park, it's imperative that we evacuate all residents before the situation spirals out of control. Has the tower shown any abnormal signs? Like any new type of hetero creature or reaction from hetero-hive mother? There is no way to know. We can't possibly approach the tower with the pushing concentrations it is. Without complete immunity, attempting to enter would be no indifferent than an act of suicide. Such a high pushing virus concentration is weird enough to raise any form of alarm, but we didn't notice any indications of it in the way here. And the sharing of satellite images from Boya stopped 40 minutes ago. 40 minutes ago, right around when the last wave of earthquakes began. Which means the tower had already risen by then. How come we didn't see it at all? Suddenly a recollection flashes in your mind, that of a twisted structure silhouette you glimpsed in the distance while traveling. At the time you dismissed it as a mere hallucination caused by the persistence of vision. This tower may be able to employ some form of disguise. Maybe it's only visible from a certain distance. I still can't reach my squad. Sika clenches the terminal in her hand. I must get to them immediately. How are the other squads in the system? We are not able to look at them precisely yet due to automatic interference. All we know is that Woodcock and Mountain Owl have already arrived. The other squads that were on missions in the Mist are en route to provide support. Got it. Thank Raven. Wait, I want to go to a place that can come with you. Although opponent is a newly formed squad, I see each member as my important teammate. We lost contact for a while and I'm really worried about them. Sorry, I know these words may sound immature coming from a covenant like me, but And please don't worry about my injury, I assure you won't slow down. It's fine. If I refer my squad in danger, I do everything in my power to reach them too. Understand, she immediately discerns your intent. Destination conversation to the coordinates confirmed. And the opposite covenant are ready to go. En route to provide support. Okay. Jesus, how long is this? Okay, gunshot of catastrophe. The final Eden of mankind turns into a dangerous cage within an instant. And there is another cutscene after this. The bullet aims precisely Hessel's heart, leaving him no time to write. He can do nothing but watch as the enraged guard pulls the trigger, unleashing a furious yell. Bang! The deafening roar of the gunshot reverberates within the expansive Parliament Hall. It echoes, gradually dissipating into a profound silence. Unexpectedly, the bullet intended for Hessen's heart finds its mark in the chest of another person instead. When the constable rushes in front of Hasten amidst the chaos, selflessly shielding him from harm. Mr. List? Wait, List? That's surprising. The bullet strikes List's chest with force, yet it fails to bring him down. Nonetheless, he takes him a few lazy steps to regain his balance. You traitor, go to hell! As the guard tries to pull the trigger once more, List's fist proves faster than his finger, dealing a powerful blow to the guard's jaw. Yeah, that's Kurudo for ya. In a split second, the man is sent sprawling to the ground as List seizes the fallen god. Only after ensuring the guard's complete incapacitation does List retreat to Hasten's side. Thanks, but how did you? It is only at this moment that Hasten's eye catch sight of a bulletproof vest concealed beneath List's suit, revealed by the bullet hole. He realizes that the vest is the true savior that protected both him and List. Beside the two, Nicola nimbly deflects a consequence attack by throwing a kick and comes to join them. So it seems someone actually showed up to a meeting wearing a bulletproof vest. Talk about having zero faith in the Parliament security. No offense, I'm just a bad habit. It's just a bad habit of mine. I can't stand to see any accidents that deviate from my plans. Lee swiftly moves the magazine from the pistol to check the remaining bullets before reloading it. With a sense of urgency, he fires several warning shots, dissuading the approaching people from getting any closer. Even the Parliament guards are. Are the guards cooperating with these rioting constantly? No, this seems too unlikely. As the cell erupted, Nicola's initial suspicion fell upon Kurono. However, Lee's reaction and subsequent actions have strongly suggested that Kurono is likely innocent. At the very least, it can be confirmed that such a large-scale attack was not decided by Kurono as a whole. There is another possibility to consider. I'm assuring you both have heard Seiko's report. The strange electromagnetic radiation apparently is affecting people's mind. This discerns the presence of numerous individuals engaging in frenzied attacks or muttering amidst cries. They recognizes them as members of Kurono, something undoubtedly amiss. If that's true, then there won't be a single safe place left in Babylonia. This space station, once hailed as humanity's last cradle, has now transferred into a breeding ground of unadulterated terror. Within its confines, every human survivor has become one of the most menacing foes. Even we, who could potentially succumb to the same fate at any moment, can no longer be trusted. Lee narrows his eyes and shakes his head, attempting to suppress the maddening thoughts that persistently plague his mind. He recognizes all too well that surrendering into that madness would inevitably transform him into one of them. Regardless of whether the bullets or his sanity deplete first, the grim reality remains unchanged. This harrowing situation will inevitably lead them all to death. As they face off against Grant's consummate, the piercing wail of alarms resounding throughout the Parliament Hall, accompanied by the clamor, the emergency petition door leading to the hallway begins its descent. We are going to be struck here. Lace firmly aims his gun at the consumers who gather near the door. The grim reality sets in. Their only chance of survival lies in swiftly taking down any obstacle and making desperate run for freedom. We won't make it, it's already too late. Just as Hasten says there is no time for left for them, the partition door falls with the outstanding speed, isolating the Parliament Hall from the outside world in the blink of an eye. None of this feels no right. It appears that even the person in control of the partition doors is being influenced. Is this the end? List issues a stern warning it his final blood. With the last means of defense gone, they are now forced to watch helplessly as the throng of deranged individuals closes in around them. Hey, this way! With the tunnels behind the previously locked emergency passage door is forcefully kicked open, shutting tense atmosphere. In the doorway, emerges a figure, both familiar and unexpected. Collins, why are you here? Colin waits at Nicola with a wide grin as they're going, we are long lost friends happily reunited. Yep. Didn't see this coming, did you? I got banned by the Parliament thanks to someone so I decided to wait for you here. Hey Nikki, this isn't considered a violation, right? Nico notices another person in the emergency passage other than Collins. Vaz, are you the only one who survived? The man named Vaz responds with a nod. As the head of the General Staff Department operating on the HQ, he holds a position that technically makes him a direct subordinate of Nicola. Yes, I'm fine, for now. I bumped into this guy on my way here. He told me that the party must be in complete chaos, couldn't resist joining the party myself. Excuse me, no one is asking about you. Vaz, how's the situation outside? As soon as I received the message from the surface, I immediately instructed my team to issue an emergency call to the task force, but they failed soon afterwards. Given the General Vaz arrived alone, it becomes evident the situation within the headquarters must be equally chaotic. General Vaz, may I ask how you acquired that weapon? Lee's attention is drawn to the firearm in Vaz's possession, its antique design catching his eye. It appears to be a relic from bygone era, crafted before the Golden Age. Just a piece of my collection, never expected to have any practical value until now. The compound demeanor, Vaz strides toward the door and tosses a cylindrical object at the crowd. Is it that TNT? Upon landing a cylindrical object, unleashing a blinding flash that illuminates the entire space, accompanied by a powerful shock that swiftly renders the nearby individual unconscious. No, that's a flashbang! Oh! Okay. Don't worry, it's just a flashbang, exactly. They may be temporarily unconscious, but it's non-lethal. Vale gives Nicola a nod, acknowledging the importance of minimizing harm to innocent, even in the midst of such an emergency. Would have thought an antique like this can still come in handy. I bet this whole thing has seen more action than all of us. During the Golden Age, large-scale wars were scarcely witnessed, and the advent of the pushing virus further diminished the relevance of weapons specifically designed for combat against humans. More than me, that's for sure, considering I'm a lot younger than you, but I won't make the same assumption about you. Oh, is that so? I almost forgot my age. I suppose an old-timer like me could use a bit more exercise. Colin swiftly sees the lurking consummate in an attempt to grab Nicola from behind the door. With one hand, he bends the man's arm at an unnatural angle and uses his other hand to firmly grab the unconscious man by the cord, forcefully slinging him into the doorframe. He then takes a hold of the poor man's head and lets out the left upon observing the better state of his face. Hey, isn't the council control guy who investigated me? If I remember correctly, he's a friend of yours, Liz. My apologies, I might have hit him a bit harder than intended. This gaze remains cold as he stares at Cole. He's devoid of any emotion. Forget about it. To be honest, I'm not really that familiar with him. Stop wasting time here. Take this. As well as distributes the remaining 3 pistols among the group, List is surprised to find that classes are also prepared to fire on for him. With no way to predict when who will succumb to madness, someone needs to have means to stop him. Each member of this group possesses formidable control over Borina. They are accurately aware that even a single individual succumbing to madness could cause dire and untoward damage. Well, in that case, we are tailored for the situation considering our diverse perspective. If someone loses it, we can put him down without batting an eye. I see, fair enough. Liz carefully inspects the gun in his hand to ensure its functionality. He considers that it's still in working order, despite its utterly outdated model. So where are we heading next? Go play bridge or grab a drink? Let's make a stop at the communication center first. We need to send out the emergency broadcast as soon as possible. Though nodding in mutual understanding, no one in the group takes the first decisive step. Something is still left undecided. Here's the first question. Who should be the one taking the lead? Irrespective of who among them takes on the responsibility, it becomes evident that this person must confront the imminent danger ahead while staying mindful of the 4 guns behind that may point at his back anytime. In a fleeting moment, the remaining 4 exchange meaningful glances with one another. The youngest one. Is that even a question? The youngest one, of course. It's considering our common capabilities, it would be optimal for the young one to scout ahead and make the first contact with the enemies. I second that the youngest person should be assigned to the front line. Of course, it's List. A subtle twitch of List's mouth and his discernible frown reveals his inner thoughts. However, it only takes a fleeting moment before he raises his gun and makes his way toward the emergency passage. With the confines of the meeting room belonging to the science cafe, the light of holographic transmission is intermittently flashing. Based on the rough interfaces of the science cafe and the star light, the conclusion should be easily drawn. With a further Asio pores over the task force's report on the Hetero Tower, as well as Hippocrates' research document. However, no matter how many times he scrutinizes it, indeed, the present electromagnetic waves, or rather the energy beams emitted by the Hetero Tower, has significant ability to contaminate mind because leading humans into madness. However, the symptoms exhibited by the affected individuals are not identical. It has only been around tens of minutes since the onset, which is not sufficient time for us to fully decipher its approach. Same for us, even. Abruptly, a loud and heavy sound reverberates through the meeting room as the door is forcefully smashed. Ah, Mr. Asimov! Rosa, who has been silently staying in the corner the whole time, is startled by the noise and bursts out screaming. Be careful, the hetero creature that ran away is still hiding inside this room. Since he refuses to come out, we should authorize this new grain to blast the door open. Once we capture it, what if the explosion ends up killing the test subject? Let's break in, just force it open. Despite Rosa's desperate efforts to push her tiny body against the door, her attempt to prove is nearly futile. Rosa, I want you to hide inside the locker and remain completely silent. No matter what happens, do not come out under any circumstances. But what about you, Mr. Asimov? Before Rosa has any time to say more words, Asimov has already showed her into a locker. There are still things I must finish. Once Rosa is secure in the locker, he pushes down all the unavailable equipment positioned near the door. This impromptu makeshift barricade serves as their final line of defense, aiming to create a temporary delay against the impending assault. From what I have surmise might be a too generous word to use, more from my instinct as a scientist, the root cause of this issue lies within that colossal Hetero Tower. Apart from Komu, a transcendent who is currently on a mission on the surface and unable to make it in time, there is only one frame capable of entering and investigating Hetero under such intense pushing by its concentration. You want to use that frame to be assigned to Grayron? Well, the competent adjustment is still incomplete as far as I know. Time is running out, all the basic adjustments are finished, we had no choice but to leave the rest to him. In the meantime, we still need to find a way to establish communication with the task force on the surface. That tower is beyond dangerous. Then we'll gather our forces to the rescue operation, if there is anybody who can still work. As the smashing sounds intensifies outside the door, cracks start to form, signaling the imminent breach of the door. We will prioritize heading to the Science Council. Keep yourself safe before we got there, alright? I'll try my best. Don't try your best. Give me an affirmative answer. Asio nods at her, a faint smile showing up on his face. Yes, I will. Having said that, he terminates the call with Star of Life and quickly initiates a new communication request. This is strange, very strange. Despite the evacuation guidance broadcast, the League encounters a significant number of civilians still wandering on the path leading to the landing pad of transport cars. Hey, hold on, you're not able to pass through here. A group of consort soldiers intercepts Lee on his way. I'm Lee from Grayman. I received an order from General Staff 10 minutes ago and I'm heading the landing pad for surface connection. Weren't you given the same order? Upon learning that Lee is a member of the 8th Squad, the construction demanded not displaying a greater level of respect. We did receive the same order issued, but a new order came from General Staff 40. He said that the emergency alarm has been lifted and we are asked to stay here and stop the uninformed task force members from passing through. That's impossible. Lee checks his terminal again, finding that neither the emergency service order has been lifted nor has a new order been received. Wait, that's not right. How come the order I received was to write test for it and wait for new order to come? No, what I got is confusion permeates among the culture, causing the fracture in their own once unified discipline. This time being a small team, multiple members have received conflicting versions of orders from the general staff. Could it be the terminals in the general staff has been hacked? Lee studied back to Luna's time as an agent when she utilized Tuaxu to hack into Bombina's network system. Following that incident, security measures were enforced against invasions. Lee finds it difficult to find the possibility of another successful attempt. Yeah, that almost happened with Haikwa though. Abruptly, a deafening blast resonates nearby, jolting Lee out of his contemplation. It was a streetwise store that erupted in flames and subsequently detonated. To Lee's astonishment, the nearby residents, apparently entirely oblivious to the imminent danger, their gazing fixed upon the flames with vacant expressions. Go have them. Lee's voice reached to the cautious soldiers preparation with the command system error, redirecting their attention to the explosive scene. The soldiers spring into action, rushing toward the site to initiate rescue operations. Just as Lee is preparing to join the rescue efforts, a calling turns his intervention emitting from Lee's terminal. It's Asimov. There seems to be a strong interference on Asimov's side, with gargle noises filling the airways. After a few seconds, Lee finally manages to listen to words. Lee, can you hear me? This is Lee. Asimov, what is going on in Boyan? Do you know anything? Although Lee has answered Asimov's call, it appears that Lee's voice is unable to reach someone on the other end. I'm hearing no response. Could it be that the use of internal comms devices in Boyan has also been manually restricted? If you can hear me, please immediately head to the Science Council. Based on our preliminary investigation, it appears that the recently emerged hetero tower on the surface is emitting a specific type of elementary radiation in the form of a visible red tide that can contaminate the mind because of humans. If Asimov's statements hold true, it means Lee is about to comfort innocent civilians who are meant to be protected, as well as the entire Babylon falling under their control. There is no more time left, I make it short. Among a common volume of noises, the deafening smashing sounds rings once more, accompanied by fierce roars of screams at humans. I finished adjusting your new frame. Consciousness transfer and now it is the last 2 steps to be taken before its activation. The vicinity of surrounding hetero tower is densely saturated with the pushing wires. Unfortunately, we are currently lack the measure to detect the inner space of the tower or anticipate the potential hazards that may lie ahead. I want you to switch to the hyper-ray field that possesses complete imaging as the pushing wires. Enter the tower and the surface and investigate the root cause of the devastating red tide. Asimov's voice is tingled with groans of pain as he speaks. It seems that he is also affected by the infectious red light. You may be the only one who can stop this calamity. Lee, I'm sorry, I have no choice but to place the hope of all humanity on your shoulders. The Quakers got off right of the door. Asimov and remained silent, regardless of Lee's repeated attempts to diminish contact. Damn it! Beside the terrors that has transpired so far, Lee is struck by a more frightening realization. Even Asimov's words cannot be trusted, as he too is a human being. However, something tells him that the frame known as Hyperwheel holds the key of unlocking all the answers he seeks. Flash of destruction. The one's teammates have turned their guns against one another. Advancing to the Lysian official's coordinates, the disorienting timelessness surrounds you. Intense heat and palpitating attention burns your thoughts. Sweat trickles down, a reminder of the toll. As the summit of the spiral tower comes into view, it presents a striking image, a sharp red thorn piercing the fabric of the horizon, appearing both majestic and ominous. It seems to suspend itself above the planet, resembling the sword of Damocles that may fall upon one's head any time. However, no matter how far you have journeyed toward the trenchant blade, it remains out of reach, perpetually hanging near the edge of sky. Commandant? Beside you, Sika, the young commandant, does not appear in a state any better. She brushes aside her sweat-soaked hair with a heavy breath and raises her terminal once more to confirm the direction. It is the correct direction? Dave, she mentally responded upon hearing your call. Commandant, the satellite must suggest that we are getting closer to our destination. Huh? Anything wrong? Liv sees a bit hesitant but still shakes her head. Don't worry about it, it was just a momentary glitch on the screen, most likely due to the unstable signal. No. In terms of the holographic projection, as you and Lucy exchange glances, the somber and serious expression settles on both of your faces. The closer we get to the tower, the more of everything feels. Nevertheless, let's stay on our toes. Since it's already on our side, the direction we are going can't be wrong. No, all that guitars is not gold. Huh? I think we should contact the support force. Let's double check our location. Hold on a moment, Conan. The support force didn't respond to my communication request. I've been constantly sending signals to the liaison officer through the temporary channel. I can't reach anyone through my terminal either, just in case I open the authorization on my terminal so I can immediately pick up signals once the connection is restored. It's not like I'm on an important mission anyways. Thank you, Sika. Please don't even mention, this is the least I can do now. We've done what we can, let's press on. Yes, Commandant. Oh god. Liv is getting affected, that's not good. As you continue your march, the lack of response from the rest officer weighs heavily on your mind. The photos and string of coordinates you received are now seem like the final communication from her. In a daze, you suddenly hear Liv's hesitant voice coming from behind. Everyone, have you smelled anything strange? Smelled anything? I think I smelled grass. All of you come to halt, your gaze is in the desolate and barren ground beneath your feet, and the saltiness of seawater. The scorching sunlight penetrates the thick clouds, causing your neck to be seared by its ray. Sweat trickles down your body, drenching your clothes, while a growing sensation of thirst consumes your mouth. Now that I think about it, I have. Since just now I smell something delicious like food, but where is the source of these smells? As the inward reaches your ears, a sudden reason dawns upon you. The air around you carries a distinct and familiar odor, a scent reminiscent of gun oil, the very one that you only smell when repairing firearms. I smell something too. As if in a disoriented haze, you notice that your own voice sounds distant, and the focus of your vision begins to recede. In your blurred sight, your persistent claws are massing toward you in a languid, slow-motion manner. The shock that fills her eyes unfolds at an unusual speed, as if time itself has been distorted. Commandant, you are bleeding. Huh? As you touch your lips, the blood flows out, staining your finger, yet you remain strangely affected by an unusual touch of pain. That's not good. Meanwhile, a colossal crimson wave resembling a nuclear mushroom cloud emerges slightly from the sky's edge. It slowly expands outward, yet only takes a mere instant to shroud your group. Relentlessly it keeps extending toward the other side of the land, as though in pursuit of endless horizon. Before Sika finishes her verse, her body suddenly stifles as she collapses to the ground as the uncanny incident unfolds before you. Dear light leaves no time for you to process or react, forcing your knees to buckle. Your mind feels constricted as if grasped by an immense land, and the delayed pain pierces through your being, blurring your vision. Your senses start to fade and you lose control over your limbs. It's the mind beacon contamination. You know must quickly study your mind. The rapid progression of the contamination renders you powerless, unable to sever the mind connection with Lucy and Liv or halt its transcendent spread. In everything instant, the impact strikes deep within your brain, reminiscent of thousands of needles piercing through your mind beacon. Consequently, Lucy and Liv collapse to the ground one after another before your eyes. No. As your mind beacon struggles to stabilize, a sharp and distinct pain joins through your body. Unlike the contamination, it originates from a physical strike on the back of your neck. Your senses fade away, leaving you immersed in a state of unconsciousness. The darkness resembles an inky beach after a neap tide, or sacrificial grounds of an alien civilization that sits at the barren border of another planet. You find your feet settling on a surface constantly collapsing and reforming. Before you stand, a lofty tower composed of multiple pillar-like formations with its pinnacle shrouded in clouds like the mythical Tower of Babel. In the hazy surroundings, red dots of light glow faintly, casting irregular crimson shades that dance across the layer of clouds. The universe itself seems to reverberate in your ears, echoing through the depths of space and time. Distant voices converge into a cacophony of sounds, carried by gushing winds that roar and scream. As you take a step forward, the crying winds, despite the tremendous sound, offer no resistance. You find yourself landing on emptiness, akin to floating in space. In this lightless state, you sense the presence of two threads pulling you downward, anchoring you to the ground. They are preventing you from drifting away into the vast void and devoured by the crimson light emanating from Tower's peak. Your aimless wander ends at the bottom of the tower. The black blocks that compose the tower swiftly transforms, shifting into the form of a door, beckoning you to open it. Yet the door opens itself next moment. You see Lee is seated at the desk, repairing his frame. A scene you have seen before. Once again, the similar smell of gum oil permeates the air surrounding you. This image, the oil scent, and the coldness your fingertips feel upon touching the door handle really pulls you into the truth of memory. Commandant, it's time to wake up. Lee? As your consciousness gradually returns, the sense of touch is the first to resurface. Along the lingering pain in your nape, you realize you are in an uncomfortable posture where your hands are bound tightly behind your back. Next, a multiple sound floods your ears. From the front, you discern the sound of rapid, anxious breaths, accompanied by the sharp clatter of gravel being kicked around. Then your sense of smell comes alive. You immediately detect the distinct odor of earthly soil and the metallic tang that hints the presence of blood. Your sight recovers at last, gradually regaining focus and readjusting to the brightness of your surroundings. Your gaze is drawn to a pair of military boots, moving rhythmically back and forth, similar to the ones you are wearing. Looking up, you see... Hey, Joe! What? Okay, that I didn't expect. Fair enough, game. I agree with the pausing of the music. Standing before you is Harry Joe, clad in a commandant uniform. Hearing your call, he halts his pacing and turns to face you. To be more precise, he spares you his merciful sight with an arrogant demeanor. The ambush before, was that you? Ambush! Ambush! Harry Joe seems deeply offended by this word. With a sudden burst of aggression, he bounces toward you, his eyes widen and pupils dilated to an abnormal degree. The rise and fall of his Adam's apple reveal his anxiety, and his fingers at his waist are twitching rapidly at a irregular pace. The present Harry Joe seems a completely different person than one you have known. For some inexplicable reason, he's an extremely normal mental state. Ha, sure, only found filthy and tricky can match up with the defector like you, don't you agree? What the fuck are you talking about? Still, you're cutting excuses. I saw it in my own eyes. You were messing around with 3 ascendants. 3. All of you are defectors. You think I'm so stupid that I can't realize it? You took advantage of the disarray in Babylon, doing filthy business with the ascendants. Now that I've caught you, you just wait. I'll make you pay for your greed. Put yourself together. I've already contacted the purifying force. Ajo raises the in his hand. The screen is shattered, its cracked pieces obscuring any clear view of what lies beneath. However, he persists in frantically tapping on the screen, seemingly oblivious to its non-functional state. Menace has devoured him, and you can only hope that such damage to the psyche is reversible. That wave of red light, you were also struck by its abrupt population. No, something tells you that the effects have been taking hold since you first entered the domain of the tower. Akin to an alien creature hunting its prey, the tower emits a sweet, alluring poison, clouding minds and diminishing awareness. Where are Lucian? Casting a Swiss lens around you, you discover Lucian live tied together behind you. Their frames are still in emergency sleep mode, likely a response to turmoil in their mind connection. Nearby, Sika lies motionless in the same position as when the contamination erupted. Before you can further check their states, a hand forcefully grasps your jaw, violently redirecting your gaze. Your vision is dominated by the delirious visage of Harley Joe. Alright, the purifying force is heading here then. Now before they arrive, let me take the life of you, the top dog of the defectors, to avenge my teammates who fell on the battlefield. You're going to write this after regaining your senses? Yes, I will kill you. I'm going to kill you now. Your ascendant friends are on the way over. I knew it. Harley Joe is not even conversing with you, absorbing his frantic illusion as he presses his dagger against your skin. Powerless to stop him, you, however, are about to cut the rope binding you with the rectangular knife hidden in your glove, and the connection with Lucia leave you soon. You suddenly catch a glimpse of a person struggling to stand. The moment that figure rises an arm. With a lightning speed, you instantly evade the anesthetic needle, the sharp tip grazing your face and drawing blood. Ignoring the wound, you swiftly break free from the rope and pin Harley Joe down with force, catching him off guard. Behind Harley Joe, Sika faced to steady herself due to lack of strength and caused to the ground once more. I'm sorry. How hard are you? Harley Joe fiercely resists in your arms, and you know that your weak control will not hold for long. Don't be dying, he's getting out of control. Come on, Dad. From behind, Lucia's voice breaks through the chaos. The emergency frame rebooting process is complete, and you gain connection with your 2 grain members. Sika manages to retrieve the dropped anesthetic gun and does her best to aim it at Harley Joe. The injected medicine successfully weakens his struggle, yet he fails to stop him from unleashing a barrage of malicious and venomous words. You scum, feared traitor mankind, running dogs of ascendants. Upon breaking free, Lucia safely joins your side, lending their assistance in restraining Harley Joe. Meanwhile, Sika stumbles over and seizes the rope you just cut to bind Harley Joe. What happened? I know that my mind was affected for a moment, then I immediately lost consciousness. Commandant, I'm glad you see you're right. It's a red light emitted by the tower. It appears to cause neurological damage to human brains. I detected signs of contamination in both Commandant's and Mystica's mind beacons. Please give me a moment, I'll run a quick check for you. Thank you, Liv. Commandant, how are you feeling? I'm fine. My body has probably developed some sort of resistance against it. Lucia responds to your bitter joke with a faint smile, but only lasts a fleeting moment before her counter-answer turns even more serious. Of course I did, Harley Joe. You have my faith, Commander. The connection between us is very stable. I'm just surprised that even you couldn't notice the impact of the tower immediately, which means but a greater danger lies ahead on the surface. I'm afraid the situation in Babylonia. That's why we're here. I will do everything I can help to. Why do I have a feeling that Sika will die? In response to your words, the young Commandant before you undergoes a striking transformation. Her eyes sparkle like precious gems, reflecting a newfound energy and determination. Her face becomes illuminated with a radiant glow. A swarm of filthy vermin. I run a contamination check on Commandant Harley Joe as well as to try to find the cause. This is an actually surgical anesthetic for emergency self-defense, so it can only achieve local anesthesia. I see, leave the rest to me. I put Commandant Harley Joe to sleep for a long while. Wait to destroy final setting now, you take the opportunity to carefully observe your surroundings. It turns out that you have already arrived at the foot of the tower. Previously perplexed by the mind beacon contamination, not until now you can see a clear image of this tower emitting a subtly red glow. Unlike seeing it through a video, the shock of witnessing the tower with your own eyes impresses anything you have ever felt. Initially a mere dot in a photo and now a colossal red giant. The tower occupies more than a half of your field of vision. The sheer magnitude of its presence reinforces the realization that this structure is far from ordinary, an alien creation that defies the boundaries of possibility. The summit of the tower is emitting a glowing red light that pierces through the atmosphere. The structure resembles an ethereal ladder, stretching toward the vast expanse of outer space. The site leaves an impression of a pathway, a bridge that may one day invite the arrival of guests unknown. Upon gazing up at the tower from its bottom, anyone could be engulfed by a deep, overwhelming fear, whether it be human or a construct, or any being driven by biological instinct. It is a profound and heartfelt apprehension in the face of an alien creation that should never have existed. Both seekers and your time suddenly sound at the same time, shattering the suffocating silence. Comms is recovered. Huh? Finally. Oh goddammit, why is it not readable there? You hear Ocel's voice, but his image is nowhere to be seen. The camera jolts violently before it finally stabilizes, revealing a holographic projection on the table. A luminous blue screen of light materializes, displaying a vast expanse of red with a striking crimson dot at its center. This is the 13th time I've requested to communicate. I'll make it brief. I believe you already noticed that hetero tower. We don't know yet how long it had existed underground before it missed this style, but I seriously doubt it took long. In other words, this stone rose from the ground down to the blue. It's caused of the altar quakes that have recently occurred on the surface. It can... I swear to God. It can emit electromagnetic radiation in the form of visible red light that can contaminate mind because of humans, causing several side effects such as mental disorders, hallucinations, drastic changes in personality, and even an increase in hostility. And the contamination can affect all the constructs connected to humans through their minds. Also, the corrupted commanders can forcibly connect with constructs. That's... okay, well. The range of the contamination can already breach Community. Closer to the tower, the more exponentially the pushing wise concentration and the contamination will increase. So far, we have not discovered an effective approach to defense. Ordinary anti-radiation equipment proves futile against it. Only commandants who can resist my beacon can... Damn it! Asimov, you're right. You are the only one can... Asimov. A girl pierces scream arrows from the background and the camera begins to tremble violently. Something abruptly covers the vision, plunging everything into absolute darkness. Say the people who are still not affected. You must inform others of the situation. Stop it from spreading. Is Lee with you? Lee is the key. The U-frame is completely immune to the pushing virus. See, call is terminated. Will still be alright. Lee's new frame is completely immune to the pushing virus. I'm so relieved to hear that. Then his safety is granted. Yeah, about that, Leaf. Did you not learn anything from your Imperia frame? I'm sure you'll protect everyone in Babylonia. Yes, we must quickly come up with a plan, based on what Amisato told us. Commandant, the station is being sent in a larger range and I've received more responses. Seeker raises our terminal. Constant stream of rendezvous calls from other squads comes on, thanks to the open authorization. It seems that there are many more who have not yet fallen victim to the hetero tower. Swallowtail, Caribou, and Strikehawk? Strikehawk? Well, yeah, actually, yeah. Because Chrome Glory is also a specialized frame, so technically he can resist it. And Komu. Komu is a corrupted, let's not forget that. Chrome Squad is also nearby, let's meet up with them first. Meanwhile, the terminal for Joe, who is still lies unconscious nearby, also begins to ring incessantly. Our normal heat sources are detected approaching from behind. They should be different commanders with their squads, but they are not responding to our call requests, likely affected by the unknown radiation. There are 3 squads in total, now increasing to 4. From a distance, your gaze figures rushing toward the tower, like moths drawn to a flame. As the figures approach, their numbers steadily increase, forming a growing crowd. Some individuals even begin to fight each other along the way. This is probably the purifying force he called. Sika, can you still move? No problem. Sika arises abruptly, driven by an overwhelming urge, but her attempt to maintain balance proves futile, causing her to collapse back onto the ground. Blood begins to flow from her nose. I'm sorry, I guess I need more time. Sika, will you do me a favor? Please help watch our back, and coordinate with the reinforcements. Yeah, send a randomized request to all the terminals nearby, disseminating from the crucial information as well commentary to the secret code of FOS to the commandants and constructs who still remain affected. Stay connected with your squad, reject any conjecture rejects from commandants unknown, and reduce the coordinates you provided. Leave it to it, Commandant. The frantic crowd on the horizon gradually starts toward your location. I'm ready. Okay. Jesus Christ. Not a single fight yet. Oh god. I am gonna be here until like 7 AM. Hyper relay, you know what to do. After this there's a fight. Able to resist I mean, we do not know what's the resilience, right? Because if you look at the parliament members, right? Half of them got affected, but the old dogs, like, you know, the main guard, Hasten and the others, still resisted, right? Now, is it like sheer of, like, look at List, right? List was hearing these voices, but he was resisting the voices. So it's like amount of resilience you have that you developed, right? If you are resilient enough, you can, like, you know, resist it for a long while. Signal is over here. Babylon has never witnessed such horror since his birth. Blood screams, crazed, and eerie cries and laughs. Red alarms blare relentlessly from every banner and sign. The once meticulously arranged furnishing and benches now lie scattered and upturned on the ground, displaying a slight of turmoil. Lee valiantly shields the workers he has rescued, deftly maneuvering through the frenzied attacks aimed in their direction. In a nearby street corner, worker desperately stumbles out, personally relentless by a human who continues to shoot at him without respite. More people are over there. Move faster, you can still spare the energy to talk. In a deaf demeanor, Lee knocks out the humans who are pursuing them in a madness and hands them to the constructs behind him. A deep frown strolls and Lee feels as it recalls the message received from Massimo once again. Electromagnetic radiation destroying my because pushing Hetero Tower. Pressing his lips tightly together, Lee quickly counts the number of humans who rise behind him and starts to look for nearby shelters through this terminal. That's no use. The red light just now was emitting electromagnetic radiation. Ordinary protection will have no effect on it. Better than staying outside directly exposed to it. The nearest shelter is over there. Keep up. Wordless, the workers zip up his jacket wearing visible stretching from their harrowing escape and quietly follows behind. Some survivors have already gathered in the shelter, seeking refuge. They sit together in silence, occasionally whispering to one another. Lee briefly exchanges work with the constructor and change for security here. The air in the hall is almost suffocating, and everyone's expression reveals their unease and trepidation. Babylon is under attack by unidentified electromagnetic radiation emitted from Earth. Attention all passengers from up here. Please seek immediate refuge in the nearest emergency shelter upon hearing this broadcast. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Please seek immediate refuge in the nearest emergency shelter upon hearing this broadcast. The vacation message echoes relentlessly to the broadcast. Even the mechanical audio carries a faint hint of hoarseness, as if strained by the gravity of the situation. It's pointless. A whisper emerges from a corner, piercing through the tense atmosphere. It's from a researcher who escaped the science castle. He huddles in a corner, his body curled up in fear as he softly mumbles. Based on Earth's rotational velocity and orbital velocity of Babylonia. Even though we can control Babylon's flying speed, but the next wave of that thing will strike in 4 hours. No, 3 hours. No. We may only have 40 minutes left. His eyes start curling around the room as he murmurs in a trembling voice. By then, no one can guarantee everyone in the shelter won't lose their mind. His words prompt a quiet discussion to ensure in the shelters are as people exchange hushed thoughts and reactions. Sorry. However, the voices gradually fade away, succumbing once more to the prevailing silence. Having ensured the safety of the people he brought to the shelter, Lee turns around and dashes toward the science council. Science Council Babylon. As Lee arrives at the Science Council, a sense of chaos unfolds before him. Shattered pieces of glass, various devices litter to the ground. Doors blare, their shrill tones merging with the cacophony of human voices. As Lee moves through the turmoil, he spots the crazed researchers everywhere, who are unleashing their frenzy and wrecking havoc on their surroundings. Hetero creatures. How did the hetero creatures enter Babylonia? Pull yourself together, they are not hetero creatures. There is still one here. Requesting support. Hetero creatures have breached our defense and invaded the Science Council. I am not a hetero creature. Put down that stake. In an attempt to prevent his colleagues from succumbing to insanity, the researcher is suddenly knocked down by a strike from behind. His eyes widen with bewilderment as he falls onto the ground. This constraint also caught him. Be careful. The shock and difficulty in defending against these individuals who were once trusted colleagues and allies is palpable. While the majority of the researchers in the Science Council remain unaffected, the actions of a few lunatics are enough to plunge the entire place into a state of frenzy. Some researchers have already fallen victim to the electromagnetic radiation, their minds absorbed in hallucination, while others gather together, struggling to resist the attacks from their own colleagues. After helping several survivors on his way, Lee finally steps into Asimo's lab. The door stands wide open, revealing a haunting sight. Ominous blood stains mar the entrance, spreading in a macabre trail that leads further inside the lab. Asimo, you better be alright. Inside the laboratory, the screens are still illuminating, but glassware and precision instruments now lie shattered, fragmented all over the ground. There is no sight of Vessel, who would typically be found working the legitimate instruments. The lab seems completely empty. Bang! Without warning, someone suddenly shoots at Lee from behind. He swiftly dodges aside upon hearing the distinct sound of a bullet piercing through the air. Hetero creature, another one shows up. They are from the same group. Requesting support. A strange researcher in the Science Council uniform is holding a gun with a frenzy and an angry smile on his face. He continues to call out support from his death terminal, his face fixated upon Lee's every movement. Where is Asimov? Hetero creature is talking. I can't understand this language, but I'm sure it's using some to structural intelligence, just like hetero creatures I encountered before. His sister hit her sister as if recording something. Capture operation number 2 starting to record. With this degree, this year's award is going to be mine. Capture it, I must capture it. The researcher lunges at Lee, akin to the predator closing in on its prey. It seems like he is no longer looking at hetero creature, but a pinnacle of scientific achievement that could defy the rest of his life. After subduing the researcher with swift action, Lee finds Asimo unconscious, lying behind the experiment desk. From where he stands, Lee's view of Asimo is limited to his upper leg. Likely attacked by the same researcher, he lies motionless in a pool of blood, his face looking pale as paper. Various observations can be seen on Asimo's cheeks and arms, but the penetrating gunshot wound near his shoulder blade seems the gravest. The wound has been hastily patched up, yet the severity of its blade poses a significant threat to Asimo's life. He's shot so quickly. Bandages out, there should be some defected Gale left here. A purple hair girl swiftly stumbles into the lad with a pile of medicine in her arms. Rosa? The girl appears to remain unaffected at the moment. She does not scream upon seeing Lee, nor does she exhibit any signs of having intended to harm herself. Lee! She raises her head, her eyes filled with fear and panic. That man shot us. I couldn't stop him. I found some medicine back there. You've done well. Lacking expertise in offering solace, Lee does his utmost to find comforting words amidst this threatening situation. After providing some basic treatment, he manages to staunch the bleeding from Asimo's wound. However, there are no immediate signs of him regaining consciousness in the near future. If I force the switch to a new frame without Asimov's authorization, no, that won't work. He needs to not only authorization but also iteration parameter and a set of adjustment data. All the data are classified as top secret. Asimov once mentioned to Lee that he never restored the data on paper or an electronic device, relying solely on his own memory of source safekeeping. The moment we have foreseen that this discrete habit would become a hindrance one day. Rosa, do you know the new phrase activated parameter and adjustment data? I only took part in the adjustment test. I did not know. Mr. said that information is highly confidential. I can only find the backup files of the previous adaptation experiments. Leanne also diligently scored through every storage device and paper file within their reach, only to find some backups containing simulated battle records from past frame adaptation experiments. Lee gazes at those storage units marked with numbers, recalling the coordinates and the information obtained from heteromere shards. In the moment, inspiration and idea flashes across his mind. The message conveyed through the heteromere shards. If the theory holds true that there is a decipherable language existing in the pushing virus, which means if I'm directly infected by the heteromere shards, I can acquire information from them. That's bold, to say the least. If his guess proves true, he will be able to successfully activate the new frame, but if it turns out false, it's too risky. Commandant would definitely say so. However, there is no better option left for him. As the turmoil continues outside, Lee's gaze falls on Asimov's feeble presence on the bed. The fragile human body, weakened by a significant blood loss, renders him unable to stay awake. Within a timid demeanor, Rosa tries to help him search for further information, but her efforts prove in vain. The relentless ticking of the clock echoes through the room, each passing moment magnifying the urgency of the situation. Time is running out. If a search is not found before the radiation of that tower engulfs Babylon once again. After meticulously organizing the storage devices and paper documents that clutter the desktop, Lee switches off the glowing screen. Rosa, stay here and take care of Asimov. Don't let anyone else come in. Okay. Lee takes a silver work badge, his face looking calm and determined. I hope you didn't secure that thing using a password only you know. Don't make me forcibly wake up a heavily wounded man. After entering the door is secure locked against Francis' researcher, Lee quickly makes his way towards the another lab with the Science Council. As Lee arrives, he finds heteromere shards stored in it a level of convenience rather than the strangest measure taken by Asimov's brain. Utilizing Asimov's key, Lee successfully lifts the last security measure. The heteromere shards are unweird, protected by sealed gas shield, emitting a natural glow. As Lee gazes upon the glowing shards, a frown seizes his brow. The solemn silence of the room is punctuated only by the persistent beeping of a monitoring device. Despite having envisioned this very moment of deactivating the frame countless times, he has to admit that such an extreme approach to acquire activation parameter and the adjustment of data is quite risky indeed. However, outside this tightly secured room, Babylon and Earth are engulfed in unimaginable turmoil. The electromagnetic radiation dominates all the mind beacons in its path, distorting everything perceived by human senses. You cannot keep relative with humans, there are inherent limits to the extent of damage they can inflict. However, when individuals in positions of tremendous authority descend into chaos of menace, the ensuing calamity can surpass even the dreadful threat of the pushing virus. That message better be true. Lee lifts the shield in a resolute manner. He seizes a thermal shard and forcefully stabs it into his own chest before the pushing virus consumes the entire room. That's okay. Yep, just as expected. As heteromere shards make contact with the artificial skin, a sharp pain erupts along with the wild vibration of the mechanical structure in charge of pumping out the vital fluid. Lee has never experienced such clarity as he senses his heart beating. The intensity of the pounding within his chest transports him back to a long time ago before he became a person that gives his human heart to ignorate. The excruciating pain surges like an immense tsunami that aims to devour the world, relentlessly assaulting his mind. The tides of agony breach the seal on some long-forgotten memories. Time traverses back along the flow of vital fluid, recklessly gushing into the spot where the heteromere shard has pierced. Twisted light, darkness, and peculiar colors form a succession of anomalous images, violently brushing with every slender nerve. A burning sensation as delicate as pink pricks permeates every inch of his frame. An airy force devours him, dragging him down into an abyss, blurring his senses. The chilling embrace of nothingness and ghostly mind vice, sporadic unrecognizable murmurs and cries, burning piercing pain flood into his audio module. Stay awake, I can't! The splashes of horror and bizarre images continue to gush out of his mind, covering and forming broken reverse. Hello, Ishmael! The clock abruptly ceases to tick and then the hands frenziedly reverse their course. In Lee's blurred vision, fragmented images emerge, flickering like a silent mine. Among these fragments, she sees himself walking on in the new frame, memories of battles fought alongside Ravenant. A spiral tower unceasingly stretching toward the heavens, as if treacherous ladder that defies all attempts to reach his peak. With unwavering determination, Lee fights to maintain consciousness by searching and capturing every strand of incoherent data and every piece of fragmented information. Found it. Commencing decryption, activation parameter confirmed, adjustment data confirmed. Amidst the tumultuous currents of information, Lee's keen perception guides him unerringly toward the specific piece of information he seeks. Darkness gnaws relentlessly at the silent expanses. His consciousness is persistently corrupted and fragmented. Thorns sprout within the abyss, emerging along his wrist and finding their way in reverse to his mechanical heart. Lee's delightful pupils bear witness to the profound pain he has just endured. With each heavy burden he draws, the chilling air fills his body. The blue vital fluid seeps through his fingers, carrying with it a faint metallic scent that permeates the air. This is the first time he has been this close to the verge of death, hearing its desperate cries. His body trembles involuntarily, suggesting that his nerves are still entangled within the depths of the void from he narrowly escaped. Oh! The intense influx of calculations within a brief span of time causes a slight overload in Lee's frame. As he blankly stares at the pale ceiling, a rapid succession of everything he has seen flows in his mind. Those memories truly exist. The images continue to flash within him, depicting the operation of switching to the new frame and battles fought in the distant past, yet somehow a subtle sense of divergence lingers within him. These memories differ slightly from the experience he has undergone. Each of them was his real memories. He closes his eyes, seeking to adjust his visual while he opens them once more. The fragmented illusions that haunted his vision have already dissipated. Regardless of the veracity of those memories, he has already attained the most crucial effort he urgently sought. Even without being able to articulate the specifics, he has successfully deciphered the key information into the new frame from what he captured. The activation parameter, the adjustment data, and even something extra. New information is conveyed through the vague message, or ping with his initial plan. Activate the new frame known as Hyper and enter the tower. The gift of the future. Nanami! Oh! Well then! Lee moves his wrist, relieving tension, and his frown fades slightly, finding a momentary sense of ease. A problem is no longer a problem once the solution is found. Next he only needs to... With unyielding determination, Lee sprints toward the classified laboratory of the Science Council. Okay, wild gambler. Thank you, Nanami! Classified Laboratory Science Council. The once bustling area, always filled with blinking instruments and fast-walking researchers, now lies in ruin. The remnants of broken vessels and shattered equipment litter the floor, bearing witness to the violence that has befallen this place. Fortunately, the frame compartment remains unscathed, protected by bulletproof glass from those frenzied researchers, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Lee safely locates the pod encircling by a radiant headband and promptly enters, settling inside. With deftness, he grasps the cable and inserts into the port on his neck. He will unravel any thorny dilemma, just as the countless times he has done before. Forensic frame authorization forensic frame switch authorization. Please enter the activation parameter. Authorization system. Starting consciousness transfer. Please refrain from interrupting question during consciousness transfer. Consciousness transfer complete. Alongside the suffocating discord that threatens to engulf his body, peculiar lights flash before his eyes. Luminance intertwines with darkness in a frenetic dance. Despair and pain seeps throughout from the depths of his mind as twisted towers swiftly rise and collapse. Time seems to be a mere constant measured by the hands of a clock, transferring into images that endlessly replay in front of him. The heteromere core. His thoughts insidiously begin to venture into the realm of the unknown. Guided by an otherworldly force, he ascends along the web of woven with the fabric of time and space. However, an invisible hand mercilessly yanks him down each time he nears the summit. Oh, is that Ishmael? At the pinnacle of the web stands a towering gate, reaching towards the heavens with an imposing presence. Once again, allured by the radiant light that seeps from behind, he embarks on yet another desperate climb. Here, time takes on a different essence, where a fleeting moment translates into a lifetime. He has endured endless loops of existence, witnessed countless sunrises and sunsets. He finds himself trapped in this race of the world, akin to a helpless insect ensnared within a prison of amber. He sees the animation and rebirth of everything he once knew. Shattered memories flicker before him like a fast-forwarded movie. He attempts to recognize them, yet his vision blurs. Ugh. Warning, activation of unauthorized frame detected. Warning, activation of unauthorized frame detected. Despite his forceful switch to the new specialized frames, he is unable to achieve a full mastery of it. It is undeniably a formidable weapon, but the combat abilities remain tightly restricted until he successfully adapts to its intricates. Nevertheless, there is no time to squander. Execute access control override. Warning, activation of unauthorized frame detected. Yeah. The mechanical voice retains its unusual colors as Lee motors all his strength to rise, his every ounce of energy dedicated to appeasing the storm raging within his mind. He is nothing more than a pious craft without the combat abilities activated. At this moment, only one person can help him. He turns on the screen and sends a quick request to the name listed at the very top of his contacts. Murray? Earth, 6:30 PM, or us. Enshrouded by a crimson mist, the ruin emanates a pretty stench. Intertwined blood-red vines grow from the bottom and extend with an unyielding momentum, as if striving to breach the heavens. The solemn tower resembles an immense eye that emerges from the earth, leaving nothing to evade its watchful scrutiny. The resounding echo of rustling footsteps shatters the oppressive silence as countless bright red dots tightly light up the surrounding darkness. The pushing voice concentration in the areas ahead is still increasing. The number of hetero creatures are also keep rising. From a close angle, the tension emitted by the spiral tower becomes even more suffocating. Every aspect of it can effortlessly evoke fear within one's heart, whether the tower has towering height or the incessantly increasing voice concentration displayed on the screen. The sensation of unease identifies with each step taken toward it. A strange tower rising out of the blue, unknown hetero electron activation, severed communication, crazed teammates, rampaging hetero creatures. As your mind grapples with the potential challenges arising from the situation, Lucia, who had gone ahead to scout, returns to deliver her report. The pushing voice concentration has exceeded the safety threshold of the protective suit. Commandant, it's no longer safe to press on. Cliff, have you picked up any comm signals? The device is functioning, but I'm unable to establish connection to Bamiya's conscience for some reason. The interrupted call Mr. Rasimov might be caused by... She stops talking, reluctant to continue. The severed connection of Bamiya's communication suggests a situation that may be spiraling beyond control there. If it was not Bamiya, it could be the science concealer Rasimov. Either way, it seems that something terrible is lying in wait. Are there any signals from another node? I haven't picked up any yet. With any grim expression, Liv suddenly shakes her head. Maybe they have lost their means of communication, or they are simply too preoccupied with hetero creatures to send out signals. After all, facing enemies in such overwhelming numbers. As you approach the coordinates of the tower, a relentless onslaught of hetero creatures surges forward. The numbers appear inexhaustible. No matter how many Lucia and Liv take down, more consistently show up as they spawn from a landing basking. The challenge posed by the overwhelming numbers of hetero creatures proves to be a strain, even for the skilled Graven, let alone the other squads. Let's hardly and consider eliminating the nearby hetero creatures for now. We will find a way. Those words are spoken not only for Lucian Lee, but also for yourself. The fate of mankind has sparkled in innumerable remarkable achievements, triumphing over countless impossibilities. It is proved that the unknown harbors not only danger, but also hope. Suddenly, a jarring noise aroused the communication device Liv has been adjusting, shattering the momentary silence. Was it a new message? No, just some static noise. Disappointment can be easily spotted on Liv's face. Right afterward, a faint notification sound emanates from your bag. Commandant. Lee? So it is us. After a faster search, you discover a peculiar communication device tucked away in the depths of your bag. The small machine displays a blinking green dot of a light, indicating an ongoing call. Lee unexpectedly handed you this device one day, and you perceived it as a last resort that would never be unnecessary. Fortunately, you always remember to bring it with you. Commandant, I need your help. This is the new frame. Though the unstable collection appears before your eyes through in a frame that is utterly unfamiliar to your eyes. This is the first time he has met others in this specialized frame. Yet no one expected it to be under such circumstances. Meanwhile, the hoarse roars of hetero creatures echo from a distance as the crimson mist lingers around the ruins. On the other end of the call, Lee's wearing a frown on his face, looking grim. Yes, things are not going well here. Bobino is in a dire spot. The electromagnetic radiation has caused mental disorders in a large number of humans. Even Asimov was attacked and heavily injured. According to Science Council's prediction, the next wave of radiation is expected to strike soon. Through the unconventional means, I have managed to obtain certain information and switch to this new frame ahead of schedule. However, as Asimov is currently in coma, I need your authorization to attain full access to it. Despite Lee's attempt to present it as a simple matter, his pale face cannot conceal the inherent peril of the so-called unconventional means. Are you thinking about... I request full access to this frame, including its offensive functions. Lee hesitates, lowering his gaze, but eventually continues to explain after a brief pause. The crucial initial step required to resolve everything is entering the tower. But no one can even get close to it. I can. I sent you every report regarding the alteration experience on this frame. I'm sure you can tell from the data that out of all the frames in Bobina, only this specialized one exhibits complete immunity to replenishing virus, which means only this specialized frame is able to enter the tower. I'm not gonna say reject because we are running out of options, so that's too risky. We seem worse. Just be Commandant. This is our only and this is our one and only option. Also, Lee appears slightly restless, pausing for a moment before talking again. Do you remember the only message that was deciphered from those Hettermer shorts? You mean, this is the gift of the future. As a moment, I found more information from those shorts. Everyone falls into silence, only the hoarse, static noise coming from the communication occurring in the air. Lee continues to others to react on the thing to ease the tension. Even discarding the message, this frame remains the best option we have now due to its complete immunity against the punishing virus. I'm a member of Graven, the best squad in Babylon, more experienced in battle than any others. With my abilities, I can assure. Lee? It's rare to see Lee being this verbose. After you interrupt him, a very perceptible side travels to the communication channel from Babylon to your ears. I understand what you are going to say, Commandant. On the other end of the call, a fleeting smile graces Lee's face, as quickly as butterflies flutters his broken wings amidst a rain shower. This is the sole solution I concluded from deduction, taking both the frame's capability and the section of the executor into consideration. You two are aware of that, aren't you? Lee is right, the answer has been presented together with the question from the very beginning. Lee switches to the new frame, heads to the tower and settles the situation. Nevertheless, the lingering doubt within you and the haunting fear of the past continue to hinder you from embracing this answer. I know what you are thinking. Within the static noise buzzing from the background, his familiar steady voice resonates through the device. The unknown isn't always unsolvable. Sometimes true hope can be found in the unknown. I know you will always choose to stand by my side, and that is exactly why I am bound to succeed. Now, it's my time to make a choice. His gaze remains firm. You find no trace of regret or doubt in his eye, only determination and courage that are always there. I do as you request, but with one condition. You must ensure our remote connection stays intact. I need to keep track of your state all the time. I cannot guarantee with that, it's too dangerous. And my mind in this stream is highly unstable. If any emergency occurs, I won't be able to guarantee. No matter what danger lies ahead, we face it together. Lee hesitation unmistakably reveals the uncertainty regarding the flame, which is precisely why you cannot allow him to venture into danger alone. Yeah, Empiria, exactly. Didn't we have enough Empirias? The crimson sky and the white figure flash again before your eyes, evoking a blunt pain within your heart. Liv notices your unusual demeanor and immediately turns her gaze towards you with concern. Fortunately, the current situation seems not as bad as that time. I'm not going to let that happen again. You look for me into Lee's eye, displaying no intention of making compromises. Fine, I accept your condition. Upon hearing the desired answer, you proceed to turn on your terminal. However, to your dismay, the command system fails to respond. According to the emergency protocol during wartime, commandants are granted primary decision-making authority. You activate the backup interface and select the SS level. Grant full access. As you tap the screen, the process feels longer than ever. You know that Lee is fully prepared, but a sense of unease still lingers within your heart. The strange electromagnetic radiation, the unknown tower, and the disorder mind beacons all have merged into a chaotic tapestry entwining within your mind. Come back to us safe. I will. Amidst the buzzing static noise, he casts one final gaze toward you from Bavaria before abruptly cutting off the connection. The ruins recede into near silence, only the heterogeneous creatures roaring hoarse from a distance. Hoarsely, sorry. Commandant has confirmed. Verification successful, full access controls granted. With authorization confirmed, Lee remains standing in front of the screen, his eyes reflecting lines of code that flash by in rapid succession. Functions enabled, data test passed, access to weapon granted. With the frame operating at full speed, the excruciating pain caused by mind overload begins to subside. The time and space regain clarity in his sight as the Omega weapon system is activated. That's... Suddenly, the space around him loses all trace of color and time becomes fixated on a single one. Some figures appear beside him only to crumble to the ground and is struck by an unseen force. That peculiar vision has only lasted for a brief moment. Only once Lee recalibrates his visual model, it never occurs again. The test machine is beeping with the full power simulation test for the Omega weapon has been completed, with all readings showing normal results. However, there is no time for Lee to dwell on that peculiar sight. He quickly runs a test on the other modules and incorporating the information, he rushes out of the laboratory. Negative, faster than I expected. A science containers gate can defend itself against those fragile scientists but not cautious who are built for combat. A group of constructs in battle mode has already assembled their laboratory door, showing distinctly abnormal behavior. Among them, there was the numbers of experts who fought alongside him at the seashore, as well as squad of constructs affiliated to control them. The Defector is here. He took away the new frame from the science cafe without authorization. He's going to join our sentence with our latest frame. We can't allow him to leave here. You damn Defector, the enemy of mankind. A construct holds up his gun and rushes toward Lee discreetly. However, Lee simply dodges his attack, knocks out the gun, his clutch hand with his weapon in embrace. No one stands a chance against Lee in this special frame with his combat functions fully activated. Soon all the construct threatening his back are immobilized by Lee's Swiss strike, collapsing to the ground. There is no signs of pushing virus infection. Could it be that the mind weakest opponents are corrupt to the fact that it constructs through their mind? This doesn't sound good, but I have no more pressing matter. But I have more pressing matter to deal with. I'm sorry. Give me a second. After Base glance back at the sealed gate of the Science Council, he opens the map of the lower hangar and strides forward. He needs a transport craft, one that can take him to the surface, the root of this madness.
Simulation 完了。指揮官、我々が勝者です。
Jesus. Defeat the mechanic.
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。僕のもうあなたの生存確率はゼロです。
There we go. These are so. Yeah, more is figured over there. We have locked down the hangar. Oh, that nobody can get in that right now. Did you lock down the route to hunger? What's going on there? The unit prison notice stage has ordered us to lock down the piece of the armory and hunger. Goodness station there. Cost that someone may take a weapons or reckless force. Wait, why are you going there and for? Need to go to stores. There's an urgent mission. At this point of time, gosh, Kramer sure works hard. Ah!
大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。
At this point of time, Graven. Is anything wrong? Are you alright? Watch out! Ah! Ah, hey, Riot!
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。時の果てで滅びよ。
I'm from Praying Mantis. The name is Cal. What are you doing here? All consider that are still normal already on standby. You are not out of ground, are you? No, I'm on an urgent mission. The HQ are all normal considered to be on standby for command. There shouldn't be any urgent mission. I'm as normal as can be, but I don't have time to explain my mission in more detail. Alright, I trust you. Haywire construct won't have such good logic. The way is a mess now. There are two routes to the hangar. Both have been locked down. The only possible way is to jump down from Dominic Memorial Park. According to the map, you can enter the hangar from there. You should be able to find some transport craft with sufficient energy left. Thanks. You're welcome. My mission is to clear up an area, so I go with you. Okay. Thanks, girl. Before you go insane. This is too. Zero remote can be activated by simply pressing a button. One affected person is more enough to let these things go out. I wonder how much they need to spend on rebuilding after this. Time's around. Let's get going. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Watch out, the gravity is
大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。
out of control. You okay? The gravity system was shut down. What happened in the control center? Luckily, a gravity field generator installed for moon missions. At least the mechanics won't be able to reach us. Wait, look up. Up. The porter. Oh. Let's get in as soon as possible. Okay.
あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕の視界、もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。
There we go.
時の果てで。
How do you want me to defeat it?
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。
I already used my full burst. What do you mean? Oh, you need to wait for them to come in. That's a bit annoying.
僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。
The gravity system in front of the wings was shut down. A lot of the construction contains a grave. We need a crescent. No, it's crowd. No, it's can you continue your commandant? I have no idea. Maybe hung up or something else. I cannot hear noise. This is weird. Is there interference? Because here I also got in my card. Ah! Alright. Lack of humanation, I guess. The mission takes me. Let's keep moving. Okay. I think it's just down below. I got to go. Thanks for your help, Crow. Thank you. Ah, I had a feeling. Oh, you're also calling others. Watch out. Okay.
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。あなたの生存確率は0です。
There we go. Okay.
気を抜くのはまだ早すぎます。指揮官。
指揮官。Amidst the roar of the bell-shaped nozzle, the transport cap performs a perfect glide and leaps right into the starry sky. For construct, this level of acceleration has merely no impact. As Lee pulls the lever, the Mach number on the control screen rises rapidly. The view of the Crimson Spiral Tower goes increasingly distinct on the screen. Surrounded by rampant stretching vines, the contorted tower thrusts into the clouds like a torn ring out of the earth, striving to breach the heavens. By its mere presence, it poses an unprecedented threat. A prickling pain emanates from his deep mind. There is something shudders there. Strangely, he senses that this is not the first time he has stayed here, overlooking the Tataruma Tower from the same angle. The answer should be lying there. Feeling a stable connection in his deep mind, Lee quickly gathers his thoughts and sets the landing spot. Then he lunges at the tower with no hesitation. Oh, there's another cutscene. Jesus! Gazing upon reality, she gazes upon the world amidst the chaos. As the crimson light of the spiral tower races through the sky, the malfunctioning and future sky lead and glows red, representing a sight of a crumbling bridge. The paradise that once believed peace and order has now been reduced to an uncontrollable hell. A young man dashes through the panicky crowd, searching for someone and filming remains the throng. It was shortly after parting ways with Lee that Murray noticed something particular about this mission. Cerberus' tasks were typically assigned by Nicola in person, but this time they were Murray received the vague order of assault through the clone system. They attempted to reach out to Chief Connor, only to discover that the connection was being occupied. Murray finds nothing in his sight but sheer chaos. The warning message is repeated several times over the broadcast, ultimately replaced by meaningless static noise. To this uncertain view, anyone can tap is entering an unprecedented crisis. He cannot recall how many times he has sent communication requests through history, but silence has been only the response he received. Suppressing the surging unease in his heart, he resists and his gaze is captured by two females standing not far from him, who are helping injured civilians to their feet. And amidst the chaos, on the woman next to us, an incredible sense of peace and grace, as if she possesses absolute mastery over her surroundings. Nothing will spiral out of control in her presence. The control court. Why are they here? Hello, Ishmael! What are you doing? Leslie, there is no avalanche. Leslie, there is no available vacancy in Star of Life now. Leave her to me. You are going to treat her here? So who are you, Leslie? She is a construct, I can see that. Ishmael nods silently, wearing a composed smile on her face. The control court member named Leslie pressed the wounded person in her arms. Control court member? Huh. To Ishmael, however, she seems not entirely convinced as her gaze remains fixed on Ishmael. Is there anything you are worried about? Huh? Not you, I mean the gentleman standing behind us. Your keen perception is truly impressive. I'm surprised that you have managed to notice things behind you in such chaos. Murray, intending to quickly end the conversation with some pleasant words, finds himself unable to do so as he looks into her eyes. There is something about that construct gaze that penetrates his facade, compelling him to treat her with more sincerity. I just sense your anxiety. Is there anything you are worried about? She repeats her question. I appreciate your concern. I can't reach my older brother and have been looking for him here. Have you happened to see him around? Murray pulls out Lee's profile from Mr. Man, shows it to him, but as Leslie looks at it, frowns appears on her face. Lee from Raven, he's your older brother. Miss Ishmael, he's the one who's attacked the landing pad just right now, right? He attacked the landing pad? Please tell me what happened. Well, we received an alert about a fight erupting near the landing pad, resulting in several costumes being injured. After the result, he commandeered the transport craft and departed for Earth. Technically, it is not the control code's job to handle the situation, but that's the least we need to worry about right now. As Leslie fiddles with her, Ishmael senses an impending wave of complaints and realizes it's her time to intervene in the conversation. Would you mind if I explain the situation for him? Sure. Leslie assesses her in a playful manner and naturally steps aside, her gaze still fixed on her senior. When we first received the order, we thought it was another false call resulting from an error in the command system. However, we found a video record from an attack construct after arriving at the scene. Ishmael projects the video through her time revealing mistakenly that man engaged in the fight against the construct soldiers was none other than Lee. Lee, could it be? Could it be that Lee was infected by his command? However, Murray quickly dismisses this theory as he recognizes the familiar looks in Lee's eye. It's the gaze he has seen countless times, the same expression Lee bears when he is about to charge into battle. This can only mean he's at it again, doing the most dangerous thing without telling it away. A conflicted surge of powerlessness and rage engulfs Murray's heart, soon followed by panic and sorrow. No matter how many moves he orchestrated behind the scenes, no matter the extent of his exploits, and regardless of the meticulous steps he planned ahead, he still cannot prevent his brother from charging into danger alone. A strong compulsion abruptly wells up inside Murray, urging him to leave away and make his way to Earth, either to thwart his brother with his own hands or enter the treacherous tower together with him. He can no longer bear the sight of his brother living for one more second. Thank you for letting me know, I have to go now. He turns toward the landing pad. Sometimes, knowing she should just watch Murray leave, Ishmael suddenly changes her mind and starts to talk, as if an inexplicable force is compelling her to do so. People choose to keep their hardships and sorrow to themselves rather than share them with their loved ones. Would you choose to do the same? Those tied by blood are inseparable, like seeds and soil, relying on each other for sustenance and growth. But from the moment the seed sprouts, it ceaselessly tries to ascend toward the sky. He may have already grown into a towering tree far away from the soil below. However, does it mean he will break the promise he once made to the soil? Sorry, am I wasting your time? God damn it, Ishmael. Her gentle voice carries an apologetic tone, yet her eyes, adorned with a subtle smile, seems to see right into the depths of Murray's heart. Regardless of what lies ahead, I sincerely wish that you make a choice devoid of regret for yourself and for your loved one. You are not wasting my time. I appreciate your reminder. Can you reach my brother? Reach Lee now. Unexpected call suddenly comes from your terminal. The moment you answer it, the Murray's figure emerges in the blurry image amidst the signal interference. The Murray you always display a composed and gentle contours, but this time he is not even trying to hide the answer in his eyes. He just requested my attention to his frame. Was it your order or his choice? Somehow you get no accusation or blame in Murray's voice. He really desires to hear your response, and the answer he already knows deep down. He decided to enter the tower and resolve the radiation at its source. I knew it. He wasn't willing to tell me even till the very end. Didn't even have a chance to stop him. A bitter smile appears on Murray's face, his eyes turning red. You know your brother better than me, don't you? Murray is aware that nothing can waver Lee from his determined decision. He also understands that his brother is far from acting impulsively without carefully considering the chances of success. Even so, that's still way too risky. Lee must have learned the key to solving everything. That was why he decided to charge into danger alone. But no matter the outcome, I will share all the risk with him. Raven always fight alongside each other. Fight alongside each other, is that so? My brother is a smart person. In most situations he can keep his mind clear and find the optimal solution. However, there is also another possibility. If he realizes that sacrificing himself is the best solution, I feel that he will still calmly embrace that decision. Murray's voice is uncontrollably trembling, but with unparalleled sincerity that surpasses any he has shown in the past. If things go down that path, please stop him. This is a request from me, as it is my responsibility. Now, I have my own battle to fight. Murray mumbles, his gaze shifting from screen to the view of the Earth outside the portal. I leave my brother to you, Grey Raven Commandant. Having said that, he ends the call. If the final glance cast by Murray leaves you with a disconcerting feeling. You try to send a communication request to Lee again, but there is no response. This time, it's just like what happened to Murray. Commandant, yes? Many other commanders have exhibited similar symptoms, and the elite squads have also been affected. Ask them to connect to me. This will impose an imageable burden on your brain. Once it exceeds its limit, similar to what happened to Commander Simon, you will... I'm aware. But there are no other viable options left for us. We must practice restoring a portion of our combat power. Otherwise, more of our teammates will perish in vain. But I will be careful and only connect to some of them each time, and I will keep you informed. Okay, but once you are nearing your limit, please stop immediately. I will. I'm counting on you to monitor my physical state, Liv. Leave it to me. I'm continuing to request reinforcements from other squads. Roger. Yeah, when Simon commandeered 2 squads, that was... yeah. Mission complete. How is it going over there, Captain? On my way to the west side, just received a call from Command requesting reinforcements. I'm going to subdue the affected constructs there and bring them to Commandant. One human connects to this many constructs alone. I will assist Commandant to share the burden. It will take us time to gather our forces, but we must delay in taking action. Let's begin with tasks within our capabilities. Lucy and Liv are still the only active members agreement. What about Lee? I haven't heard anything about him yet. Commandant mentioned that he switched to another frame and headed to the tower. By himself? Why is he always putting that stunt? At this moment, our only choice is to trust Commandant and Lee. We head out to support Raven. You can come to meet us since your job is done. Got it. Stay on your toes. You will find corrupted roaming all over the shortcuts. Don't you worry about it. Meanwhile... Yes, Ishmael? Miss Ishmael, everything is settled here. Let's head to the next location. Okay, let me finish the final touch. She responds gently, turning around to gaze at the still chaotic Babylonia. Sure, I'll go take a break, pack things up. In the middle of the passage, a glaring red light appears in the real-time Earth projection relay through Gestalt. The staircase leading to a new height has manifested. The light of destruction merely serves as its byproduct. Human has finally reached this milestone. Human, I'm pretty sure that's humanity. It's earlier than expected. Everything is progressing at an accelerated rate. The cold voice of Gestalt echoes beside Ishmael's ear. According to my deduction, whether mankind can ascend the stairs or not, it all leads to... Is Nanami still around? Damn. Damn. She mentions the name with a smile on her face. She cannot alter the course of destruction. The present, her cannot make a change indeed. Exactly. Insufficient reference data. Please update the database. That's not necessary. The one who received her gift has set off. The once established balance has been disrupted. Humanity now stands a chance against the punishing virus. Wait, the one who received her gift has set off. That's Lee, yes. The once established balance has been disrupted, yes. Humanity now stands a chance against the punishing virus. However, the staircase has arrived early. Most are not ready yet. Next. Ishmael gently rotates Earth in the real-time protection, aware of the observing eyes aside. Miss Ishmael? Hello, Vonnegut. It seems that the Spiral Tower has made its appearance. Yes, mister. The one winged girl bows to the man before her. That lady, the merciful one, is likely to take action. Will she extend her hand to humanity? We need to not intervene. I would be pleased to witness her assistance to humanity and learn about their last resort. The Spiral Tower has manifested earlier than anticipated. If humans exist the stage ahead of schedule, the rest of our journey may become even more dull. But regardless of their survival, the Spiral Tower will undoubtedly exert its influence on the Ascension network. And thus we, as the ones incorrectly connected to it, will also experience the effects. This is a trial not only for humanity but also for the Ascendants. The filtering process itself is constantly changing and evolving, and so are the criteria. To meet the requirements, we must implement our preparation in advance. Bring that recruit over. There are matters I need her to confirm. Finally, we meet again. So about that tower, what is it? Have you not picked up anything during your time spent around that, mister? I'm just a defector, why would he tell me about it? Ha, you don't have to keep up the defiance around me, Miss Defector. Fine. You happy? Okay, I didn't expect that. I must say. I should have, but I didn't. Much better. Welcome back, Miss Lemire. It's been a while. Didn't you say that already last time? Fate has brought much upon you and me last time, and so does this time. Let's not talk about this. You really don't know anything about that tower? That Mr. still doesn't see me as his ally, not much. All I know is that he saw this day coming for long ago, and has made his preparation for it. I initially thought his whole diversion plan was about getting defectors to cover up what went down in the Red Tide. Based on what I'm seeing now, the Red Tide could also be part of his next move, serving as a cover for something else. Did he really plan out every step that has happened till now? Who knows, it seems that everything is playing into his hands. He even managed to find someone who passed the filtering among all those useless defectors and became an ascendant. Talking about being lucky as hell, I would say. However, the show isn't over yet, there still might be some surprises in store. Then, does he already know that I'm an imposter among them? Hard to say, or maybe it doesn't even face him. In the end, you, someone who's been MIA for ages, haven't managed to dig up any valuable interverted's attention. Wasn't it your idea for me to go undercover as a defector? How have things been on your end after we separated? He filled me on the details about Luna and left the decision making up to me. Then I passed the options along to Luna. She should have already left the moon by now. Well, as I was caught up with Luna, were you busy entertaining Litos and his special guest the whole time? Most of the time I was just roping in some defectors for him, but later on even he didn't have a clue what to do with that guest. So nothing achieved. That's not necessary too. Oh, what have you dug up? Tell me about it on our way to meet Luna. Hey, the group is back up, yeah! Oh, it's mostly about Litos. Turns out they churned out a bunch of copies of his mind. Yes. That's the kind of technology that Agent has. If the current Litos dies, he'll just use one of those mind copies to bring him back. Gusty wind scatters people's cries across the barren. Amidst the high concentration pushing virus that no one can survive, a fragile figure emerges, rising slowly. Hello, Litos. He averts his gaze from the tower and lets out a sigh, gently caressing the hetero creature by his side. You are all still alive. The previous I must have died protecting you. Litos nods at himself as he is no stranger to self-encouragement, then he walks up to another figure nearby. Litos? From behind, a young girl calls out to him. He turns around and notices a lady wearing a magician's hat and standing beside her. Oh, what was your name? But I know... I know who she is, but I forgot her name. Hello, little Litos. Do you remember me? Miss Lilith. Okay, it was Lilith, yeah. I'm glad to see you are. Thank you, it's all thanks to you, the previous you I mean. It's a shame that I couldn't extend my gratitude to him in person. In that case, I suppose we can consider this as our first encounter. The pleasure is all mine. From now on, I'll be your ally as a new Ascendant. Ascendant? Was it Mr.'s decision? I don't recall any of that. The previous you posed the same question. Worry not, for I made this choice of my own volition, and will accept any consequences that may arise. Is this really okay? Certainly, the most thrilling joy is often intertwined with great risks. I begged Mr. Vonnegut for a long time to secure a VIP seat for the upcoming show. Not to mention, you have all your hands occupied, don't you? With the future that Mr. predicted right in reach, he indeed requires a more resourceful helper. Then, a warm welcome to you, Miss Lilith. I appreciate it. Mr. Vonnegut has a task for me. We will be going. Alright, Litos, I have a message for you from Mr. Do not squander more time here. You have unveiled the possibility beyond ascendance and transcendence. Your mission stands fulfilled. Linger no longer upon those test subjects. Wait, you have unveiled the possibility beyond ascendance and transcendence. Huh. Your mission stands fulfilled. Linger no longer upon this test subject. Huh. Linger no longer. He cast a fleeting glance at the nearby figure who remains silent throughout. Should I get rid of him? Mr. said Litos can keep him if that's what he wants. We have other pressing matters at the moment. I see. I'll ask one last time before I seal him up. Cinderella gives him a faint nod and leaves Lilith. Beneath the crimson sky, only Litos and the tethered figure remains. You've heard it. This will be the last time I ask. This tower has validated all of Mr.'s predictions. No one is able to make a difference facing such calamity, be it humans or constructs. It's just like what you have seen before. Only those who hold power can call the shots. It's been a long time since you're thrown off the train, and I'm the one who's been taking care of you so far. No one! The fuck you doing here? It's time for you to make a decision, Mr. Monster. Huh. Explore the tower, go to the highest level. Okay. In the transport craft, Lee leads the steel to Monter's moving at full speed. The radar bell is incessantly signaling imminent danger. In 10 minutes, he will encounter hetero creatures that once obstructed the path to Earth. Ever since the Puglia Forest Park catastrophe, hetero creatures have acquired the ability to fly and asserted dominance in the Alliance land in airspace. Humans invested considerable effort in retrofitting transport crafts and bolstering the workforce just to barely sustain weekly transportation between space and Earth. But now Lee is the only one in this craft. Despite his expertise in transport crafts, the forthcoming battle will prove arduous. He may even lose his life before reaching the intended destination. Making direct contacts with flying hetero creatures 876. It is impossible to break through such an overwhelming number of enemies head-on. Ascend first, and then look for a suitable location to land. This undoubtedly the correct decision, considering the unpredictable nature of the enemy's potential attacks. It is wise to utilize the aircraft's speed and let it buy more time. Just as Lee is about to pull the lever, excruciatingly engulfs his entire mind, rippling through his chest and the left side of his body. A powerful vision overtakes his height, revealing an imminent collision of the aircraft with hetero creatures had to occur within mere seconds. On its explosion of the engine, the remaining half of his body plummets along with the wreckage of the craft. The intense pain stretches his nerves as if the experience were truly happening. In order to make the focus, Lee plans to deactivate his pain receptors, but unable to make his mind over the remaining pain, he glimpses at the explosion point in his vision. He spots an unknown creature at the rear end of the craft, his bone and emitting an ominous glow. What will happen if he attacks it? Lee wonders about the potential consequences, and he cannot afford to test his thoughts in this critical situation. Speed up and charge in. What? It's his other timeline versions. Lee's body moves instinctively, faster than his mind can process. With deft swiftness, he lifts the security lock of the craft's cargo bay and discards everything within. Upon contact with the cargo, numerous hetero creatures violently explode. Lee were to decrease his speed and ascent, he would face the same fate as the Shatter Fray. But he has no time to left down on the ifs. As the craft gains descent, acceleration from the reduced rate, it begins to lurch fiercely and plummets to the ground. Hold it there. Lee catches the lever with all his strength to keep the craft's head up, fighting against the ruthless pull of gravity. The craft charges into an even denser swarm of hetero creatures, deafening wings flapping, noises come from above, almost rendering the engines roaring inaudible. At least he has bought himself some time to catch his breath. Almost no hetero creature can catch up with the craft flying at such high speed, whereas those in its way will be smashed into pieces. Was that a vision of the future or a memory of the past? Regardless of its nature, the pain undeniably saved his life by serving as an alert. With this realization, Lee decides to keep his pain receptors active for now and focus on pushing forward. As the craft draws closer to the signal mark on the hetero tower, indicating that the destination is within reach, a sudden surge of pain strikes Lee once again. This time, Lee visions reveals an abundance of minuscule hetero creatures no larger than termites, formed by slime residue left on the craft's outer armor from the crashed hetero creatures. They are silently gnawing their way into the craft, into the cockpit and into his own body. Tch. No longer holding a shadow of doubt regarding the visions, Lee takes immediate action. He quickly detonates the incendiary bomb stored within the wing launchers, unleashing a torrent of fire and destruction. The wings are instantly torn into fragments, while the inflammable substance from the bombs envelops the entire craft. The blast has undoubtedly reduced the hetero creature's to ashes, however it caused an unfortunate consequence. The entire craft has transformed into a colossal blazing metal coffin. As the craft is still wobbling due to the blast, a new vision befalls, bringing with it another wave of excruciating pain. This is the price the vision exacts, subjecting him to mental torment, pushing his mind to the edge of fracture, and only to have him mended by the relentless force of pain time and time again. In a fleeting moment, really recalls the scene where Commandant struggled to regain consciousness by using broken glass to inflict pain. What a reckless fool he thought back then. But now I'm nothing different. As the crimson light of the hetero tower looms ever closer, the craft on the verge of transporting into a blazing fireball rushes towards its own destruction. Lee quickly seizes the parachute he prepared after seeing the vision. In one swift motion, he clicks open the cabin door and propels himself into the open air. A deafening explosion erupts behind him, and the next moment his flames blossoming fiercely. Ignoring the persistent phantom pain coursing through his body, Lee opens the parachute and swiftly extracts his weapon. With determined focus, he unleashes a barrage of gunfire upon the hetero creatures relentlessly pursuing him. The crimson monsters swarm around him as if they have discovered a delectable feast. He realizes that relying on his weapon is pointless as the numbers overpowered. Even the specialized parachute proves ineffective, shielding him from the unrelenting assaults. When Lee reaches a height of 100 meters above the ground, the parachute is completely ripped apart, leaving him defenseless against the pull of gravity. Almost there. He firmly pulls the trigger of his weapon and unleashes his full power upon the ground below. The forceful discharge creates a momentary recoil, ensuring a safe landing. He lifts his gaze and before him stands the entrance of the glowing spiral tower. Alright. The moment his feet touch this mysterious zone, an indescribable sense of familiarity washes over him. Is this not the first time I've ever come here? We will fail again. Must save. With an unsettling presence, a fragmented voice whispers into his ears. Don't, Commandant, we'll die. What? Murray will also. Those words traversing a great distance resound with cries woven from layers of regrets upon regrets. They are echoing ominously, bearing dire warnings of impending future. As I thought, I cannot contact the outside world here. The space seems to be even altered, but I will find a way up before things get worse. Okay.
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。もう逃げ場はあり。僕の視界か。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。
Gotcha. Okay. I think that's where I came from, so yeah, let's go. Okay, I cannot touch there. What's here? Ah, bye.
あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。
Ah, oops.
これで終わりです。
Oh! I managed to bug out the game. Let's go! Ah! Okay, I think I'm gonna restart this.
集中しましょう。
Now we can skip it because I read it. Okay.
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕の視界。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。
Okay. Please don't bug out this time. So we lead to another area. No, take the risk before investigating this issue. Actually, the other side first. Okay. Gotcha.
Toki no hate de horobi yo. あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。
Oh. I thought that guy activated. So how did you survive?
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。これで終わりです。
Is that a construct? I lost child. Huh? Oh, I didn't want to skip. God damn it! I pressed the wrong button. Give me a second. We will get through. We will get through. Don't worry your pretty head. I'm just fucking up a lot. Near a tower. I don't know what that is. Nice, some pities. I didn't do 9S stories in there.
あなたたちの時間は僕の視界からは逃れら。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。
I think I started 9S and I got bored of it, so I didn't do ending B. Okay, don't press G.
あなたたちの時間は僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。
If you can't see the blue, you never write the blue. This is wrong. I don't know. Just some is this on the reason? This bad truth is often hidden. Oh yes, it is. It is the red tide. Or the pushing wise. Ending DE. Up to then I definitely didn't do it. My lost child. Born from chaos. Tracing. Is that? Stop right now. Don't move any further. Okay.
時の果てで滅びよ。
Annihilation. Huh?
大したことじゃありません。
It's force
集中し
connection.
ましょう。
So the mind is rising. This can't be.
ここで割るつもりはありま
What
せ
do
ん。
you want me to do there? A blinding flash of light engulfs his vision. Within the depths of his sight, the twisting spiral emerges and pulses repeatedly. By the surroundings, blur and shift at a rapid pace through the passage of time. As helpless as a unguarded dyke, he can only resign himself to being overwhelmed by the edge of devotion, waiting his transfer's consumption. Ishmael! The familiar feeling throws him back to the simulated battle, yet every fiber in his being is acutely aware of the palpable sense of reality that envelops him. Before him, an infinite array of fleeting time fragments unfold, each as insignificant as a droplet falling into water. He realizes that even the briefest repetition of a negligible moment has the power to weave the tapestry of longevity that can endure for centuries. However, these fragments of information, regardless of their brevity, length, or complexity, still cannot be pieced together into a coherent whole. If what he surmised holds true, that this is not his first attempt, but rather another try after countless failures, what awaits him at the end this time? How many more failures must he endure before he can finally uncover all the missing fragments? Or will he not even be able to survive a mere moment of mind overload? Within the violent torrents of information, he opens his eyes, anticipating his vision to crumble, yet he finds himself embraced by a gentle, comforting darkness that tenderly enfolds him. In the distance, a faint glimmer from a lighthouse catches his eyes. A mind beacon. The mind overload is abruptly halted on the verge of causing a total breakdown. At that moment, he senses a warm grip from his hand as his visual modules reload. Commandant! Yep. After Lee breaks free from his swirling thirst, he sees a person standing before him, whose arrival is unexpected yet not entirely surprising. Why are you here? This tower is far too dangerous for you. I know. But this is what we agreed. No matter what danger arises, we face it together. You. Not to mention, I also made a promise to Murray, that I will stop you from taking everything upon yourself. Those words tenderly soften his resolve to argue back, but just as he is on the verge of surrendering to the comforting grave, those fragments of information he saw upon entering tower strikes him again. Don't Covenant will die. Received determination, Lee forcefully pushes the person before him away and severs the mind connection as if the warmth emanating from those hands suddenly stares through his skin. The moment the connection is shattered once again, Lee finds himself drowning in an overwhelming flood of information caused by the mind overload. A mere moment less in concentration will bring a permanent breakdown upon his mind, reducing everything to ashes. If he gives up now, there will be no more. Distant sighs and weariness of torment beckon him to halt, but the prickling pain from those fragments of information relentlessly propels him forward, refusing to let him rest. Commandant will die for. This is not the first failed attempt, nor the first time to bid farewell. Hello, Ishmael! What? The enigmatic figure responds only with silence and walks towards the distant whirlpool. Wait! Desperate to halt her departure and seek answer, he reached out his hand, but the sight of blood staining his palm catches his attention. Unlike his blue white fluid, that blood is brightless, suggesting its human origin. Commandant, I'm right here. Suddenly he realizes that blood on his head has unexpectedly vanished, as if what just happened was nothing more than a haunting nightmare. What's wrong? How am I here? What are you talking about? Lee notices the unmistakable signs of youthful inexperience on this criminal's face, indicating recent graduation from FOS. Perplexed, he begins to observe his surrounding carefully. It's 2 p.m. in the afternoon. This is Grey Ribbon's preparation room. That's right. And you are my commandant. The person before him looks surprised upon hearing these words. Did I say anything wrong? No, you said nothing wrong, it's just... I'm surprised by how you addressed me just now. Surprised? Yeah, maybe because the Grey Ribbon just finished restructuring. But you've been sort of frigid to me these days. I can feel your reluctance to acknowledge me, a recent graduate. So hearing you call me my commandant all of a sudden... The person starts chuckling while talking. It seems the other way is still better. Come on. As the human tries to explain, Lee turns away, gazing at their own reflection in the glass. The pale fire flame. Grey Ribbon just finished restructuring. Compared to the present, that period could almost be deemed peaceful. But now he finally understands how he squandered that precious piece. Stubbornly pushing ahead alone, he shields himself art from Murray and perceives every commandant as nothing more than a mission dispensing machine adorned by a pretty title. He never once considered the possibility that someone else could become his family, bearing an equal weight in his heart as Murray. Commandant, what's wrong? Do you have any wish? He himself does not even know why he asked that question. Perhaps he simply desires to take one more step, to learn one more thing about that person before reaching a point of no return. Retaking the earth, having a future of peace. I'm not asking you to do a pep talk. Retiring as early as possible and getting my pension. Can you just give me one that is actually achievable? Then your smile. Damn. What? My wish is I want to see you smile more, Lee. You will scare off everyone with that intimidating look on your face. The memory comes to an abrupt end here, and once again he's devoured by relentless torrents of information. Lee still remembers his comment to Commander's wish boring, because that time he considered smiling a mundane gesture of one worthy being deemed a wish. He thought that person was hesitant to reveal a sincere wish, using humor as a shield against vulnerability. He thought in the end no one was truly willing to expose their innermost feelings just like him. Not until much later did he realize that he had been projecting his own negativity onto others, distorting his perception of their intentions. Commander did not become distant because of his cold manner. Steadfast and resolute, that person has been cleansing the bloodstains from his hand, erasing everything that could have made him bear. But now his hands are tainted with blood again. Lee. A voice travels from the distant past, present to the present future. Wake up. Once again, darkness enshrouds the torrents of information, yet the distant glimmer of the lighthouse continues to guide him. However, weariness weighs heavily upon him, hindering his advance. Do not send it to the deception of information. Commandant is here. Amidst the turmoil state of his mind, he is unable to discern anything before him, only hearing that distant voice. All he needs to do is sustain the mind connection and take one more step further. He firmly believes that he can find the solution once he unrolls the truth behind this tower. Only one more step? That strange figure emerges again above the tempestuous ocean, surrounded by violent storms and torrents. Even as you venture into the tower and immerse yourself in ocean information, your understanding of these peculiar languages remains fragmented, doesn't it? Who the hell are you? In response, she quietly saunters towards the ocean as surrounding change in tandem with her movements. Konur Metropolis. The owner of this place once told me a story about 9 deaths for 1 chance. Wait, the merciful one talked to... Ku? Well, that's interesting. She spoke of a fabled river in the ancient legend of Konur. Its currents were composed of relentless rushing sand, and no soul had ever managed to cross. But there was this one person who embraced that 9 times in his relentless pursuit. On his 10th attempt, he utilized the remains of his previous bodies to forge a path, finally crossing the impassable river. A sad tale, isn't it? If only someone had been by his side, he wouldn't have had to endure such suffering. What are you trying to say? This tower descended too early, and only you alone stand prepared. What awaits others is nothing but futile demise. To ascend to the summit, you must have a path with the fallen bodies of your own. It's a price that must be paid countless times, with no assurance of securing even a single fragment each time. As an example, you already are walking toward failure in this attempt. You have indulged yourself in regrets and memories for too long, depleting the entirety of the time you have, incapable of retaining any further information. Each passing second now costs you a vital toll. Just behold. She points at Lee's embrace, where a deep crimson hue has taken hold. Lee. As Lee's mind collapses, he struggles to discern the figure in his arms, only sensing that his frame is drenched in blood. I'm sorry. That person whispers by his ear in a feeble voice. Little time passed here, yet everything seems to be gravitating towards the bleak ascent. I couldn't keep my promise. Come on, lad! His attempt to speak failed, words caught in his throat. The desire to rise fills him, but his body refuses. All he can do is watch helplessly as the glimmer from the lighthouse fades into oblivion. Then with a soft sigh, darkness once again enfolds him. Everything returns to turbulence, even that mystery figure dissipating into nothingness. Her departing words hang in the air, a declaration tinged with despair. You must reach the starting point to grasp a slim chance of change. However, given your present state, this may just mark the conclusion. So he is still nowhere near the starting point, despite all the price he has paid. With the mind beacon extinguished and weariness taking its toll, how can he continue to forge ahead? Don't worry, you still have me, let's keep pushing forward. A new lighthouse emerges. As his mind finds stability, a faint image of Murray catches his gaze. Don't blame your commandant, this is a choice I made. How long did that fleeting conversation last in real time? When did Murray enter the tower? In what state did the two ones he values most make such a decision to maintain the mind connection with him, even at the cost of their lives? Just as the strange figure said, he is bearing a weightier toll. I'm not a stunted as your commandant, I might not hold for it for too long. Are you capable of moving now? He heads Lee up and asks him to press on. Take me to the end that you are trying to reach. If you believe you can find the answer you're seeking here, I'm with you. You sacrificed so much to earn me a chance at life. I want to protect you at any cost. The life you selflessly safeguarded, I'm going to return it in kind. Don't return it this way. He yearns to retort, yet he finds himself incapable of uttering a word. Merely moving forward already pushes him to his limit. In his current state, what can he achieve when reaching that starting point? Start anew and try again. Even if failure is predetermined. Amidst the fragmented voices echoing along the path, he tightly grasps Murray's hand, heading toward the spiral hub where the information converges. Thank you. He smiles when feeling the firm grip on his hand. You must be wondering how something along as why are you saying thank you? Because you always treat me as a child. As Murray supports Lee, the two tumble forward. Everything is fine, just some scratches, no big deal. You don't need to worry about me. All I need you to do is stay here. You never tell me about your adversity. Murray mutters quietly with a bitter smile if there will be no second chance. I was born weak, can get easily deceived, and need someone to watch over me all the time. I guess it's only natural that you hesitate to rely on me and gradually distance yourself, even if you don't mean to. Don't be such a fool, that's what you want to say, right? But you know what, when I stare at your back as you walk away, it throws me back to the moment when our father left. When I was little, I once asked you if you had no choice but to leave us for a chance for survival. Was it because of my illness, because I was a burden to him? You denied it, but you bore all the burden on your own, never telling me a thing. Because I was a useless burden, I thought back then. If only I could become someone you could rely on and share the hardships with. He emits a quiet cough, and blood trickles from his nose, staining his immaculate suit. Now you are finally willing to rely on me once more. And the end of his tower, also the starting point of everything, the true brother stuff. It makes me so happy that I'm finally able to help you, even if it's just once in my life. He crumbles into pieces with a smile on his face, in Lee's collapsing visual module. The possibilities the starting point brings are right in front of him, but he's also on the verge of collapse due to mind overload. Lee reaches out to touch the ever-present circle of light. Scenes that have flickered past him are now clearly presented to him. You have once again paid this price to reach the starting point. How many more times does this person you treasure so much have to be sacrificed before your body can forge the way to the top to the tower? No matter, as long as you do not give up, I shall continue to watch over you as a gatekeeper. Huh. Huh. Go, read her message and let history replay itself. Message. In the Crimson Virus, the dancing message transfers into readable text. To the person carrying heteromershals who is able to read this, you will be able to find data on the language of the punching and its high-dimensional properties recorded here. As long as you can speak this language, you will be able to send messages into the past and maybe prevent this disaster from happening. So that's how Nanami could talk to past Nanami. Because she used the punishing. Ah, that's interesting. I know you have experienced a lot of sad partings along the way, but don't give up. There is still a chance to save it all. This is my gift to everybody. The gift of the future. And now you don't need to read any further. Time is ticking. Go and extract the data. But on the off chance that you are not in a rush, Can you relay a message to the commandant of Grey Raven, Liv, Lucia, and everyone else who is still alive? I miss you guys. Damn. Thanks, Nanami. There was once a girl who lived here, a girl who loved humanity, and to protect those whom she loved. She was willing to sacrifice herself in exchange for a chance to leave a message here. He cannot let her down and waste this opportunity. The language of the punishing message. Oh, that's... Oh, because of the... Oh, makes sense! That's how Nanami managed to talk to Nanami. She got here accidentally. Right. The language of the pushing message. Was this the cause of the sense of deja vu and promotions? Then this time I'll have to. He designates all his computing power and just before reaching the limit, he shouts into the past. Oh, hello, me. As Lee extends his pen toward the solitary answer within the ocean vast picture, his consciousness navigates through a non-fathomable multitude of paths in one mere moment. The tower itself manifests the space-time continuum. You can think about it this way. Here you may encounter possibilities that transcend the confines of your own world. Originally isolated, these possibilities are affected by the pushing virus, intertwining within the tower of the space-time continuum. Here both the past and the future take tangible form, shaped and molded by your own cognition. Simply put, your interference with the past in the tower carries a significant probability of impacting its very structure. Ooh, interesting. You may also reach the risk between space and time, fall into a realm distinct from the very present reality where you reside, and encounter phantoms that defy logical explanation or do not exist. Such matters are not for you to linger upon. Break free from the confines and search for the true path leading upward amidst the boundless arrays of possibilities. As the answer is derived through deduction, the surroundings begin to fade. The form of ever-shifting blocks, the structure within the tower constantly repeats the cycle of collapse and re-establishment. The once distant and fragmented voice becomes tangible and distinct in this very moment. Sometimes the key lies hidden in minute details. Hope has embarked on this journey towards the past countless times. The page must be turned for the next chapter. Hello, Riot. A bullet slices through the air, landing in the core of the less corrupted with unparalleled precision. The hair metal chunk compels in the responding thought, bringing everything back to silence. This is Lee reporting in. We cleaned up all the corrupted in area C20 and I'm ready to return. Copy that. The clearance of Operation Area D is at 80% completion. Let's terminate the temporary headquarters once the task is finished. No corrupted reaction is detected in Area B. The ISIS device has been set up. I'm heading to the next location. Got it on my way to Renan point. The nearby corrupted signals have all vanished. After Lee ends the communication, he secures his gun back onto his bed, frowning at the wound on his leg. I let my guard down. Not foreseeing a punishing conversion probe positioned perilously close, he got infected inactively by trying to destroy it. Despite the minor injury, his infection level has already receded within the safety threshold thanks to a timely treatment. Aha! Aha! An unusual surge of pain emanates from his inward device, coinciding with the momentary overload within his mind, yet just as swiftly as it appeared, everything was as if nothing had occurred. Suddenly his attention is captured by some new data lying in his mind. What's this? It's a sequence of seemingly garbled calls arranged in a manner that evokes an indescribable sense of familiarity. A hunch begins to form within him as he is reminded of the cipher he and Murray once used for their clandestine communication. Could it be? There is our coordinates? He and Murray are the only ones who know this cipher, but this does not look like a message sent by Murray. Instead, it appeared in his mind out of the blue, without any known source. Confusion envelops Lee's heart, and an inexorable pull compels him to investigate the coordinates, as if guided by an unseen hand. According to the map, this location is less than 2 kilometers away. Yeah, I was wondering what are those garbled messages. It was Lee sending message to the Pestley. The message showed up with such uncanny timing, almost as though the sender had prior knowledge of Lee's presence in the area during this precise moment. Anyway, I should go check it out first. It looks like I'm going to take a detour. The sugar is what the signal data on the micro and back. Okay, I should go first. Let's go. Okay, let's listen. Okay, I still know how to play it. Is there something there? Oh, okay. Oh, this is the leaped version, right. Oh god, how do you play the leaped version? Alright. I'm not moving, it's the game moving. Where am I now? Look at the coordinates. Ah! Oh, that's a cool thingy! Jesus. That's a far away, I found it. However, proto direction is right ahead. Is this a distance string? How can I be analyzing in this area? Ah, that's a tank! Hello, tank. Discord, you are one of the grey event. This is a joint combat squad, we need help. Why are you here? This isn't a joint combat mission. My teammate was lost after his positioning system was interfered by a corrupted attacks. I'm here to look for him. My combat position was inhibited by the probe. I need more time to reboot. It's running my corrupted. Let me drive the vehicle. Okay. Let me drive the boat. Okay, you go save him. Right. Okay.
僕が計算した弾道から逃げられるほどの弾だ。あなたたちの結末はただ一つです。
Okay. Right, thanks for the help, buddy. Oh. I can actually shoot, huh? I didn't expect that. That's because I have braces, I made them out. Okay.
僕が計算した弾道から逃げられるものなら諦めた方が賢明です。
So where did they get the second vehicle? That's the question. The prisoners have disappeared. Your sister's reaching facility. Speaking of which, are you also heading to a temporary HQ? This is location of the coordinates. I need to leave first. It's relatively safer here. Let's stop here for a bit for maintenance. Lee had wanted to find an excuse and leave, but after seeing how the injured consul was killing his team, he changed his mind. I'm fine, he's the one who needs attention. Let's stop here since we can't detect the corrupted signals anymore. Lee immediately starts inspecting the comatose conscious soldier as he is set down in a safe corner. His injuries aren't serious and the infection level is decreasing. He should be fine. Just to be safe, he is set out once his mind becomes more stable. He's fine, thank God. The construct lets out a sigh of relief and turns to thank Lee once more. Thank you so much. Don't mention it. The construct relaxes after knowing his friend is safe. His tongue loosens as well. Never in my madness dreams did I expect Grey Remember to come to our rescue. I thought you guys only went to the most dangerous of battlefields. Why would you have that impression? Also, I didn't mean anything by that. I just thought that elite teams like you guys would receive more important missions. As for newbies like us, the command central only sends us out to set up devices and patrol bases. Those are relatively safer missions, nothing bad about that. It's different though. I didn't become a constraint to stay safe. You got modified. Willingly? That's right. I may not look like it, but I come from a family of soldiers. I always had a weak constitution though. Needed an exoskeleton even for walking. My family, they all died bravely in the Battle of the Curtain. I couldn't carry on their legacy. I couldn't even avenge them. So when I found out that my body was still a strong affinity to Dental 193, I was really glad. I wish to fight alongside the commandant on the front lines, to become a captain that members look up to. Someone who can protect them, not who I am now. Someone who couldn't even save his own partner. Sorry for the rant, please don't mind me. My mouth just runs when I realize it's an old habit of mine. It's alright, nothing to apologize for. No one starts out experienced. Lee starts to survey his surroundings, his brows furrowed. This is the designated coordinates, but he cannot find anything that catches his attention. Has he missed out on some important message, or the message is meaningless after all? Or is that... Something catches the construct's eye and he makes his way toward the other side of the street. He then picks up a broken device from a heap of ruined machines. I never thought he would find this here. It looks useful. I wonder which squad left it here. Is that an electromagnetic observation device? Yep, it looks like a module used by the engineering task force. I've seen them use it on missions, but the task force usually don't use this. If the navigation system malfunctions, this can serve as a backup navigator. My team member was bad with directions in the first place. If he found this earlier, maybe he wouldn't have been in danger. After all, it's not affected by the pushing virus. As long as you can calibrate the imagining, it's a good way to find your bearings when the navigation system is down. It's just a shame that these aren't really designed to be portable. If it was smaller, you'd be able to make it with us as a backup for emergencies. For emergencies, huh? I try to modify it when I have time. Huh? Huh? Oh! Oh, that's cool! Oh, I like that! Okay. Okay, you got my attention. Dimension rerun. So we did that, yes, dimension rerun. So now we go back and try to get more. I see, that's clever. As the crimson light of the Hydra Tower flows down across the craft on the verge of transferring into basic vibration so much for the discussion. Link says the brush you tip your head after seeing the visioning. One swift motion kicks over the coming door and proposes Sammy into the opener. Deafening explosion erupts behind him in the next moment. It's flame bustling fiercely. Ignoring the persistent phantom pain coursing to his body, he opens the parachute with swiftly extracts the weapon with determined focus. He unleashes a barrage of gunfire upon the hetero creatures landed bursting him. The crimson monsters swarm around as they have discarded the delectable feast. Lee quickly guards the futility of relying solely on his weapon as their numbers overrun. Even a specialized parachute bruises them. Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna read what's different. No, it's not. Wait, that's new. Wait. Even his own work possesses a sense of deja vu that cannot be ignored, leaving him with a disquieting feeling. Nevertheless, he must hold it back and push forward in the face of an imminent and unknown threat. Exercising caution, he decides to assess his surroundings using the observation device, just as he did before. As he is about to activate the electromagnetic observation device that has long been integrated into the frame, he suddenly starts moving. Just as I did before. What is exactly meant by just as I did before? Now, how did he think about using this device? When was it installed within the hyperreal frame? Why is it even installed? As Lee dives into his memory, he easily finds the answers to all these questions. However, an unsettling presence lingers, casting a shadow over his recollections. He's only certain about one thing: the seemingly inconspicuous device will prove to be an invaluable aid during this time in the tower. But even Lee finds himself unable to unravel the source of this unwavering certainty. For now, he can only proceed cautiously while harboring a sense of skepticism in his heart. See the question out there.
あなたたちの時間はもう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。
Ah, that's new. And there are no flies here this time. As something beyond your comprehension appears, you may have a hard time understanding it completely. But times like everything in front of you is an aggregation of your knowledge. Do not believe all that you see, trust your instincts. Because the real fact can be simply observed. Okay, never mind. Yeah, the guy is also gone. I remember him, he's the customer I met at the time. Did he become a captain? If you see this in the road ahead, you will never arrive at the destination. This is the wrong route, don't be deceived. The right path, truth is often hidden in the past. You have found it, please keep going forward to me. What about you? I want to go back, to go home. To where is home? The question position fasten. Okay. Well, I cannot go towards you, sorry. I cannot go back, so... I guess we go here. More from chaos chasing. Stepping into the place without knowing anything, understood there is more people that awaits you. So right, don't move any further. Once trapped in the wrong time race, you will be lost inside forever. This is not the destiny you're looking for. Okay, just like that, the replay is over there. Yep. Not just the town found the theory, but they to give me a hint. Observation is determined by theories. This certain towards the devices based on different things. Ah. Interesting.
あなたたちの時間は僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。
Okay. Where's to now? There is something here. Can I get on it? No. Oh, there is something there. Aha. Oh, there's a path that I can walk here, kinda? Oh, hey, Masago. How about you don't do that?
滅びよ。あなたたちの時間は僕の視界。もうこれで終わりです。
There you go. Investigate near the singularity. I'm here. The gravity, the physical laws here are inverted compared with the other places. By utilizing the electromagnetic observation device, all the complicated gravitational changes and abnormal spaces in the tower are now visible. Even the passages that were hidden by the tower are there, clear as day. If he had not known, decided to take the long way and check all those coordinates, he would have not thought to modify and include his device for normal uses. It all seemed like a coincidence, but Lee could feel it, that something or someone was getting him from above. Lee looks up at the tower, but the top remains out of his sight. He could not even be sure that all he sees now is reality. This tower, it keeps changing. He could feel that this tower was not merely a conjugation of the punching wires. Its interior is a completely different space than what it looks on the outside, as if it is a living being hiding in the dark, observing everything. He sees all that happens and all the challenges Lee had overcome and decisions he had made this in the face of danger. He knows that this is an absurd train of thought and this past self would never even entertain the possibility of it. Even though he has survived countless battles, there will always be new and unknown risks, and current theories and experiences may not always be correct. Open your mind, just like the composite ornaments in your hands. You need to be prepared for every possible scenario from the start. What is that again? Sorry. Even though he has open your mind just like the composite ornaments in your hands. You need to be prepared for every possible scenario from the start. The tower itself manifests the inner space-time continuum. You can think about it this way. Here you may encounter possibilities that transcend the confines of your own world. And something beyond your comprehension appears, you may have a hard time understanding it comprehensively. But at times like this, everything in front of you is an aggregation of your knowledge. Do not believe all that you see, trust your instincts. A familiar voice resonates in Lee's mind. Along with this voice, the over-realistic vision flashed before his eyes once more. Unbearing pain accompanies this vision, stronger than all the others he had experienced. He clenches his teeth as he tries to suppress these overwhelming emotions, venturing forward. Those were not his reality. He has one mission and only one, which is to get to the top of the tower and prevent the catastrophe that is to come. And if there is really something that is observing him, then it will probably be waiting for him there. Hello, Ishmael. Okay, so we did that. Ah! I think we need to do this one first, 2114 first. And then go back to the past. Tower 7 has changed again. Ah, interesting.
あなたたちの時間は僕。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。
Okay. Zero brain at the target point. Okay. The brain is just follow the illusion created by my own perception because I won't be able to go past it in regular ways. The structure looks somewhat familiar. Ever since I came here, I seem to be able to understand the language of crystals, but I seem to correspond codes to decipher its language. Did I see something similar elsewhere?
あなたたちの時間は僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。
Just die.
あなたたちの時間は僕の時間。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。これで終わりです。
It's ending anytime soon. The first area isn't going to activate the barrier, since I still won't find the answer. I know what I have to do now. Ah, going back in time. I see. He runs for his life through the dark underground factory. A shower of bullets and lasers strike from behind, sparks flying from the metal racks they hit. The safety door has long been shut when the alarm was first triggered. He could only keep dodging behind the huge machine tool and storage shed. As he turns the corner, a beam of laser catches his arm, sending up a wave of excruciating pain. At the same time... Wait, what? As he turns to the corner, a beam of laser catches his arm... Yeah, okay. At the same time, he slides into an inconspicuous air duct and crawls to the other side of the room. My clothes. He will not have to come up with another excuse. Murray seems to have noticed something recently and looked like he has something to say to Lee. Murray's situation is also worsening again. He cannot make him worry anymore. Where did that Gaster go? Find him. Now is not the time to think. I need to focus on getting out of this place. Relax, there's no way out of worrying here. He's probably covering in fear already. Let's have him a bit of fun with before the boss comes down. Never thought someone would be so brave to come stealing alone. 1, 2, 3, so I got 4 shots left. V wipes away the bloodstains outside the air duct. With a roll of gaze in his teeth, he bandages his wounded arm and starts counting his ammunition in the corner of the room. Lee, do you copy? What's your situation? Hearing his teammate's voice from his tiny terminal, Lee lowers his voice to reply. I had a target, currently vacating the site. Your core is not blown, is it? I was. Our inter was wrong. There were 4 security keys to their security system. Cracking that took up some extra time. Your preset surveillance interference ended up 3 seconds short. Well, as long as you got the goods, do they know our plan? They think I'm working alone. Good, I meet you at the rendezvous point. The communication is swiftly cut off by the other side. There are 2 guards inside the factory and at least 6 outside in the plan. He surveys his dimly lit surroundings. The room he is in appears to be a mechanical warehouse filled with failed experimental objects and defective parts. And he found what he needs is depot junk. There's blood. He's hurt, so he won't be able to run far. Over there, he went to the right. Follow him. That's strange. I swear I saw someone here. There. A black shadow bursts out from the racks and hides behind the carving in the corner. A sticky substance drifts onto the floor with his movements. Seriously, I expected better. He probably can't move much with such a serious wound. They laugh manically as they fire 2 shots into the corner. Make sure he's still alive for questioning. Wait, that's not... They approach the corner to find that what they in the pile of cargo is not the wounded intruder they expected but a broken humanoid machine. Fuck, that wasn't the human we saw. It's a defect from the warehouse. Impossible. Why was it moving? Wait, where did the bastard go then? You talk too much. In the end, the 2 guards never saw how the figure manifested from the darkness behind them, nor how quickly he slit their throats. Lee shoots his blade back to his belt, freely letting the 2 lifeless bodies slide down to the ground. He fishes out a key card and leaves without a second glance. What is the meaning of this? What awaited him at the roof was not an aiding team but the cold barrel of a gun pointing at his forehead. Put down your weapon and give me the goods, no funny business. Don't make me repeat myself. Lee takes out an object from his pocket, a storage device in the shape of a stick. Very good. Satisfied, he constantly lets out a sigh of relief as he takes the storage device from me. He then puts on a show of pity. I'm really impressed with your abilities. It's a real pity that you must die today. Is this why you withheld information? Lee's heart pounds in his chest as his body starts to grow cold. The wound he hastily treated had opened up while he was escaping. He starts to feel faint and weak from the excess blood loss. He grits his teeth trying to regulate his breathing. You are quite sharp, I give you that, which is why I trusted that you would be able to crack the complicated security system even under those circumstances. Oh, you hear that? Looks like their backup is here. I leave the rest to you then, teammate. He retreats with a smile on his face and a gun in his hand. Lowering the gun, he aims at Lee's leg. Infection level decreasing, calibrating basic function modules. Audio module collaboration complete. Lee, I'm going to put you down now. Please wait for a moment while I hear you. Someone is calling me. After a round of dissonance, Lee could faintly hear the calls of his teammates, Liv and Lucia's voice. My memory is all scrambled. Is it because of the infection? But he could not really reply to the calls. The pushing wires messed up his visual motor. Eerie black and red squares keep changing in his views, exploding in his mind like twisted spirals. Immense pain hacks away at his will as the pushing wires devours him thoughts. It tries to take over his mind and Lee gives it his all to try to remain conscious. He uses his body to block Tifa's last attack. Yeah, that was Tifa. I was wondering when that comes up, that plot point, and now they actually made that a plot point. Last strike and the pushing wires invades his frame through the wound. It only thanks to the connection with the commander's mind beacon that the infection level did not exceed the limit as it is starting to decrease. Leaf had performed some emergency treatment on Lee and they are currently waiting for pick up the safe corner of the subway station. Visual module calibration complete. Lucia, who is usually calm and collected, is now fretting with worry. Lee has never seen her this anxious all this time as a member of Grey Raven. Lee reaches her teeth as she continues to treat Lee's wound. Lee leans against Commandant as Commandant holds him close by his shoulders, supporting call for his weight. He may not be able to see Commandant's expression, but he could feel the hands on his shoulders slightly trembling. Lee finds that he is not used to these situations like this. No need to worry, I will be fine, he wants to say, don't worry, but he could not even find the breath to do so. My mind and the connection to frame control is being blocked. The infection levels are starting to lower. I should be able to control my frame. This stays one possibility. I need to find a way to inspect my mind. To inspect the mind, one needs to enter a comatose-like self-inspection mode. This means that there will be a period of time when he will have to cut off all sensations to the outside world. He will be powerless in the face of danger. How foolish would it be if it all ended here, but... In desperate times, the most efficient strategy is to abandon those who have lost their mobility and evacuate. If needed, those members can also be used as bait. That is one of the unspoken rules of Kurono. Although the speed of evacuation is severely hindered and they have been surrounded by the corrupted several times, Graven does not entertain the thought of abandoning him for even 1 second. Entering self-inspection mode means he will have to cut ties with the outside world, but he has Graven by his side now. Each of us is an indispensable feather necessary for Graven to soar undeterred by opposing forces. None of them will have once renounced their vows. I can't make them worry like that any longer. At least now there is something I can do. Cutting off external sensation temporarily, preparing for self-inspection. He has numerous experiences with almost fainting from injuries, but this time is the first time he feels safe. What appears in front of me is not his mind but a realm of chaos. What was that? A moment of data error. Is this caused by the punishing virus? There is no time to waste here. I will have to inspect them one by one. In the vestry of his mind, Lee sees a red crystal floating in the sky. Looks like that's the source of the abnormalities. This is Tifa's data shard. To think this was planned in me all this time. I need to get rid of it quickly. The moment he touched the crystal, Lee is sucked into another eerie dimension. Primal projection. This isn't my mind, damn it, the potential is higher than I thought. I didn't expect you to still keep your sanity. You'll be trapped here forever. I don't have to play with you. Ah. Oh yeah, this is the new... Oh, this is the new Tifa.
それは隠れているつもりですか。僕が計算した弾道から逃げられるものがあなたたちの結末はただ一つです。僕が計算した弾道から逃げられるものが来ます。いや、考えしくないですね。この状況は。
Okay, this Tifa is actually challenging.
それはあなたたちの結末はただ一つです。
Okay, then.
諦めた方が賢明です。
No, I don't.
やるな。諦めた方があなたたちの結末はただ一つです。
The grey starry skies and murky tides slowly fade away. The corrupted realm concentrated by Tifa's thoughts starts to crumble, reverting to the original state of Lee's mind. The dark swamp returns to Tifa, whose body is already in pieces. With her mobility lost, she could only crawl on the ground with all that's left in her. That's interesting. The disintegration of the data which composes her starts to at her fingertips, slowly edging up her limbs and dissipating into thin air. It's over. No, not yet. I can still... I've already destroyed your memory shell and core parts. The only thing that's left here is your memory data. And now that it's disappearing too, you can't control a frame that doesn't belong to you. No, looks like you still don't understand. What was once Tifa's left eye is now just a bottomless pit of darkness. She starts to laugh madly with the many-colored green plastered onto her face. I saw them there, your memories. You're also someone who's willing to do anything to achieve your goal, aren't you? When you were in Kurono, and even before that, the blood, the bodies, the betrayals, and now you're part of the weak little team like a normal person. Must be hard, isn't it? Rather than a test for it, I think the purifying force is more of your thing, since you're used to all of that already. I realized that we were the same when I saw your memories. You cannot bear to lose someone dear to you, and for them you are willing to perform worse deeds. When you finally lose your dear family, friends, and commandant, you will remember what I said today, and then you will... bonk. Lee raises his hand and puts the bullet through Tifa's head. All that is left of her data flickers twice, before exploding slightly into nothingness. That's enough. Everything comes to a sudden stop like a movie on a pause when the gunshot resonates in the round. I didn't even notice she planned a control valve back then. Although he was not able to remove the effects of his control valve as soon as it was planted, he has now destroyed Tifa's mind shard, so at least he would not be under Tifa's control. If I hadn't noticed this, then I really wouldn't have injured my teammates. That is something that he never wants to see happening again. As a precaution, I should leave a hidden command for anti-hacking in my mind. There, this should do it. As he leaves the self-reflection mode, he finds himself already on the transport curve with his teammates' help. And that vile woman from Cerberus, who is covered in wounds and sitting right opposite to him, smirks at him. Look at you, Lee, you've seen better days. Haha, let me return the favor and tell you that you've seen far better days. Forcing himself to sit up straight, Lee refuses to interact with the person in front of him anymore. He looks over at Commandant, who is also on the transport craft and currently porting back to HQ through an electronic screen. If I lose your dear family, friends and Commandant, you will remember what I said today. He cannot ever let that happen, and because he does not know that dangers and battles the future may hold for them, he cannot let his guard down at all times. From now on, I will have to thoroughly inspect all the weapons and equipment the Grey used before battle. Oh, okay, and when I get back, I should make an emergency clone device for Command as soon as possible. I see. I can't let anything catch me by surprise. I need to be prepared for every possible scenario. As only basic treatment was performed on his injuries, he feels the excruciating pain originating from his wounds as his sensation gradually returns together with his consciousness. However, Lee's thoughts are still as sharp as ever, calculating all possibilities and formulating contingency plans. He's a member of Grey, he does not have to fight alone anymore. Okay. Did we get? Okay. Getting there. So I guess it's gonna be like past, future, past, future. Turn me to reverse second into fast control plugs. That allowed me to reverse the key to fast control plugs. They're all based on the same theory. If I use a similar method, I can reverse also this barrier to make a path instead. Ah, interesting. Shimon has a physical way in this space. Impressive. It's quite rough, but more than enough. Oh. Puck. There you go. Shocking minds. Okay. もう逃げ場はあります。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕の視界、これで終わりです。Okay. Last time it was really exit leads to the area above. Okay. So what's this time? The once blocked road now is cleared. The interior of the structure of the tower is changing according to Lee's actions. The spiral staircase appears in front of him and he ascends it without a second of hesitation. No matter how many problems he will be faced with, he will find a solution to them all. A ephemeral lighthouse shines still in his mind, throughout all guiding him like the North Star. Even though he has lost all chance of connection with the outside world and no message can be seen or received, as long as the remote connection is still established, he will always be connected to the Commandant's mind beacon. He knows that the lighthouse still exists, he knows that his teammates are fighting together with him, no words needed, and that's how well they know one another. That is why no matter what happens, he will not allow the future Tifa mansion to become reality. Lee finds himself in front of a round floating platform at the top of the spiral staircase. As he steps onto the platform, he starts to shake violently and suddenly escalates at a blinding speed. The wind roars in his ears. No matter how hard he tries to look up, all he sees is an endless abyss of crimson. The eerie realm keeps stretching as the platform rises, just like endless nights. It has been a while since the platform started to rise, and it does not seem like it will reach the top anytime soon. Looks like this is another riddle. On this empty platform races another figure. His past self. Interesting. So let's go 15. Okay, we are getting there, This opponent is like an only boat on an endless river. Strange sights are devouring the edges of the mind. Must think of a way to tackle everything here. I can only move forward even though I'm trying to move to different directions. Hello guys. Here's Chris.
あなたたちの視界は僕の視界からはのあなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。
Huh? Ah, back to this place again. Don't need to tell me. Okay.
あなたたちの時間は僕の時間。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。
This won't work. Okay. The screen seems to think unstable. Okay. Since we don't believe in the same word, I cannot share much with you. I can promise that what I have learned will apply to your situation. Too much information may lead to more errors. Trying to fix things or with your might cause more problems. I'm sure you understand that. You must find your own answer, the most important part. Its clues can be anywhere. And leave the rest to you, only you can do this. Touch the time rift. Okay, touch. I guess it's an option I have now. Okay. Lee is not surprised by at all to find Button was also lied about their circle being not far from here. The real base of the Forsaken is located somewhere far from the scene. Night has already found them when they finally get to their destination. Button is true to his word and even provides Graven with the best treatment for the Forsaken can, allowing them to replenish their supplies and perform maintenance with no cover-ups or restrictions. As for Watanabe, he disappeared to be busy somewhere else after brewing up what we have been tea for Graven. While Devi insists on inspecting the mind of all the rescued Forsaken soldiers, she convinces soldiers twice her size to quietly undergo inspection with her gentle yet pertinacious voice saying how they must prevent the effects of mind iteration from developing. The soldiers all look guilty and apologetic at her words. Commandant, on the other hand, borrows Watanabe to do a mission report while sitting on a minty. No one want to disturb a commandant focusing on their duties. I thought Commandant was just being polite, didn't think that he would actually be drunk. Lee had already finished maintaining all the weapons earlier, so now he has some time for himself. The light in the residential flicker of according to the schedule. The moon hangs high in the night sky, shining gently down on the darkened base. It reminds Lee of what Commandant once told him, that during the Golden Age some places considered a full moon to represent a reunion of family. Hey there, kiddo, mind moving your leg a bit? The old man gestures toward Lee's side and Lee complies. The old man bends down and takes two heavy looking boxes off the shelf behind him. Let me help you with that. Where are you moving this? To the storage. Thanks, kiddo. Lee takes the boxes and picks his way toward the storage. He slows down his pace when he notices the old man following behind him. This is gunpowder. Yes. Oh, yep. Didn't know constructs had such good noses. Wait, no. What do you young people call them nowadays? Smell centers? Smash sensors. I didn't know the Forsaken still use such ancient weapons. Haha, this isn't a weapon, it's fireworks. Fireworks? That's right, that kid Watanabe found these on while out hunting for supplies, saying that the children could have some fun with them. He has also brought back lots of other interesting trinkets, like a talking robot. The kids love it. We had planned to set off these fireworks tonight so that everyone could have some fun, but they said something happened while on the road and just came back now. Most kids are already in dreamland now. And it looks like it's going to rain tonight. I don't want it to get moist, so I was going to put them back for now. Rain, but the sky is really right now and it doesn't look like it's going to rain at all. And I thought whatever I said you guys don't have a weather forecast system. Oh, you think he's lying? Okay, don't underestimate our campers who experience all nature has to offer. If I say it's going to rain, then it's going to rain. I guess you can say that I am this base's weather forecast system. Oh, I just put those there. Thanks, kiddo. No problem. Lee gently sets off the boxes of fireworks down to the ground. With the help of dim lights in the storage, he could see the pictures on the boxes. Although the cores were already faded, he could still see the spectacular fireworks dancing in the night sky. Lee is no stranger to fireworks, but there is one memory of it that will forever be tainted with his and regret. A gunshot sounds from Lee's hand. The next second, the man standing in front of him howls in pain as he falls to the ground. Two patches of blood stains spread quickly from his thighs. In this split second, Lee has already kicked his weapon away and picked up the gun from the ground. He calmly looks down at his struggling teammate with the alarm blaring in the background. I counted. You shouldn't have used all of your bullets by now. I think you need to update your intel. I never let myself fall into a disadvantage in a battle due to weapon shortage. Damn it. It's probably a waste of my breath, but I still want to ask, why did you try to kill me? Isn't it obvious that someone wants you dead? You've been doing this long enough. You're not that naive to think you haven't never made some enemies, are you? And if you die in action, I can take all the pay. Two birds with one stone. So it's about money. That's right, money. No one in their right mind would be in this business if not for the money, unless they are insane. Tell me, which are you? You are right, I do it for the money. Lee calmly agrees before turning to leave. Our pursuers are here quicker than I expected. Looks like they are not just for show. Well, I guess I leave the rest to you then. You, wait, I still have the goods, don't you need that? Lee lifts a finger and points his head without turning around. It's just some secret weapon blueprints, I have it all memorized up here. There you give me, just a small bomb. Lee leaves the scene, ignoring the pleas of the man behind him. Lee doesn't know how long he has been running, but he finally loses his pursuit and ties in a dark alley. His vision starts to darken from excessive blood loss and physically demanding escape. He slams down onto the ground in one of his corners, lifts the vest bandage and changes the hemostatic cotton on this last piece. Good thing he's not bleeding that much anymore. He's wearing dark colors as usual, at least the blood stains would not be obvious at night. Lee thinks to himself as he looks up at the gloomy skies. 3 bang. Colors suddenly exploded in his grey vision. Fireworks bloom in the sky, painting over the darkness with their brilliance, like a midsummer night's dream of the golden age. Right, today is the festival Murray had been looking forward to going. I'm sorry, Murray. Sorry that he could not go even to he had promised. When he finally gets back home, Lee is ready to see that Murray is already asleep. Murray is lying on his side by the edge of the bed, indicating that he was watching the fireworks on the window up until the second before he fell asleep. He wants to touch his little brother's forehead, but his hands stop midair as he is reminded that his hands are covered in dried up blood and gunpowder. Murray's pale face is soft and clean, however. His brows are furrowed and he does not seem to be sleeping peacefully. Murray will definitely be disappointed when he wakes up, but he will no doubt put an understanding face and pretend not to care. What he doesn't know is that his eye always betrayed him. Although it may not help much, I should make him an apology gift after I treat my wounds. Lee quietly exits Murray's room and slips into his workshop before gently closing his door. Fireworks still decorate the night skies outside the window. Lee steps out his question as the storage door slams closed with a bang. Why am I suddenly recalling things from so long ago? Even though he's not reliving his memories anymore, his heart still feels heavy, as if there's something on his chest. The night is still young, I could go for a walk. This station is on the main story and takes longer to complete. Takes your time. This is station is on the main story and takes longer time to complete. Well, I got here already, so might as well do not skip. Few hours after saving Liv. Oh! Hello, Hyperreal. He's out on a walk, but still can quiet his mind. Okay, take a walk, calm walk. Okay. Why is it I? Look a bit anxious. Staying with your family may help you calm you down. Music bar, interact with the music bar. Look at data set, is there anything I can help you with? You mean the photograph? You just realized that nobody came to collect it. Okay. Left control 4. Squeak clang. Music playing off and off. Okay. I'm gonna talk to this guy first. Ah, never mind. If I was on the way to BJ, non-HG voice on the top privately, okay? Sorry, but I can't you pass. Okay, but I wanna talk to you. To adjust the route. Is it raining? Yes, you are here late. I came across this good near my face. His brother were separated. Could you please take care of him? I still need to get back to my prefer. I really appreciate your help. Okay. Talk to a child. I don't have an option. Okay. And you see your mother near the chat bot. Okay. Let's go to far. This is a hollow base. Should we flip it? Spin up. Left control 3. The writing is very hard to read. Tell me, is irreplaceable? It's more fun than visiting the game. But where did he go? Then comment the person that takes me immediately. Okay. Okay, but left control 1. Hello. There's a community is looking for you. Okay. Either could nearby. I know commanders need to be rescued. If you please tell them. Of course I'm going to get. Please carry the kit for me. Okay. As possible. Gotcha. But why is the kid following me then? Ah. Hello, Lee. Time and location confirmed. Huh? Interesting. Alright, let's begin. Interesting. Passing frustrating from the past. Is the child's brother? Excuse me, can I read the pornograph? Yes, you can. I mean, not it's like he can say anything else. Position in the corner is the key to the future, sending them out. What's going on? Oh, the red tie doesn't want us to do this? It's getting unstable. Okay.
あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。もうあなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。
There's a thing I can do here. But I leave before I interfere with these virtual radio tracks. Yeah.
僕の視界からは逃れられません。
Interesting. It's on quick train still I should see like a doctor and go ASAP. No worries, thanks Lee, I'm just curious. How do you find it? Screen the signal launcher in the front of space, but I didn't know it was you. First launcher, what are you talking about? Huh? Brother, sorry for being ahead of this accident, but look, I found your gift. It's not my crap, but you still need us, don't you don't hurt on the block. Ah, you're lying there, sir. You changed the dressing when you got home. You belong to China. Okay. I put it. Huh, music bot, how weird. I didn't end up there. What when we found this somewhere and picked it up? And he's replaceable. We cut a bit of mission that taken with Murray recently. Which has brought a slight change to the converging strings of fate. Right, yeah, I'm still on the surface. Huh.
So slightly change the timeline.
Okay. Morian. Murray looks surprised on the other side of the closet. We never expect his brother to call him at this time. But happy smiles soon appears on his face. Are you still on the surface? Are you on a mission? Yeah, I'm still on the surface. You've been out on this mission for quite some time now. Is everything alright? You're not in trouble, are you? Is there anything I can help you with? Murray could not bring himself to ask the last question. Most things have been taken care of now, so I currently have some free time. Is that so? But Murray, you can't call me during a mission, especially when you're extremely busy. I don't get to hear your voice for months during those times. Which is why I was a bit worried when you were in trouble when I got your call just now. But I'm glad you're okay. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lee froze his brows as soon as thought again reaches for his inward device. Morian, what's wrong? It's nothing. You're doing it again. I saw what happened, Morian, and it definitely didn't look like nothing. Lee mentally sighs as he puts down his hand. He was caught red-handed in making excuses, now we'll just make Murray worried. Some corrupted appeared near the base area and some non-combatant personnel got caught in the crossfire. I had to prioritize their safety and there were quite a lot of corrupted. I was slightly infected during the battle. But thanks to the inward device, my infection level quickly dropped, so I'm fine now. Are you sure you're not lying to me again, are you? Am I that untrustworthy to you, Murray? Lee half-heartedly jokes as he shows Murray his frame status, but rather than laughing reply, Murray replies gently with a hint of sadness. Well, if it's not going to be the first time you hear something from me, but I don't want to keep it in the dark anymore. You are my only family, Morian. You are my dear brother and no one in the world can replace you, but you are too far away from me. There's not much I can do to help. Family is really replaceable. Lee suddenly reminded of the message he saw in the base of the phonograph area. This extremely vague message that made no sense. Give your little brother a call even when it's not out of necessity. This is the message he had heard when he was protecting a little boy's brother from the corrupted era. This message resonated in a familiar voice from his heart, as if it is inner voice, as if it was a message from somewhere through time and space. Well, because it was. He quickly dismisses his ridiculous thought, but when he stares up at the sky-dazzling moon, he feels a sudden urge to call Murray. He realizes that he has already dialed Murray's number when he finally snaps out of it. He unconsciously touched around his collar, feeling the small square pattern through his clothes. Speaking of, you actually helped me today, Murray. Look at you, trying to change this subject again. Wait, what, me? Lee briefly explains how they use gravation detection to create a topographic map and find projection among the electromagnetic illusions. As expected from my big brother. It was all thanks to your gift, so look, even though you're not by my side, you are still helping me a lot. Was I really helpful to you? Of course, I'm glad. Murray pairs his limbs. There is not more he wants to say, but he does not know where to start. Morian, are you really alright? The line ends up saying one that he has asked before. Haha, I already asked that, haven't I? I'm just glad you're fine. Murray smiles sheepishly as his smooth talking skills vanish instantly. Are you really alright? Why do you look so sad, Morian? Why are you suddenly telling me that? Why are you thinking about Morian? What have you experienced in the time I wasn't by your side? Are you sad because of me? Why are you looking at me like that? Murray, I just suddenly remember something, huh? Family is irreplaceable. What family needs is not secrets but supporting one another. He has always wanted to shelter and protect his little brother from the world, but he never once considered that the little bird he had protected under his wing is now fully fledged. His wings are now decorated with strong feathers, enough to allow him to soar freely in the skies. This is a long story. There were things I never told you when you were younger. Why bringing this up all of a sudden? I saw some fireworks in a storage here on the surface. It reminded me of that festival. Festival? Of course, Murray remembers the festival, the fireworks, the hubbub, and his brother who sat slightly in front of the desk with a bandaged arm. This was his first discovery that Morian's job was different from what he was told. But he did not know how to go about asking, nor did he know what he could do to help. It was also on the day that he secretly decided that he wanted to follow in his brother's footsteps, that he wanted to help him, and he wanted his brother to be able to join him and not walk on his path in darkness alone. He wanted and wanted. He hid his desires deep in his heart and sealed them up in a box, and then he packed his bags and set off on his journey. He does not know how long it has been, but it seems like it has been quite long since he has last talked with his brother like this. The path he is on is too dark, so dark that he cannot assure himself that it will lead to where his brother is. I was worried about your head back then, so I'm sorry. He looks away at a shaky apology slips out of his mouth, not knowing what he should put on to face Murray. You have nothing to apologize for, Morian. I always known. Everything that you have done was for me or for our future. I never blamed you for any of it. You never told me and I never asked. I was afraid of burdening you and not being able to help. I've always known what you were doing and I always been scared. Scared that I would receive some bad news. Scared that one day you would be. A sad smile forms on Murray's face. Maybe I should have told you back then. I should have pushed that door back then. The two brothers expressed the same sentiment simultaneously. Morian, I was just thinking if I did the right thing or not. Whether it be the white lies when they were younger or not mentioning anything bad before reaching Babylonia. It seems that all those white lies never suited Murray's worry when he grew up in Babylonia. Instead, they seem to have torn the two of them apart. And what would have been the right thing to do then? No matter what we do, it's not possible to ensure all that our choices are correct, but it's enough as long as you know what it is that you want to achieve. For example, I want to protect you, Morian, and that's enough. Lee looks up in a startle. He just realized that now that Morian is in front of him, is not the small, fragile little brother in these memories anymore. He has grown tall enough, shoulders wide enough to stand by his side. Although there may be other worries when making a choice, even when you have a heart to do the right thing, external factors may twist your intentions. Just like how I always feel like that everything is too late, that I need to help you as soon as possible, and there is a lot I need to do quickly. But are all my choices really the correct ones? Sorry, Morian. The human on the other side of the cons averts his eyes uneasily, swallowing the rest of the words he was planning to say. Silence dominates the conversation except for light breathing. Murray could almost hear his own heightened heartbeat. He should have not been telling Morian all these things according to the original plan. Only he needs to drown in these whole swamps and whirlpools and no one else. Morian only needs to follow that commandant and win those glorious battles one after another. Only he needs to be devoured by the filthy pits of nothingness. But if he thinks about it now, is that any different from what his brother did? Second passed like liquors until Coach on the other end of the cone slightly coughs. We really are alike. Wanting to best one another while hiding the pain. The air clears and Murray smiles gently. I just thought that since you said it out loud, I shouldn't. Never again. No more hiding the pain of the truth because they are family. What family needs is not but supporting one another. Then it's a promise. No matter what happens, we won't keep secrets from each other anymore. I promise. When I get back from this mission, let's go to that artist mission you've been wanting to see. He adds after a pause. This time I will definitely be there. I look forward to it, Morian. Murray nods. All those worries have been harassing and torturing him, slowly disappear from his heart. After that, Lee and Murray talk about their current situation. They have realized that they have not chatted this freely in a long time. What about you? How has long been? How have you decided what you want to do? Well, there is an opening in the military for a tactical liaison officer, and I plan to apply for that. A tactical liaison officer? Why is that? It's not an easy job. I want to support you so that when you're fighting on the front lines, we'll be fighting together. If I get assigned radio missions, then I will be your tactical liaison officer. That doesn't sound too bad, but there's a lot you need to prepare for that role. You should be able to find a summary of technical intelligence reconnaissance and a study of the information distribution in the library. You can read when you have time. Wow, I didn't know you were an expert on these subjects as well. I just saw them while looking something up. Can you teach me if I don't understand something? Of course, when I have ever refused your request. But remember to rest and don't burn yourself out. You still have to be careful even though you have the heart transplant. Don't worry, I will. You should be careful in battle too, Morian. Don't forget I'm waiting to go to the exhibition with you. I will. In the warmness, he was alone without the little bird he protected. He thought he had lost the bird, but when he looked up, he realized that the little bird had already gone up and was circling in the skies, trying to shelter him from the storm. In the night, with the moon hanging high, the two clear chirps could be heard from afar. Two birds on one another, flying off into the horizon. Jesus. After ending the call, Lee feels more relaxed. The fog has been clouding his mind, has dissipated as the conversation went on. But there is one other thing that is in his mind. What in the world was that message just now? Together with the message on the string of corrupted code. I don't know what this is, but I'll record it just in case. Okay. God. 5 hours and we are still going. Enter the new world. I return to the old world. Enter new world. Back to this place again. Yeah, but the answer to the ending corridor has been solved, yes. He needs to reach to the top of the tower. Okay, let's talk to the past me. There's nothing back from now on. Are you ready? Yes. Let's begin. I found a way to the top of the tower. I leave the rest to you. Trying to open a path to the top of the tower, but they are already here. Protect the enemy terror creatures.
あなたたちの時間は僕。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。 時の果てで滅びよ。
Okay.
あなたたちの時間は僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。
Okay. What happened? An easy reason. How is the situation over there? Supposed to go this far should be part of the separation of this tower. Can you break it from within? I tried, it didn't work. So I'm trapped here for now. But if the pace time here is archaic, there is no point to style us. Be careful, this wall isn't just here to separate us. I'm going to you looking for a solution. Don't let your guard down. Watch your flank. Okay.
時の果てで滅びよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕の視界からはもう逃げ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。
Okay. Good news, I found a vulnerability in this barrier. If you only had enough fire from my current weapon isn't capable of doing that much damage, but you can. Okay.
あなたたちの時間は僕が。これで終わりです。
I did.
時の果てで滅びよ。
I did? Where do you want me? Oh, here. Okay.
時の果てで滅びよ。
Great, I know. Great, I know I'm the best. Let's continue onward. Okay. He calmly issues commands of the command, directing servos to move Simon and Noah to somewhere safe. Playing the next move on the terminal, Murray has never felt as calm as he is now. Tactics, deployment, and medical replacement, that is not all. Even non-memorable fragments of his past are clearly displayed in his brain like books on a bookshelf. He had thought these happy memories with his brother would be what supports him in these trying times. However, all that flashes across his mind are those of misoperated regrets. The regret of not pushing open the door of the night of the festival. The regret of not being able to do anything but watch his brother to be turned into a construct. Because you never thought we'd be of any help to you, right? You know full well I never saw you that way. Those missed moments of truth in and under raised concerns and anger. These tiny moments all point toward the normal, forgettable afternoon in the end. How is Simon? He'll live. Where are pets as she turns to fight the haywire construct at headquarters. Oh, pants, sorry. I marked the location again, moved toward the safe area. Hey, is everything alright over there? Ha, I will live. Murray smiles and returns Vera's word to her, his hands still moving swiftly with precision across the projected screen. Looks like someone is full of spirit, you know what I'm asking about. It was just another normal day in Papina. Murray, we're gonna be late, what are you looking at? Ah, coming. That construct, he looks familiar, he visited you before, right? Yeah, he's my brother. Oh, your incredible construct soldier brother. Constructs aren't normally allowed to come out freely, right? Are you not gonna go say hi? Yeah. Murray looked over expectantly, but Lee did not see him. He checks his gears carefully and tests towards the mission location without looking over at all. Murray has been enrolled into FOS for some time now. This college is his best chance to establish connections with leaders of Babylonia. He does not have the advantage of a good family background. If he wants to make it into the inner circle of Babylon as quickly as possible, then he has no time to waste and we'll have to utilize all the resources available to him. All will go according to his plan. He will get his desired position without attracting much attention. Then he will be able to protect Morian from up there and his brother will not even know about it. This was his ridiculous plan that he formed when he was young and naive. But for now, he is no different than his classmates who intensely talk about construct soldiers. He can only stand on the side and watch. If he is so far away from Morian, and no matter how fast he runs, he can never seem to catch up with him. Damn it, the original location has been taken over by those Section 2 mess scientists. What's the situation? Ha, no one is carrying Simon on his back. We are heading toward the marked location. We lost all the pursuing constructs. Well done. After you replenish your weapon and medical supplies there. Murray summarizes all the information currently known to him, and under his instructions, Sepra was able to relocate a group of conscious commandants and constructs. He looks over the map of the functioning areas in Eden and the location of the shelters, formatting a pen in his mind. What move should he make next? But now it's not the same anymore. I'm sorry, never again. No matter what happens, we won't keep sacrificing each other anymore, I promise. The thought of making his brother happy is not the only thing that is supporting him. The call from Morian one night at all that promised they had always in Mori's heart, lighting up the darkness in his path. No more hidden pain and no more secrets. They now trust each other and rely on one another. Even though they are physically separated by the distance between Bobbyan and the surface, Mori can still feel his brother by his side. Morian is on the surface, fighting as the unknown for humanity, so Mori also has to fulfill his promise to Morian. Protect Morian and all that Morian wants to protect. His body is not suitable to fight on the front lines. It would not do if he died before achieving his goal. He will not allow it. There is still a lot of he wants to say to his brother, a lot of experiences he wants to share. No more regrets behind the door. No more helpless anger. Words spoken out of worry, concern and anger no longer separate the two of them. Just be careful. I know I won't be going to the surface because I'll be using a remote connection. I'll be okay. I'll come and find you when this is over. Sure, I'll be waiting. The conscious commandants and the customers are all here. Morian is at the side of his circle's location on the map of Eden. First, Cerberus. Morian's heart beats strongly in his rest. He relies on his brother to survive. We shall become someone his brother can rely on. This is his way of keeping his promise. Jesus, how many dimensional reruns there are? Inverse Labyrinth. It's not that I don't enjoy the story, but this is getting late. Heavy fog is gonna finally reach the end of the river. Scarlet data is flowing slowly in the dense sharp crystal spikes. The platform broke in the weird space without imitation. Talk to Lee. You should be at the top of the tower. What's the device over there? It's the core contaminated within the barrier. It's emitting strong electromagnetic interference. Looks like this is the key to stopping the disaster. Integrate the barrier with heavy fire. I don't think it will be that easy, but let's give it a try anyway. I mean, yeah. Yep, nothing. That's why I thought that I didn't even reach the core. If you only get a little closer. The way say it won't work. Oh, hello, Lee. The barrier is the part of the tower itself. To elevate it, we need to find the energy cores that are hidden in different locations. But if let's deal with them first. Okay.
あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕のあなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。もう逃げ場はありません。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。
The creature activities. Okay. Talk to Lee and Lee. I mean, the other me might have progressed further than I have, but he still will find a solution. I'll keep this short. I've been here before but could not break through this barrier. I hate doing this, but my frame is a display. But your frame, I have never seen it before. Maybe this can be our chance. What is this vibration? Quick brace yourself for impact. Okay. Fail again. Damn it! I can pay a fire on entropy. Try to stand up. This isn't the first time. Okay. So yeah, we are missing some game from wait, what could it be? We have to try something else. It's okay, as long as we are still here, we have endless chances to keep trying. And we open the path to other key locations for you. Let's find the answer yourself. Okay. Where else will be this time? Whatever waits, I must keep going. Let's go, Lee! These are used to the strange solution that traveling through the space-time continuum brings. But what appears at the end of the quantum fissure is this time is not a specific point in time, but a dimensional unfamiliar chaos. A storm rages. Instead of clouds in the sky, there is an icy ocean in this place, hanging upside down with indiscernible homogeneous structures floating in it. Thunder can be heard reverberating from deep within the realm, as if they were cries of sorrow and howls of the beast who devours all. All is destroyed and reconstructed in a storm and an unrelenting cycle. This is not a place from these memories, but rather a nameless dusty corner that was forgotten in time. This is a mind. As if being led by Jane's strange signal, he stands on the intact square and steps forward experimentally. The squares underneath his feet rearrange themselves bit by bit in the direction he steps, paving a way for him. At the end of the road is the only silent island in the storm. Over there, he takes a step forward. A storm struck the mind. But he remains still in the chaos. Or silent in the chaos, sorry. No other leads can be found here. There is not much I can do. There are lights here. So it feels like a mixture of many different minds of unknown origins. I must reach to this barrier when the space is still stable. These barriers look similar to the one inside the tower. If they can resonate into me, maybe I can. Yep.
あなたたちの時間は僕の視界からはのあなたの生存確率はゼロです。
This time of this barrier. I think I just need to power out, but okay. That's what I thought. Ah, interesting. Yeah, I wonder what these are. Another my friend, it seems to be like this one. Okay. It's quite missing, but some of this content missing. Okay. Anyway, so I can seem to organize this content. Okay, but we touched it. This time first for the new piece of data. Whirlpool over there. Approach. Let me see what's the guys behind it. Okay. Fast walking. The memories are with the whirlpool. The memory deep in the mind starts surging. I'm not even touching anything now. Left control E. Ah, time. The clock's hands start to move backwards. Damn it, where am I now? What are those things ahead? Oh. Hi. This is my fate. No, this is something ain't right. Looks like the frame was killed by someone. I don't have many reasons about it. I see these are different projects of me at a different time. All of them facing into that in the end. How would they go out their way to put this here? What a weirdo. Another frame of me. Let's see that posture. What went down? Why do I suddenly think of Murray? Let this repetitive ending try to find really exist. Ah! Another position, but it can't move by itself. It has to still fight here. Hello, Lee. Are we? Oh, okay. Yep. So this isn't an enemy. Feels like it shouldn't be like this. Okay. I see it's myself too. Exactly like the projection area, so it was me. Why are the other creatures here?
あなたたちの結末はただ一つです。それは隠れているつもり。僕が計算した弾道から逃げられる者などいません。
Okay.
それは隠れているつもりですか。
Anyways, I must find a node that is taking me to tower. Okay. Find the interaction of different timelines. It's the whirlpool. Yep. Oh, I need to hold it. Okay. Done. I wonder what's happening to the rest of me. This mine is getting us through the air also here. Must fit this vibration. What? No. Oh! There's a big skip button, but I'm not pressing it. The car can start to move forward. Hello, entropy. Thanks, mate. I need to get out of here quickly. Oh, hello. The answer is not here. You failed. We have all failed. Nah. As I said, I saw the problem is that the first one is not well used for who can it be? Wait, what? From what? To reach the open door at the end of the end of humans. Tell me your answer. Yes? Do you have a message for me from myself in the past? No, it's probably from another bar. You've always been looking for the right path, and everything in me that has gone on the wrong path. But I guess we have less enough to change all those things, isn't it? Tell me the answer you have seen. At the root of all this, who is stopping us from reaching the future? Different enemies, different disasters, and endings bring similar tragedies. No matter how many times I must do this, I will not hesitate to point my gun at anyone who stands in my way. I think that's it. Okay.
僕が諦めた方が賢明です。諦めた方が賢明です。僕が計算した弾道から逃げられる者などいません。諦めた方が賢明です。あなたたちの結末はただ一つです。
We have been through numerous possibilities. Just find a path that can lead us to the future, changing everything and repeating over and over again. Even if I am no longer myself, more new leads will appear and carry on doing what we have been doing. Exactly. The memories resonate once more. The start to result, the desire and future, everything comes together once again. Honestly, I don't care if my effort is going to be wasted at all. I'm just not related for that the past cannot be changed. But we had no choice but to move on, right? Me on the other side with the prospects of a brand new frame. We arrived at this place because we had the same determination. Hold it tight and keep going. The future is in your hands. The memories flowed into Relee's brain all at once. He realizes that this is his mind, and it is a mind that has recorded all failures and deaths, the mind of all Lees in the past and the future fighting different possibilities. Due to some unknown reason, they have all intertwined and connected here, creating this dimension of chaos in front of him. He finally understands, the mind overload by adapting his frame and those fleeting flashes and memories, it was all because of this. The existence of this place serves only one purpose, and is to block all his future memories out. All the messages sent into the past were led to him to that one future, and now that he is in the future, he has blocked out all memories related to the actions of sending and receiving those messages, only leaving some coincidental hints to guide him here. When numerous Lees were fighting for that desired future, there was one Lee who was dragging all the Lees who had broken down in this infinite loop of madness into his mind, and destroying them himself in order to not cause a butterfly effect due to small changes. In that moment, he sees all the possible pasts and futures through these memories. All is clearly displayed in front of him. His mind should not have been able to load such an enormous data of information. But right here, right now, with the help of his other selves, he can utilize the computing power of himself in all universes. And in that moment, he remembers all the blocked and redacted memories. One was from the breach of Babylon. He sees himself being surrounded by constructs pointing their weapon at him. Their eyes flash with frenzied redness, and all unsayable communications emitted the same words. He sees a familiar human, yet a mad and unfamiliar smile decorate their face, and their gun is slowly aimed at him. So he also released his gun, but he never was able to pull the trigger. One was from Babylon fell from the sky. What was once the Garden of Eden became the brightest shooting star, falling through the atmosphere. Lee sprints across the fiery escape of the surface, witnessing bullets piercing through the chests of his numerous teammates. In the end, he did not make it in time to hold their pairs of hands that were reaching out to him. One was from when machines littered the skies and the ground. There was no more greenery on the planet, only metal and scorched earth. Greyraven was still Greyraven, but they could not save their commander, nor could they retrieve the body afterwards. He had lost his mobility. There was nothing he could do when his dear teammates left to lead the fight away, but cry for them at the top of his lungs. His cries were never answered. One was from when the snow covered all. Calamity had fallen upon all beings. None were rescued from the icy path of extinction. The punishing virus did not classify as a threat anymore in the face of this disaster. He saw people succumbing to the eternal cold one by one by fighting this lost battle. The future that the girl had traded her soul to save finally ends in an eternal night after ceaseless battles. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Oh, this place again. Strings and strings of data appear around him, forming complete and fragmented futures. Numerous leads from different universes materialize in front of him and observe him with different expressions. I went to change the past, but it led to an even bigger catastrophe. In the end, I forgot what I was fighting for and trying to save. You can't save everyone. This is my advice for you. Don't fixate on the unchangeable past. Don't try to change the past that has already happened before you enter the tower. Try to find the future that became a possibility when you step foot inside. That's what I have been doing. Lee catches his gaze his gaze as determined as ever, as if he has never failed before. Even though all these memories are fusing into one in his mind, all the sorrow, hatred and regrets are becoming part of him. He does not feel despair because he knows that this universe is filled with possibilities. The destined future is indeed changing thanks to the hard work of all of the others. Amidst the flow of all these memories, he is able to catch the key message hidden in the core of the tower. It interrogates from the last record of the perished Lees. They turn their own memories into a beacon, guiding him on his journey. With all the Lees wants to convey to him is now how many times they have tried to change the depressing past, but that no matter how hopeless the future seems, there is always one of him who keeps marching forward undeterred. No matter how many battles he has to fight, he still perseveres in the infinite futures. Lee looks at each and every version of himself in this unique mind. Each one is covered in scars from battles with time. Some versions of themselves are better to the point that they are nearly unrecognizable, but there is one thing they all have in common. I'm sure you noticed. A version of Lee faded with white hair and only one eye comes before him. In his hand lays an object with a one glow, Greyraven's plague. No matter which universe, you will always be a member of Greyraven. No matter how your fate changes, you always choose Greyraven in the end. So your purpose is something only Greyraven's Lee can fulfill. His gaze on the plague loses focus as if he is looking into the past instead of seeing the future that is out of his reach. The cold sorrow melts away from his face and is replaced by a fleeting yet warm smile, like illusory rays of the sun reflected in a cellophane paper. The chance doesn't belong to you, me anymore, but you still have the chance to go back and see them welcome you back with a smile. What about you guys? Even though he already knows the answer deep down, he still asks without much thought. Of course, I have my own battle to fight. I have already fulfilled my destiny. I'm going to keep fighting. I still have some unfinished businesses, some unspoken words. Some people I want to see, and the future I want to protect. A version of Lee walks out from his side. Lee recognizes that this is the Lee who helped him in the tower and is the version who looks the most similar to him. We're just ghosts projected in this mind. Although the tower traverses time and space, we are all ones who would be obliterated in the end by the rules. Because I did not pass the filtering during the trial in the end. Filtering rules, and who was the right to set these rules? I asked the same question myself. He looks a bit helpless. Lee now knows what impression he makes when he does not know how to answer a question. Lee thinks without much thought. He realizes that this is his usual expression when he is with greater than a strikeout. You will see it. For us, for the answer is something you need to find. You've already solved the riddles you left for yourself. From now on, you can only move forward and not back. There is still one less piece of memory sealed away in their minds. It's an important one and it will be cloned at the time you had set for yourself. There is only one chance for us to deliver it to you through this mind, and it will become your ace. But before that, go upward. Stop that ray of destruction and reverse the tower's rules. Only then you will be able to save everything you care about. The first ace smiles faintly and gives him a push, as if passing on all his regrets and hopes to it. All at the same time, a familiar time race appears in front of him. You know what to do now. Go! Okay. Enter the new world. Let me say strange barrier. So everyone's going to contest difficulties. Discreditable tower and prevent rolling from again. Aye. What is energy can be extracted. Now. Is this course by energy barrier? Yes. Should I break it or everyone now begins to tremble? Okay. I had a feeling.
あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。もう逃げ、時の果てで滅びよ。
Okay. It's from me. The time and space cross counting on you. The other me. So you know all the times I enter the Hyperion's body. Okay. Right, is this the core? Something isn't quite right. Okay.
あなたたちの時間は僕が。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。
Just die. Okay. The time and space field cross. Keep going. I'm putting you together, me. Okay. Possibly the times have merged into Hyperion's body. Lee is back to this place again, but we will be able to face the core this time. I hope. It's getting a bit ridiculous now. Yeah, radiation issue. Oh, okay.
あなたたちの時間は僕が。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。
Okay.
時の果てで 滅びよ
Did it work? Oh, did it? Ishmael, do we get to pass? As if candle flame burning out to its last ounce of ash, the crimson glow at the core of the top of the tower slowly fades into a low buzzing sound. His surroundings darken. He can hear a low rumble from deep down below the tower. Suddenly the tower lets out a struggling growl like a beast that got hit by a tranquilizer dart. The bursting red tide immediately ceases its outflow as the core terminal shutters. This way the people won't need to worry about the threat of radiation. Hopefully it will give them more time too. But the low hum gradually grows louder. The time inside the tower seems to have been reversed in an instant. The monitors broken during battle slowly revert to their original state, and the core at the top itself is radiant in the darkness. The crimson punching gushes out from all directions of the tower, surrounding the core and fortifying its guard. The fake starry sky spins rapidly, and the sticky red tides drip down from the gas, condensing into ominous shadows. That's just the core's duplicate. As long as the tower is still there, it keeps replicating. If you don't completely change the tower's rules, you won't be able to truly stop the core from exploding. You're this close to succeeding, so now is not the time to let my guard down. He turns around, firmly gripping his weapon. Jesus. Okay, I need to check something, but thank God it's a battle. How many time? I have time. Okay, I have time. Lee stands at the highest spot of the Hetero Tower, staring at the giant core emanating a dangerous glow. But because you are so close to succeeding it's the most dangerous, you should know that, yes, it's the same this time. As the last part of the trial, they will materialize an enemy from your past whom you hated, feared, felt, regret, and were weak to the most. I don't know which enemy you will see, but I believe that this time his phantoms will emerge together. In the end, they overlap, signifying that all causality is conjugated here. This time I will succeed. Lee turns to face the ever-changing space inside the tower and waits in silence. He seems to already know who will appear before him. Oh, the thick-clad punchy catamaran drifts from the sky, slowly forming into the two pale humanoids. Although they may look different to humans, it is clear that the male and the female beings in front of Lee are enemies of the origin of humanity. Imitating the appearance of humans, imitating the intelligence of humans, imitating the colossusness of humans. The twins slowly get up from the ground and coldly look at Lee. He feels even more uneasy than the first time he saw them. Lee knows that they are merely replicas that of the Hetero Tower had created according to his memories, but they feel just as threatening, if not more as the originals. We imitate all that is human except for emotions. I bet you can't relate to what I'm feeling right now. The female twin lifts her left arm at Lee. What should have been an arm had been modified into a bow. The female twin slightly moves her arm, a narrow form with a high concentration punch wire strikes Lee at a high speed and explodes. She shows no emotion, no joy nor excitement, and just lowers her arm mechanically, trying to confine the death of the construct in front of her. Unfortunately for her, after the dust has settled, only a blurry illusion remains where the arrow exploded. The construct that was supposed to die is nowhere to be seen. I failed numerous times. Humanity has also failed numerous times. The male twin hears Lee's voice from above him and immediately swings his fist upward, blocking Lee's aerial attack with his firearm's case. Simultaneously, the female twin dodges back for a set under the core of her teammate and swiftly strikes a few arrows at Lee's back. Although these attacks come from a dead angle, it is blocked by Lee with his firearm essays at an impossible angle. Numerous failures, it had drowned humanity in despair but also strengthened their determination. Lee rapidly fires several shots at the male twin. Even though he raises his arms to guard himself, he is still pushed back by the force of the bullets. Constant observation, constant research, and constant innovation. Thanks to the enhanced speed from the rapid fire, Lee is already next on the male twin and kicks his sorely armed into pieces. But this short period of time he focuses on the male twin is enough for the female twin to conjugate a new arrow. This time she is sure that she will not miss. However, before she can fire, a heavy firearm case pillows into the female twin from an impossible angle and sends her flying through the air. Small advances accumulate into big leaps. Without the twins noticing, an illusion has already taken the place of Lee, who picked the male hetero creature. Then real Lee is currently high up in the air, his rapid fire pistol and firearm's case completing the transformation in an instant. I've already seen and simulated this moment in my mind a million times, this moment when we meet again. This for shooting, why would you need to know? There's not much to it really, just don't fall asleep while aiming, I guess. You have to be familiar with your firearm and you just have to have confidence you will hit the target. Graviton bombs, how you know I have that? Making a high energy bullets, and how you know the science council's 9 is flawed. Now remind that I don't know what you want them for, but if you're gonna let your commandant know I was the one who gave it to you, you better watch your back. A weapon that can handle multiple situations, what induced you to consider that? No, of course it's impossible, but these kinds of weapons usually lack balance and they're not very useful in most situations. What kind of enemy are you planning to fight? Hypothetically, if I had to face an enemy, I have no chance of winning alone. What do you think I should do, Commandant? I think we should avoid this situation in the first place. You're right, but what if I really did my fine self in that situation? Just hypothetical, of course. If there is such a strong enemy, they probably won't slip up no matter how long they fight. So I say the best defense is offense. Offense. Don't let the enemy be in control of the situation, you should be the one in control. Carefully plan your every step, observe your enemy and simulate their progress, simulate their thought process. There may be only one chance, don't miss it, and then. Leaping into the early EMC sniper rifle at the swings and he waits for his only chance. All casualty intertwines through time and space sense in the hourglass slowly drops until the bullet of everything will eventually pierce through all. And then I pull the trigger. Lee grasps the second of a chance and fires a bullet through the heads of both of the twins, hurling them, turning their heads into dust. Of course they don't die so easily. As there are simulations of the tower, their heads do not seem to be a fatal weak point like the other hetero creatures. The thick red liquid composite their bodies serves and forms new heads. Come on then, no matter how many times you revive, I'll shoot you off into the end of space-time. Alright, fighting the twins, interesting.
シミュレーション完了。指揮官、我々が勝者です。
Okay. This time my bus will definitely reach you. Okay. You may finish to focus upon the stations, press and hold basic and try drinks. Okay.
モザたちの時間は僕が制する。もう逃げ場はあなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。
I mean, not like the twins are a particularly hard fight.
大したことじゃありません。
I say that as I get
集
hit.
中しましょう。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕の視界からは逃れられ。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。
So the Pegasus will now unleash the attack. Okay.
僕の視界からは逃れられません。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。
Wonder why Pestly is
あな
here.
たたちの時間は僕。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。
Bye.
あなたたちずっと僕たちを学んで理解して。
Knock knock. Who wants to come in? Ishmael? It is Ishmael, I guess. I mean, you have to. Two hours have passed since the Hatterma Tower emitted the unknown radiation and hordes of Hatter creatures still surround the puny army of humanity. What is worse that in the past, one had trustworthy teammates watching each other's back in the battle, but now, due to that eerie red glow, no one can be trusted, not even oneself. Leave what's the situation on the other commandant? The fighters are stable, but they're still unconscious. Unless we can monitoring the situation, of course, but Commandant, Commandant! Liv cries out all of a sudden and rushes over with the medical pack. What's wrong? You unconsciously wipe a spot of the wetness near your mouth, thinking that this is rain, but it turns out to be fresh blood flowing from your nose. You thought the internal bleeding had already stopped, but this is starting again. Is it because of your force connection with too many constructs? Ugh. Have you actually did your mind connection on it? Commandant, hang in there! Liv takes out the emergency hemostatic agent and prepares for injection, but her hand tightly strangles her neck. That's my hand? Even though a human strength cannot do harm to construct, it still hurts Liv, but she does not dodge or resist, freely letting herself be strangled. Don't worry, Covenant, it's alright. Lee gently finishes the injection through the pain, but the mind beacon concussion brings even worse side effects. Your other hand starts reaching for the holster. Stop it! Although you are able to stop your arm's movement by exerting your last ounce of control, it is clear that this body is slowly slipping away from your command. Leave. Commandant, I'm here. Before I do anything I regret, take away my gun and knife. But then, Commandant, you'll be... Abandoning all your weapons while being surrounded by enemies is no different than committing suicide. The only difference is that you probably could not even commit suicide if you wanted to right now. Please. Please, listen to my request. I understand. We'll keep this area safe no matter what. Lee finally carries out your commands after some persuasion. It is too dangerous to have weapons on you when there is a chance that you will lose control again. At that moment, good news arrives. Commandant, I found the mountain owl commandant. It seems that he is still conscious. Even though they are constructs wrongly led here by Commandant Holly Joe, as long as we explain students, we should be able to get their trust and support. Good news. We can finally fight back now. If we can break through the weaker areas of their siege and take back our base near the Hetero Tower, then we have the advantage of being one home turf. That sounds good. At least that's what the Nexus said. Well, time to test it out then. At the same time, this will ensure that Lee have the way to retreat. Lee may have been injured during the mission, so you cannot let him be surrounded by even more enemies. As long as we have enough power, the outcome of the battle may lean in our favor. Alright, I got them over now. Can you get him on the cons? Of course. Hello, Mountain Commandant, our Commandant. Just as he's preparing to connect through the Mountain Commandant, you see him through the terminal screen. Lucia, get away from him, he's not a Mountain Commandant. And when that Commandant fires a shot from his gun and is striking Lucia. Although it was normal gun that human fired, it was still enough to hurt Lucia. Foolish ascendant, you fell for it, huh? Destroy her, Mountain Owls. This is not the Mountain Owl Commandant, but another Commandant with a corrupted mind beacon. He was forcefully connecting his mind beacon to the members of Mountain Owl. Ah, Mountain Owls, this is great, man. Please step out of it. More bullets and weapons attack Lucia, but Lucia can only guard and retreat due to her compassionate nature. Suddenly, all attacks sees icy frost slowly invades the joint of the Mountain Owl's frame, greatly lowering their mobility. Thank you, Chrome! Took your time. Chrome! The construct who accurately raised the frost is none other than the strike called Captain Chrome. Lucia, sorry that we are late. No, Chrome, you're just in time. So this should not happen. Raise their support for us, but I'm going to at least take you down. The Commandant grabs one of his construct's gun and blindly fires at Lucia. The huge recoil from the construct causing him to fall after one shot. But the bullet is blocked by the huge dark shield of a sword, causing no damage at Lucia at all. Lucia, can you stand? Yes, thank you, Chloe. Damn it. Just as the Mountain Owl Commandant tries to get up and continue shooting, a torrential rod used by sniper rifle silently pierces the skin of his page. Seriously? This is sometimes a for patients who don't cooperate. From afar, Banshee waves him with a sniper rifle in hand. Banshee, good job. Raymond Commandant, except for Camus, who is on a mission elsewhere, all three of us are strike Hawkeye here. Alright, please help Lucia gather construct who can still fight and prepare for breakthrough. On it. You wait until the comms is cut off before coughing out the blood that has been gathering around your throat. Commandant, how do you feel? I don't know how long I have left. Please share my connection with everyone if you find me acting strange. That won't happen. It's just in case. Your consciousness starts to blur, only the mind beacon signal connected to Lee is still glowing, too faintly. If Lee is still fighting, then you cannot lose that to that light no matter what, let alone your weak self. Looking up at the tower, the top seems like a perfect spot for a god to dwell and look down on the puny humans fighting for their lives. But right now someone is climbing those stairs, trying to knock on the god's door. And this should be the last one. Oh, I guess this is gonna be Ishmael. In between the pier shards for spatial collapse, a completely different world is displayed in front of Lee. The distorted dimension intertwines and rumbles, like an orchestra without a conductor. Chaotic music notes fly out of the movement and become bitmap. Then they become two-dimensional, rising up to transform into the platform beneath his feet, and lastly into shapes he cannot comprehend. The enormous amount of information floods into his brain but vanishes the next second. He experiences millions of years in his mind in that fleeting moment. He sees the birth and destruction of numerous galaxies throughout this odd-colored dimension. The pages of time are flips at the speed of light. He stands amidst this vast universe, his view unrestricted by space shadows. This is the light of numerous stars at their birth and destruction. Life from millions and millions of years ago, showing how young and small Earth is compared to everything else. Hello Ishmael. To those beings who dwell in a higher dimension, the stars may just resemble toys, spinning around in their hands like music boxes. He feels trapped in this dimension away from reality, yet at the same time he experiences all. Every past and future of all versions of himself is laid out like a map, with clear descriptions of all that happens. This concept of beginning and end do not exist in this dimension. Time is like building blocks existing solely for the entertainment of the owner of the dimension. The chaotic space gradually settles. Lee already understands why this place feels so familiar. It is because this is not his first time here. The galaxy is merging into a pair of all-seeing eyes, warmly looking down on the lonely soul in the darkness. A voice resonates from a spot, speaking directly into Lee's brain. He speaks a language Lee has never heard of before, as if it is the voice of the universe. At the same time, it is also the voice of all people, yet he can understand this somehow. Their conversation revolves around his memories, which are also his present and thus well his future. Are you troubled by what you see? What is this place? The peripheral dimension. This is a dimensional border humans can reach. You may also call it the gate. You can comprehend it as the meeting room, prepared for all life on Earth. To make it easier for humans to adapt, we have temporarily transformed it into something you can understand. Why am I here? Your presence here means that the possibility of the civilization, humanity, passing through the gate has arisen. The voice reverberates in this universe. Lee seems to hear a familiar voice among the harmony of everything. He suddenly remembers what his other self has said to him in his mind. And you, what are you? The judge or the filterer? Was that tower of your tool of filtering? We are just a congregation of the Watcher's will. As per the rules, we may not directly influence the history of humanity. In our early watching periods, we had accelerated the destruction of 3 young civilizations due to excessive direct influence. An extremely small portion of us possesses projections who can travel in lower dimensions. They are envoys as well as travelers. So Ishmael is an envoy of the will of these people. As for the tower, it is another symbol of biological evolution, and you were able to find your way here by utilizing its attributes. Just like how the Pershing virus was able to find a new way of evolution on humans, humans can also use the virus to achieve the impossible. Pershing virus is the filterer and the filtered at the same time. The beings who you refer to as the twins are currently the epitome in the evolution tree of its being. When humanity truly defeats them, it will signify a new possibility for humanity's future. What's the purpose of all this? Watch and witness the real future among all possibilities. The moment they reach the unopened door in their bodies of flesh and blood, we want to know the possibility of the continuous existence of humanity. We have been waiting. Pass the final trial and break the rules of the future together with us, since you are already here. The large eyes vanish from the skies as the world starts to shrink. Numerous transparent spikes appear from the gaps in time and space and aim toward Lee. Tell us your answer with your will. Lee dodges the spikes with ease and familiarity as he has done it multiple times before. Sees himself in this battle. They appear and vanish from spiral platform. The less cynical version of himself stands in front of him and is over a weapon. There is only one chance for us to deliver this to you. To your mind, it will become your ace. Lee reaches for it. The moment he touches the weapon, the battery illusion of the construct turns into dust. What is covered is the never-changing courage and thoughts, and the memories of all the battles Lee has fought in all the times. It is because the hard work of everyone, unsolvable regrets, and the determination of humanity that has led him to arrive at the top of the tower in this frame. He must leave this place and care about his original duty. I will bring an end to this fake dimension. Alright. Interesting.
あなたたちの時間は僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたの生存確率は0です。大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。時の果てで滅びよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕の視界からはもう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率は
So even in this space you can attack. Oh, super delayed. Gotcha.
時の果てで滅びよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率は0です。 時の果てで滅びよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。これで終わりです。大したことじゃありません。
Ouch.
集中しましょう。あなたたちの時間は僕の視界からはもう逃げ場はあり。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。もうあなたたちの
Yeah, this was too easy for just the whole boss fight. That is the second phase. Cool. Interesting.
あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。これで終わりです。時の果てで滅びよ。大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。
Go.
あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。これで終わりです。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。大したことじゃありません。
I didn't want to do that.
ここで終わるつもりはありませんよ。これで終わりです。何度でも立ち上がります。
Fuck. If I didn't mess up that, I would have done it without death, but it's fine. Yeah, if I didn't mess up that one, it would have been fine, but it's fine. This is gonna be a bit of a fight to do if it goes to Babel. Not Babel, well, yes, Babel, but also Pinkage. It felt like a second, yet it also felt like a million years. He has already stopped keeping count on how long this has battle gone for long ago. This means time means nothing to him right now. In the all failures and recess, Lee captures all the key messages from the past and the future, sends them to his past self, guiding them on their path here. As long as this string can be reactivated, then there will be a new him waking up those stairs, pushing open the door, continuing this unknown battle. And this endless battle will come to an end one day. That's right, even though it looks like an endless spiral, as long as there is a new opportunity, there is enough to create a new possibility. The last bullet pierces through the time and space, penetrating through the layers of spatial gaps, and finally touching tiny through the body of the Watcher. The Watcher stops his attacks and reaches for the hole in his body with his hand. It does not heal as fast as before. Instead, the body reflecting the starry sky disintegrates rapidly, and this projection starts to have difficulties maintaining its form. Is this humanity's answer? No, I can't answer you for all of humanity. But as long as I can prevent the upcoming disaster, then I don't mind battling on like this. My duty is not here. My duty is to prevent the catastrophe brought upon by the tower and return to my teammates. This is the only answer I can give you, as for myself and as grave as Lee. The voice asks one last question, his voice not as cold and ruthless as before, but weird with some kind of illusory warmth. For humans, all that can be perceived are three-dimensional, and time is a rule humans cannot interfere with. And you are now qualified to step into the wider world. You can choose your perfect world. Once you leave here, you will lose your ability to see the future and interfere with time. You will forget all that you have seen about the past and the future, and you will never get the chance to change the past again. Everything that has happened here will be erased from history. Even so, are you sure you do not want to go through this gate? Yes, I'm sure. There are still people waiting for me to go back. No matter what the future is like, I will find it together with them. The voice falls silent for a while. Fissures start to open up in this space of silence. It suddenly starts to crumble just as it has suddenly materialized. Before Lee consciousness completely leaves the peripheral dimension, he hears her final reply. Well then, when the time comes, your newfound future will have my blessing. The last voice that reverberates in Lee's mind is not the harmonious voice of everything, but a warm and detached female's voice. He seems to have heard this voice before. This is Lee's last thought inside his deep mind. When Lee opens his eyes again, he's back on the top of the tower. The crimson core is still emitting a threatening glow, but this time nothing blocks Lee's way as he approaches it. He makes his way under the core and at the tower's true core terminal is stored. Stop the fear of destruction and where's the tower's rule. Only then you will be able to save everything you care about. Lee is now completely understands the true meaning of the words said to him in his mind. The Omega weapon, research on the inverted device, the language of the pushing wires, and all his memories from different worlds, all these shards weld into a key, and the lock is right in front of him. Since the rules exist and I know the language it runs with, I just need to divide the tower's basic logic and will be able to change its operation completely. From lease and vitalize to absorb and destroy, this way all traces of the virus will be gone from all areas that has been touched by the radiation. This time it's your turn to be used. The time continues to tick. I'm back. The scorching blood casing is ejected out of the barrel and falls to the ground, hitting another casing and squeaking rolls in a puddle that could have been water or blood. This action has been repeated numerous times. Once the gun ejects an empty magazine, the construct will immediately come out and inspected and loaded. Which fallen teammate did they collect these from? She could not even remember. They are covered in dirt, some are damaged while some even have blood on them, with some disgusting bits stuck in the clots. However, there is no time for construct to wallow in sorrow. All she can do is to pray for the bullets in the magazine, hoping that they were not blocked by foreign objects and would not jam the only working rifle she could find. This construct namely is currently guarding her commandant besides her life. She knows that she cannot afford to fail right now. Fire and fire again. Commandant said they would be alright, so she does not need to think, she only needs to aim and fire. No, do not look to the right. Striker was already headed over. Commandant must be crying tears of joy to be rescued. It will not be a pretty sight, she will have to try to leave Commandant some dignity. Another empty magazine hits the floor. She mechanically reaches toward her back, but this time a hetero creature enters her side. Her fingers grasp something around her waist, but all she gets an empty sheath and holster. Her knife probably was still stabbed on a crazed teammate's thigh, while her gun was given to the injured commandant before coming over. I mean it as sharp. Then it would not hurt to look over once more, right? Beam of light angles the hetero creature and it turns to ashes, but because of the angle, the construct is also affected. She falls face down to the ground, temporarily losing her mobility. I made it. The cooling device of the battered lever gun whirs up a storm, while smoke is still coming out of the bright red barrel. She does not know how many shots it can endure. Live. Commander, go take her place and guard the line of defense. The fingers latching onto your hands strengthen the grip, but you already do not have the strength to console her. Trust me. You struggle to get up from Liam's arms. Leaning against the wall, you revert to a sitting position. You immediately taste the metal in your mouth as you sit up. Commandant, take out the injector. You swiftly stab the sharp edge into your leg. Feeling more conscious thanks to the medicine, you gently smile at Liv and tap the back of her hand. I'm fine, I've been through worse. Yeah! They need you, please. Liv grits her teeth as she advances forward. You adjust your sleeping body as you see her off. From the start of the battle till now, the RDV command system is now a complete mess. If your connection even falters a bit, the line of defense will immediately crumble. This battle has already gone against all that was taught in FOS college. Like a negative case study on the pages of the textbook, everyone here is going all in a big gamble. There is not enough data to justify their actions, and not enough planning. There is not enough reason for them to even continue fighting. There is only but a small spark still burning, and through the brutal battlefield, you feel that you can see him there giving his all. That is enough. As long as he is still fighting, you will unconditionally trust him, like he has his trust in everyone in Greyhaven. What are we still waiting for? We should go and help him in the tower. Oh, I can't stand it anymore. We can't stop before Lee comes back. I can still fight. It's sorry to be retreating now. Through the connection with the mind, you are able to receive the thoughts of others. At the same time, the others of the emotion all flicker like a candle, extinguishing one by one. Thanks to that, the load on your consciousness lessens. Pain, anger, helplessness. The chaotic storm of emotion is like a snowball rolling down the hill. It keeps getting bigger. But what you can do is now touch it out and stop it from rolling further, so that you can maintain a stable collection. How much longer? No one replies. Even Leaf, who is closest to you, has to focus maintaining the line defense, which is why it is no surprise when a hetero creature with only half of his body intact crawls toward you can make it in time. I'm pretty sure that's no one. I already gave up my weapons by request, and that crawling hetero creature is slowly edging nearer you. It is because of his itching, or is it playing an ambush? Or maybe it just wants to toy with his prey that is about to die. It is a hetero creature is part of the colossal tower behind it, baring its teeth and mocking a frail human with a piercing laugh. It supports itself with one hand on the ground and strengthens its back. It raises its other hand, even its blood-dripping claws are looking down at you. Search for something useful. Your right hand finding hands a harder jet, a stone that was blasted over to your side. It is so simple, rough and cruel. Compared with the monstrous tower in front of you, it is a joke of an object, doing its best to go against the power of the gods. It is meek and weak, laughing stock to the gods. But several million years, this is what the ancestor humans used to start the first fire. From then on, they had a weapon against the night. They had the freedom to gaze up at the stars while proudly standing amidst the darkness. Wrapping your finger around a stone, you look at the vicious hetero creature and the huge tower behind it. Taking a deep breath, you with all your remaining energy to right arm. Smash. The sword becomes the most primitive weapon in the human hand, fiercely attacking the gods. By igniting of the land, opening up the gateway to the future. Babylonia. Ah, I'm gonna die. A petite figure crouched beneath the table, rapidly swinging the tray in her hands onto the construct's hard head, creating continuous banging noises. Suddenly, as if making up her mind, her gaze sharpens and glares at her swinging arms. She brings out the hammer hidden behind her and swings it with the high-wire construct who was trying to get her. But before the hammer makes contact with his sword, the construct fell to the ground with a thud. Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it purpose. She quickly throws away the hammer and hides back beneath the table. Only after a few seconds did she stretch out her shaking hands and use the deformed tray to light it at the construct's head. Just have the department door. You're right about who still has magazines. This is the last one, sir. Wells abandons his empty pistol. He instructs his also rests them around his fist and gives them a little bump. Need I shall start for you? No need. Right after he speaks, he swings his fist at the haywire mechanic guard head with from a tricky angle. It was only supposed to buy them some time, but who gave thought he would actually be able to defeat it? It wasn't me. At that moment, the nearby staff looks like he has seen a ghost. He rusts his eyes before running over, shrieking, holding his personal time up high. Sorry, an emergency report from the surface. It's a glow like nothing before. Fear, bizarreness, sorrow, frenzy, all are filtered out of the body under the azure rays. The screaming stop as weapons are dropped to the ground. The haywire coasters look around in the days before falling to the ground one by one. The hetero creatures are like fish out of water, their struggles do not last long. By the time survivors notice, they have already ceased lost running forever. Basking in the glow of the tower, Komi lets out a sigh of relief and sits on the ground. Lee, he has succeeded. No more blinding crimson, no more chaotic disorder. With the tower as the center, the punishing virus is rapidly sucked into the whirlpool and completely destroyed by the tower's light. One-Shit, status report. There are no hetero creatures left. All infected quarters have also ceased their actions. It seems that the crisis is averted for now. We need to investigate more before concluding. Remaining task force members should prioritize rescuing the injured and then retrieve the fallen commandant of the quarter. Do not let your guard down. I need to discuss the next step with the Grey Regiment Commandant. Captain, what's wrong? I can't reach the Grey Regiment Commandant. The four of them rush over at the same time. Across the heath, the hetero creature corpses, that familiar figure has already fallen beside the wall of the ruins. Command? Oh, hey girls. Come on, Dan. You do not know what the situation, but you force your eyes upon finally seeing clearly the two constructs before you. Commandant! I'm still alive. Come on, please hang on. I'm calling the rescue team over right now. Wait. You lift your hand, interrupting Liv. What's the situation? How long has it been? Since when have you been on the ground? What's the situation with the hetero tower? What about the electromagnetic radiation? Go on, the hetero tower. The hetero is absorbing the punishing virus? The three men are initially surprised, but their expression darkened not long after. A conjugation of this concentration amount of punishing virus? Is this a sick joke? However, the staff has guessed that what was worrying the leaders and probably provides an explanation. Not absorbing, it's not absorbing, it's absorbing. Not absorbing, it's absorbing. Thank you, prank translation team. Wait, no, that doesn't sound right. Let me rephrase. Okay, so it's intentional. Okay, never mind. Precisely speaking, it is purifying. The hetero tower has become a huge combined omega weapon and invert device, and is absorbing the punishing virus within a certain radius. The quantity of pushing wires in the air is rapidly decreasing. So leave yourself with the serum just in case. Commandant, we are here to have survivors, but please do let us know if you are feeling unwell. Even if you only feel short after you know, then slowly lift you up. Far away, a commotion starts among the rescue team searching for survivors. That is, the weak spark that has always been connected with your mind beacon suddenly flares like the brightest star in the night sky, calling out to you from across the galaxies. Is that Kwame is the first to speak up and starts to rush over without thinking. But he immediately stops when he sees you limping your way over. Come on, you shouldn't strain yourself. Why don't I carry you over? I'm not that weak! You guys go first. Alright then. At least let me support you, Commandant. Thank you. Leon and Lucia slow down and match their pace with yours. Not long after you spot a familiar figure among the crowd. Liv first eyes you from the head to toe and then with a concerned gaze looks at Liv. It is not until she nods at him with a smile that he lets out a sigh of relief. Why do you always end up in such a state? I can say the same to you. This is his first battle using this new frame and is already heavily damaged. From what you can see, there is no one spot that is intact. It must have been difficult and dangerous situation. Those terrifying scars are proof that he never gave up. And fine, it's just some scratches. I'll be right as rain after maintenance. You guys are the ones who need maintenance more though. As if they have expected this answer from me, the others circled him like sharks while he was speaking. What? His back is fine for other from subscriptions from hetero creatures. No serious injury on his left arm. Only arrow scratch on his left eye, nothing dangerous. Right arm, only some scratches on the surface. Limb movements are normal, frame temperature is also normal. I told you guys I'm fine. They cannot stand all the attention and eyes horror you have. I actually agree that you should get things inspected first, since you have a habit of acting tough. Wait, no, I mean a habit of hiding things in order to not worry your teammates. About that, I will provide you with an extremely detailed report when we get back. I won't hide anything, whether from Grievous or... you better not. He sighs at the tone of your voice. Wait, your front still needs inspection. However, when you prepare yourself for Lee's unusual reply for not necessary, he actually expresses his arm this time and lets leave and you freely inspect him for injuries. Nothing seems wrong. Your mind is not overloaded as well. It seems so. Asim will perform more thorough inspection when we get back to Babylonia. Never mind that for now. I need to report to Conan and Babylonia first. He furrows his brows as if trying to remember something. About what happened in the tower. Once we are back safely. Alright, before that there's one more thing. There's one more? Yes. Hey, welcome back. Welcome back, Lee. Welcome back, Lee. Puzzle surprise fostered or something undesigned. On the warm gaze of everyone, Lee's smiles comes in genuinely. The pain of war and the worry of separation all melt into nothing in an instant, replacing it is the joy of surviving. Dawn finally breaks once more after this long night of darkness. Even though the price they have to pay is huge and the path tomorrow is still covered in thorns, walking on this path feels so grounding and full of hope. He did not lose his team nor he is alone, he possesses so many treasures he wants to protect. The footprints of the past will always be behind him and he will look back from the time to time, but he's not lost anymore. The past cannot be changed, so he has to seize the determination and venture into the future. If we will light up the darkness, we will bring new life, we will step into tomorrow together. Just as he had promised, he returned to everyone. I'm back. One month later, Babylonia. If you wonder when was the business for the general staff since the creation of Eden, then it will no doubt the month after Hetero Tower incident. Considering that the restoration work of Babylonia is comprehensive, the Parliament has decided to form a temporary department composed of a representative from each department. Representing the military is the general staff. The redeployment task force members replace damaged transport drones, the production of construct parts, even the recovery of weapons on the surface are the general staff's responsibility. It does not help that the General of Vaz is the deputy directors of this department. Other than commenting with the stingy director, all the departments like to reach out to Vaz, hoping to receive more resources. General Vaz, when will the rest of the beta repairs parts arrive? A lot of constructors are waiting for a new pair of legs. Sika, please take care of Colin's request. Of course, display, please sir. Sika Brown, I remember you used to command Apodide. Looks like the war isn't in our favor. If an excellent call from a task force such as yourself is helping out there. Without waiting for Sika to refute, Collins already loses interest in her and takes out a file. EOM2002 restocking, a total 90B repair part. 90B repair part. 70. 70. I'm getting that. My memory isn't what it used to be. Collins, since you're here, why not rest a bit and meeting in the next room? Is Nikki there as well? I will speak to you in private. Colin does the file into Sika's deck, seemingly lost interest in both of them, leaves the room. Vaz reposing his guesses as he glances Sika, who is frantically flipping through the file. He takes out a file from the cabinet and leaves. Someone's here. Collins. Colin is probably still busy in fighting. Nicola waits for West to continue, but the latter does not seem to wish to do so. I'm sure I don't need to remind you again what the duty of the General Staff is. The General Staff is here to help me respond to all possible threats in advance. Don't worry, I'm not biased on this matter. West spreads out the file he was holding on the table. The hetero towering senators have decided which plan to go with. We are currently in the stage E14. E14 codenamed Genesis. It really exceeded our expectations. The situation humanity needs to face did not worsen, but it has brought us forward to the stage where we can consider rebuilding on the surface. A hetero tower that can decrease the concentration of pushing virus to zero. The Parliament won't allow the military to take this risk before the Science Council fully understands its mechanisms. Don't forget, we still haven't confirmed the agent's stats. And Ascendant sighting have increased. The threat of punishing virus is just spreading in a different way. Which is why we need a base. A city that can represent hope. It will become our outpost for fighting of the infiltration of Ascendants. Can I interrupt that as the General Staff will support us once related plans are put into motion? I said it before, I will not be biased. This may be the first city where humanity returns to the surface. The General Staff awaits your orders. Understood. Nicola organizes all the files West represented and prepares to leave. Right, about less time. The engineering force is not happy with you secretly sharing conference notes and frontline status with you on our base. Your general speech has made me think that you were on my side, Commander Nicola. That's the Parliament we're talking about. It's a place where you need to know the correct things to say. But looking at the outcome, I do agree with your decision. I'll take care of it for you. Thank you, Commander. Nicola does not spare an extra second here and leaves. Only Wells left in this spacious room. Looking at the outcome, he agrees with me. He takes out a purple badge from his pocket, a falcon spreading its wing, the sharp edges stinging like its owner's past. General, what is it? Last week the task force started to formulate a new team. Potential members are still under evaluation, but we were wondering if you have any recommendations for the post of the commander, sir. They want me to appoint a commandant. He says he trusts you, sir. Right. Let us know his personal time and the top secret document appears on the screen. Ah, so that's how it is. Did the Parliament approve of his suggestion? At this time, I wouldn't put it past them. Did they read through me? A special team codenamed Iris Warbler. The sitting geese will become a wedge for Genesis. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Sika's house at Wells the doors opens. General Wells? Yes? There is something weird with one of the requests. Alright, put it on my desk. Yes, sir. My request is in the finger at light items on the table as Sika leaves the room. He then finally closes the top secret door on his terminal. Standing up, he turns off the lights in the room and leaves. That was a lot. And I think I need to sleep to process everything that happened. But yeah, a lot of lore bombs and yeah. I like this story. It was good. But yeah, I'm just gonna end the stream here, sorry guys. But take care, I hope you enjoyed and I shall see you later. Bye bye.